Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Read Harry. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry discovered the Potter family grimoire at age 7 and mastered battle magic before first year. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. The space between walls. The summer sun had turned Privet Drive into a shimmering mirage of identical houses and perfectly manicured lawns, but Harry Potter wasn't thinking about the heat. He was thinking about survival. There he is. Dudley's voice carried across the cul-de-sac like a foghorn, and Harry's legs were already moving before his brain fully processed the threat. 3 years of living with the Dursleys had honed his instincts to a razor's edge, not through any mystical training or special gift, but through the simple, brutal mathematics of a smaller boy living with a larger one who enjoyed hunting him. Get the freak. Harry ducked through Mrs. Fig's hedge, ignoring the scratches from the branches, and cut across her back garden. He could hear Dudley's gang spreading out behind him, Piers Polkiss with his rat-like face, Malcolm with his perpetual sneer, and Dennis, who wasn't bright enough to be cruel on his own but followed Dudley with the loyalty of a particularly stupid dog. The shed. If he could reach the garden shed at the back of number 4, he might be able to barricade himself inside long enough for Aunt Petunia to call everyone in for lunch. It wasn't dignity, but Harry had learned to trade dignity for survival a long time ago. He vaulted the low fence between properties, landed badly, and felt his ankle twinge. Not a sprain. He'd had those before and knew the difference, but enough to slow him down. The shed was 20 meters away. Dudley was 15 meters behind in closing. Harry ran. The shed door was stuck, as always, swollen in its frame from years of neglect. Harry threw his shoulder against it, felt it give slightly, and shoved again. Behind him, Dudley's breathing grew louder, the heavy, wet sound of an overweight boy pushing himself harder than he had any right to. The door gave way, and Harry tumbled inside, spinning immediately to slam it shut behind him. His fingers found the rusty latch just as Dudley's body crashed against the other side. Open the door, freak. Harry backed away, his heart pounding. The shed was dark, dusty, filled with broken garden tools and forgotten projects Uncle Vernon had started and abandoned. The only light came through cracks in the wooden walls, thin beams that cut through the gloom like golden knives. I know you're in there. Dudley's fists hammered against the door. When I get my hands on you. Harry's back hit the far wall. There was nowhere else to go. The shed was perhaps 3 meters by 3 meters, and most of that space was taken up by a rusted lawnmower and stacks of empty plant pots. He was trapped. Again. Something hot and bitter rose in Harry's chest. He was so tired of this. Tired of running, tired of hiding, tired of being small and weak and afraid. Tired of Dudley's games and Aunt Petunia's sneers and Uncle Vernon's casual cruelty. Tired of being nothing, of having nothing, of mattering to no one. The door shuddered under another impact. Come on, just open it. I only want to talk. Dudley's voice had taken on that wheedling tone he used when he was planning something especially nasty. We're family, aren't we? Cousins? Harry pressed himself harder against the wall, and something shifted beneath his feet. He looked down. The floorboards here were different from the rest of the shed, newer, cleaner, fitted together with a precision that seemed out of place among the general decay. And now that he was looking, really looking, he could see a faint line in the dust. A rectangle, perhaps a meter across. The door cracked. Dudley had found something to use as a battering ram. Harry dropped to his knees and ran his fingers along the edge of the rectangle. His heart was still pounding, but now it was mixed with something else, curiosity, sharp and bright, cutting through the fear. His fingers found a gap, a space where the boards didn't quite meet, and he pulled. The trapdoor came up easily, as if it had been waiting for him. Below was darkness. Complete, absolute darkness that seemed to swallow the thin beams of light before they could penetrate more than a few centimeters. Harry could see the top of a ladder, old iron rung set into what looked like stone. The door burst open. Harry didn't think. He swung his legs over the edge and descended into the dark, pulling the trapdoor closed above him just as Dudley's bulk filled the doorway of the shed. The darkness was total. Harry clung to the ladder, his breathing harsh in the confined space, and listened. Where'd he go? Dudley's voice was muffled by the trapdoor, but Harry could still make out the words. He was just here. I saw him. Maybe he went out the back. That was Piers, his voice thin and reedy. There is no back, you idiot. It's a shed. Footsteps above. Harry held his breath. The trapdoor was right there, centimeters from his head. If Dudley looked down, if he noticed the different boards, if he thought to check, this is stupid. Dudley's voice moved away from directly overhead. He probably climbed out through the roof or something. Come on, let's check around back. The footsteps receded. The shed door slammed. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. His arms were trembling from gripping the ladder so tightly, and his ankle throbbed where he'd landed wrong. But he was safe. For now. He should climb back up. Wait for Dudley to give up and go inside. Return to his cupboard and his careful, invisible existence. But the darkness below him was calling. Not literally, Harry wasn't quite that desperate for something magical in his life, despite the strange things that sometimes happened around him. But there was something down there. He could feel it, like a vibration in his chest, a humming in his blood. Something that wanted to be found. Harry descended. The ladder went deeper than he'd expected. 10 rungs. 20. 30. The air grew cooler as he went, losing the musty heat of the shed and taking on a clean, almost crystalline quality. The stone walls around him, he could feel them now, smooth and precisely cut, seemed to press in and then fall away, and suddenly Harry's feet touched solid ground. He stood in absolute darkness, surrounded by silence so complete it felt like a physical presence. His breath echoed strangely, suggesting a space larger than the ladder shaft but not by much. Hello. His voice came out as barely a whisper, and he felt foolish immediately. What was he expecting? Someone to answer. Light bloomed. Harry threw up a hand to shield his eyes, stumbling backward until his shoulders hit stone. The light was soft, warm, golden, nothing like the harsh electric glare of the Desleys' house. It came from everywhere and nowhere, filling the chamber without any visible source, and as Harry's eyes adjusted, he saw where he was. The chamber was circular, perhaps 5 meters across, with walls of that same smooth stone he'd felt on the way down. The ceiling was domed, covered in what looked like carved symbols that seemed to shift and dance when he tried to focus on them directly. The floor was a single piece of what might have been marble, white veined with gold, and in the exact center of the room, Harry's breath caught. It was a pedestal. Simple, elegant, rising from the floor like it had grown there rather than been built. And on the pedestal sat a book. Not just a book. Harry had seen plenty of books, had learned to love them during his long hours alone in his cupboard, stolen from Dudley's second bedroom where they sat unread and unwanted. He knew books. This was something else. The cover was leather, deep brown, almost black, worn smooth by what must have been centuries of handling. Silver clasps held it closed, tarnished with age but still gleaming in the golden light. And on the front, embossed in silver that matched the clasps, was a symbol Harry had never seen before, a stag and a doe, facing each other across a wand that crackled with carved lightning. Above the symbol, in letters that seemed to shift between languages he almost recognized, was a single word. Potter. Harry's legs moved without his permission. He crossed the chamber in a daze, his eyes fixed on the book, his heart hammering against his ribs with a force that had nothing to do with his earlier flight from Dudley. The humming in his blood was louder now, a resonance that seemed to come from the book itself, calling to him, welcoming him. Home, something whispered in the back of his mind. You're home. He reached out and touched the cover. The world went white. When Harry could see again, he wasn't in the chamber anymore. He was standing in a room he'd never seen before, larger, grander, with high windows that looked out over rolling hills and a distant forest. Tapestries hung on the walls, each one depicting scenes of people in robes doing things Harry couldn't quite make sense of. A fire crackled in an enormous hearth, and above the mantel hung a painting. A painting of a man and a woman, young and smiling, holding a baby with a shock of black hair. "Hello, Harry." Harry spun. A man stood behind him, tall, thin, with gray hair and sharp eyes behind spectacles that looked nothing like the ones Harry wore. He was dressed in robes of deep blue, and when he smiled, Harry saw something fierce and proud in his expression. Where am I? What is this?" "This is a memory," the man said. "My memory, specifically. Preserved in the grimoire against the day a Potter heir might have need of it." "The grimoire?" "The book you just touched. The Potter family grimoire, a record of our family's magic, our history, our knowledge, stretching back over 1,000 years. The man's smile faded, replaced by something more serious. "You are Harry James Potter, son of James and Lily, the last of the direct line. I am Charles Potter, your great-great-grandfather. And it seems, young Harry, that you have found your inheritance." Harry's mind was reeling. This was impossible. This was insane. He was 7 years old and hiding from his cousin in a shed, and now, is this real? His voice cracked. "Am I dreaming?" "Very real, though not quite as simple as real suggests. You are physically still in the chamber beneath Privet Drive. What you're experiencing now is a projection, a construct created by the grimoire to help you understand what you found." Charles paused, studying Harry with those sharp eyes. "Tell me, boy. Has anyone ever explained to you what you are?" I'm just Harry." "No. You are a wizard, a magical being of considerable potential, if my senses are anything to go by. Magic runs in your blood, as it ran in your parents' blood, and their parents before them, and so on back through the centuries." Charles's expression softened slightly. "Your parents died to protect you, Harry. I assume you've been told that much, at least." "A car crash," Harry whispered. "Uncle Vernon says, Uncle Vernon is a fool and a liar." The words were sharp, dismissive. "Your parents were murdered by a dark wizard, the darkest of our age. Your mother gave her life to protect you, and her sacrifice created a protection so powerful that the killing curse itself rebounded. You survived what no one should have survived. And then someone saw fit to place you with those," Charles's lip curled, "people rather than raising you properly among your own kind." Harry's head was spinning. "Wizards? Magic? But that's just, stories." Charles laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Tell me, boy. Have you never done anything strange? Made something happen that you couldn't explain?" Harry thought of the time his hair had grown back overnight after Aunt Petunia had cut it nearly bald. The teacher's wig turning blue during a particularly cruel lecture. The jump to the school roof when Dudley's gang had cornered him in the playground. Every strange, impossible moment that had earned him punishment and reinforced his status as a freak in the Dursley household. Yes. Sometimes. Accidental magic. Natural expressions of your power, uncontrolled and untrained. Common in magical children." Charles gestured around them. "But you need not remain untrained. That is what the grimoire offers." Harry looked around the memory room, at the tapestries and the fire and the portrait of the smiling family. "I don't understand." "Then let me be clear." Charles stepped closer, and despite knowing this was just a projection, just a memory, Harry felt the weight of the man's presence. "The Potter family grimoire contains the accumulated magical knowledge of our bloodline, every spell mastered, every technique refined, every lesson learned by generations of Potter witches and wizards. Battle magic, healing magic, wards and enchantments, curses and counter-curses. It also contains our voices, echoes of those who came before, preserved to guide those who come after. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry felt nothing, but somehow it still meant something. You were not meant to find the grimoire this young. Your father prepared this place as a failsafe, a way to ensure you would have access to your heritage if something happened before your training could begin properly. He hoped you would never need it. He hoped, Charles's voice caught. For a moment, the fierce old wizard looked simply old. He hoped to raise you himself. To teach you everything you needed to know. To be there when you took your first steps into our world. Harry thought about his cupboard. The spiders and the dark and the sound of Dudley's footsteps overhead. The constant, gnawing hunger, not just for food, though there was that too, but for something he couldn't name. Something that had been missing his entire life. They loved me. It wasn't a question. Somehow, standing in this memory, he knew it was true. More than anything. Your mother, Charles smiled, and for the first time there was real warmth in it. She was not a Potter by blood, but she was one of us in every way that mattered. Brilliant, fierce, endlessly creative. What she accomplished in her final moments, even now, I don't fully understand it. The grimoire doesn't understand it. It was magic beyond anything we'd ever recorded. What do you mean? In time, boy. In time. Charles stepped back, his outline beginning to fade at the edges. The grimoire will teach you, but you must choose to learn. It will not be easy. Potter battle magic is not gentle. It is not forgiving. It was developed over centuries by people who survived dark times because they refused to be victims. He fixed Harry with one final, piercing look. You have been a victim, Harry. I can see it in your eyes, in the way you hold yourself, in the fear that lurks beneath your questions. The grimoire cannot undo what has been done to you. But it can give you the tools to ensure it never happens again. How? Touch the book. Open it. Begin. The memory dissolved like morning mist. Harry found himself back in the chamber, his hand still resting on the grimoire's cover. The golden light had dimmed slightly, waiting. He thought about the cupboard under the stairs. About Dudley's fists and Aunt Petunia's scorn and Uncle Vernon's belt, saved for special occasions. About the endless, grinding hopelessness of a life spent waiting for something to change while knowing nothing ever would. He thought about his parents. His mother, who had died creating magic beyond understanding to protect him. His father, who had hidden this place, this book, this chance, hoping his son would never need it but ensuring it would be there if he did. Harry opened the grimoire. The pages were dense with text and diagrams, shifting and reforming as his eyes moved across them. He couldn't read most of it, he was 7 and barely literate, thanks to the Dursleys' complete disinterest in his education, but images emerged from the words. A man with wild hair and Harry's nose, casting spells that split the sky. A woman with fierce eyes, dueling 3 opponents at once and laughing. A teenager not much older than Harry was now, standing over a fallen enemy with a wand that crackled with lightning. Battle. Combat. War. The Potters had not been kind people, Harry realized. Or rather, they had been kind, but kindness had not been their only trait. They had been warriors, fighters, duelists who stood against darkness and won through skill and power and sheer bloody-minded determination. The image shifted, and Harry saw his father. James Potter stood in what looked like a ruined building, surrounded by figures in black robes and white masks. His face was bloodied, his robes torn, and he held his wand in a grip that spoke of exhaustion barely kept at bay. But his eyes were alive with something Harry recognized. Something that burned in his own chest when Dudley cornered him or Uncle Vernon raised his voice or the world pressed down with all its weight. Defiance. James Potter raised his wand, and the world turned to fire. The image froze, and words appeared in the air before Harry. Lesson 1, the refusal to yield. I don't understand, Harry said, but even as the words left his mouth, he felt the grimoire respond. Not with words, with something deeper. A pressure in his mind, gentle but insistent, carrying meaning without language. The first lesson is not a spell. It is not a technique. It is a choice. Magic flows from intent. To cast a spell, a wizard must not only speak the words and move the wand, but believe in what they are doing. Fear weakens magic. Doubt destroys it. But conviction, the absolute, unshakable certainty that you will succeed, can make the impossible possible. Your father stood alone against 7 Death Eaters. By any reasonable measure, he should have died in seconds. Instead, he held them for 11 minutes. 11 minutes that allowed his wife to prepare the magic that would save his son. He did not survive because he was stronger. He survived because he refused to yield. That is your first lesson, Harry Potter. Before you learn a single spell, before you cast a single curse, you must learn to refuse. Harry stared at the frozen image of his father. 11 minutes. 7 against 1. And he had refused to yield. "Show me," Harry whispered. The grimoire pulsed with something that might have been approval, and Harry's real education began. The days that followed blurred together in Harry's memory, a haze of exhaustion and revelation and growing, desperate hope. He returned to the chamber every chance he got, slipping away while the Dursleys ate dinner, claiming trips to the bathroom that stretched for hours, waking before dawn and descending into the golden light. The grimoire was not a gentle teacher. Again, Charles's voice commanded, and Harry raised his wand, a stick, really, broken off from the dying tree in the back garden, but the grimoire had explained that the wand was a focus, not a source. Magic came from within. Harry focused on his anger. The burning coal that lived in his chest, always glowing, never quite going out. He fed it with memories, Dudley's laughter, Aunt Petunia's sneer, the bars on his cupboard door. The fire grew. Incendio. A spark. Nothing more. Your form is wrong. You're holding the tension in your shoulders instead of your core. Again. Harry adjusted, tried to remember the images the grimoire had shown him. His ancestor, Eleanor Potter, 1438, casting the same spell with casual ease, flames erupting from her wand like she was breathing fire. Incendio. A flicker. The air in front of his stick grew warm. Progress, but not enough. You're thinking about the spell. Stop thinking. Feel it. Fire is not a concept, it is a reality. The heat in your blood, the anger in your heart, those are fire too. Call to them. Make them external. Harry closed his eyes. He thought about the cupboard, the darkness, the spiders. The way his stomach cramped with hunger while Dudley ate himself sick in the next room. The casual, constant cruelty of a life spent as an unwanted burden. The anger didn't rise. It didn't need to. It was already there, had always been there, burning quietly in the space behind his ribs. Harry opened his eyes and pushed. Incendio. Fire erupted from the stick, real fire, hungry and hot, surging forward in a wave that scorched the stone floor and left Harry stumbling backward, his arm numb from the recoil. The flames died as quickly as they'd come, leaving behind the smell of burnt rock and a scorch mark the size of a dinner plate. Better. Charles's voice held something that might have been approval. Again. Harry raised the stick, ignoring the trembling in his arm. He was 7 years old, and he was learning to fight. The lessons weren't always about combat. The grimoire contained more than battle magic, much more. History lessons taught Harry about the magical world he'd never known, the schools and governments and secret societies that operated alongside the ordinary world. Language lessons began teaching him Latin and Greek, the roots of most modern spellwork. Theory lessons explained how magic worked, the relationship between intent and effect, the dangers of casting without understanding, the way emotional states shaped magical output. But the core of every lesson, the thread that ran through everything the grimoire taught, was the same. Power without wisdom is destruction. Wisdom without power is impotence. The Potter way is both. Some nights, Harry lay on his cot in the cupboard and stared at the darkness, too exhausted to sleep, his muscles aching from the physical conditioning the grimoire demanded. It wasn't enough to have magic, Charles had explained. A wizard's body was his foundation, weak foundations collapsed under stress. So Harry ran in the early mornings, practiced forms in the chamber until his legs gave out, pushed his child's body towards something stronger. The Dursleys didn't notice. They never noticed anything about Harry except when they wanted something to blame or punish. His increasing fitness, his new confidence, the way his eyes had started to carry something dangerous, all of it passed beneath their awareness. That was fine. Harry wasn't ready for them to notice. Not yet. 3 weeks after finding the grimoire, Harry cast his first proper combat spell. The stinging hex, Charles explained, his projection walking Harry through the wand movement. Simple, non-lethal, but effective. It disrupts an opponent's concentration without causing permanent damage. Most young wizards learn it by accident, a flash of temper, an instinctive lash-out. You will learn it deliberately. The grimoire conjured a target, a humanoid shape made of golden light, standing motionless at the far end of the chamber. This construct will not fight back. It exists only to receive your magic and provide feedback. Hit it. Harry raised his wand, still the stick, though the grimoire had promised a proper wand would come in time, and focused. The stinging hex required a sharp, jabbing motion combined with a specific intent, the desire to cause pain without injury, to punish without destroying. Harry thought about Dudley. About every punch, every shove, every cruel word and stolen meal and moment of casual torment. Stupefy. The spell shot from his wand in a flash of red light, crossed the chamber in an instant, and struck the construct dead center. The golden figure flickered, registering the hit, and a moment later Harry felt feedback through the grimoire, power level, accuracy, intent alignment. Adequate for a first attempt. Charles sounded grudgingly impressed. Your aim is better than I expected. Your power is higher than it should be, actually. That's interesting. What do you mean? Magic grows with use, like a muscle. A 7-year-old wizard, even a talented one, typically has the magical reserves of a small candle. You're closer to a bonfire. Either your mother's sacrifice did something to enhance your core, or, he trailed off, and Harry felt something through the grimoire. Not words, but a sense of confusion. Uncertainty. The collected wisdom of 1,000 years, and it didn't know what to make of him. Does it matter? Harry asked. Everything matters. But for now, no. For now, what matters is that you hit the target again. Faster this time. Harry raised his wand. By the time 2 months had passed, Harry could cast 12 combat spells reliably, the stinging hex, the shield charm, the disarming charm, and 9 others ranging from a trip jinx to a curse that made the target's eyes water uncontrollably. He could run 5 kilometers without stopping, hold a fighting stance for 10 minutes, and recite the basic principles of dueling from memory. He was still 7 years old. He still slept in a cupboard under the stairs. But something fundamental had changed. The Dursleys noticed. What are you looking at, boy? Vernon's face was purple, the vein in his temple throbbing the way it did when he was working himself up to something violent. Dinner had been served, a massive roast for the family, scraps and cold vegetables for Harry. But for the first time in his life, Harry hadn't eaten with his eyes down. He'd been watching them. Nothing, Uncle Vernon. Don't lie to me. Vernon pushed back from the table, his bulk seeming to fill the entire room. You've been strange lately. Sneaking around. Looking at us like what? The words were quiet, but something in them made Vernon pause. Aunt Petunia had gone still, her fork halfway to her mouth. Even Dudley, usually oblivious to anything that didn't involve food or violence, was staring. Don't you take that tone with me. Vernon's voice was quieter now too, but there was something ugly in it. I won't have it. Not in my house. You're nothing, boy. Nothing but a burden we took on out of the goodness of our hearts, and don't you forget it. Harry looked at his uncle. Really looked, for perhaps the first time in his life. Saw the fear beneath the bluster, the weakness behind the cruelty. Vernon Dursley was a bully, nothing more. He had power only because Harry had allowed him to have it. That was over now. May I be excused? Harry's voice was perfectly polite. I'm not hungry. Vernon stared at him. Something flickered in his eyes, not recognition, quite, but the beginning of understanding. The boy in front of him was not the same boy who had cowered and begged and taken whatever punishment was given without complaint. Get out of my sight, Vernon growled. Harry rose from his chair, walked to the door, and paused. Thank you for dinner, he said, still perfectly polite, and went to his cupboard. Behind him, he heard Vernon mutter something to Petunia. Her response was too quiet to make out, but her tone was worried. Good. Let them worry. Harry had spent 7 years as their victim. He had 4 more before Hogwarts would call him away to his true life. He intended to spend those years becoming someone they could never hurt again. The Grimoire had warned him about this. Power changes how you see the world, Charles had said during one of their sessions. And how the world sees you. Be careful, Harry. The temptation to use what you've learned against those who hurt you, it will be strong. But a wizard who strikes down helpless muggles is no better than the dark wizards we've spent generations fighting. I won't hurt them. Harry had meant it. He still meant it. I just won't let them hurt me anymore. That's a fine line, boy. Make sure you stay on the right side of it. Harry had nodded, but privately he wondered if Charles understood. The old wizard came from a world of dueling and honor, of opponents who could fight back, of battles between equals. The Dursleys weren't his equals. They were just petty. Cruel in the small, grinding way of people who had no power except that which they stole from those weaker than themselves. He wouldn't hurt them. But he wouldn't bow to them either. The confrontation came on a Monday, 3 months after Harry had first descended into the chamber. Vernon had been drinking. Not heavily, Vernon Dursley was too conscious of propriety for that, but enough to loosen his grip on his temper. Harry had done something wrong, though afterward he could never remember what. Maybe nothing at all. Maybe Vernon had simply decided it was time to remind the freak of his place. Come here, boy. Harry looked up from the vegetables he was washing at the kitchen sink. Vernon stood in the doorway, belt in hand, the leather dark with years of use. I said come here. Harry turned off the water. Dried his hands. Turned to face his uncle. No. The word hung in the air between them. What did you say to me? I said no. Harry's voice was steady, though his heart was pounding. I haven't done anything wrong. I'm not going to stand there and let you hurt me because you've had a bad day and need someone to take it out on. Vernon's face went from red to purple. You ungrateful little, he moved faster than Harry expected. The belt lashed out, and Harry felt time slow, not magic, just the hyper-awareness the Grimoire had trained into him. He saw the trajectory, calculated the dodge, and moved. The belt whistled through empty air. Vernon stumbled, thrown off balance by the lack of impact. His eyes went wide with something Harry had never seen in them before. Fear. I won't hurt you, Harry said quietly. I'm not going to curse you or set you on fire or do any of the things you probably think freaks like me do. But I'm done being your punching bag, Uncle Vernon. Find someone else. He walked past his uncle and out of the kitchen. Behind him, he heard Petunia's voice, high and frightened, and Vernon's blustering response. But no footsteps followed him. That night, Harry descended to the chamber and sat in silence for a long time. You did well. Charles's voice was gentler than usual. That took courage. It took 3 months of training to stand up to a fat man with a belt. Harry laughed, but there was no humor in it. That's not courage. That's pathetic. You're 7 years old. You've spent your entire life being taught that you're worthless, that you deserve the treatment you receive, that fighting back is pointless. And today you looked that lie in the eye and rejected it. Charles paused. That is the first victory, Harry. The hardest one. Everything else builds on it. Harry thought about the fear in Vernon's eyes. The way Petunia's voice had shaken. The first crack in the Dursleys' complete power over his life. What comes next? The grimoire pulsed, and a new set of lessons began to unfold in Harry's mind. Now, Charles said, we teach you to fight. 6 months in. Harry's 8th birthday had passed unnoticed by the Dursleys but celebrated in the chamber with a projection of his father demonstrating an advanced dueling technique. The image didn't speak, it was a memory, not a consciousness, but watching James Potter move, seeing the fluid grace and absolute confidence in every spell, Harry felt something he'd never experienced before. Pride. In his family. In himself. His training had accelerated dramatically. The grimoire responded to his progress like a living thing, adjusting lessons to match his growing skills, introducing new concepts when he mastered old ones. Harry could now cast 32 combat spells with reliable accuracy, maintain a shield charm for 10 minutes, and recite the tactical doctrine of the Potter family in 3 languages. But the lessons had changed, too. As Harry's raw power developed, the grimoire began teaching him something far more valuable, judgment. A battle mage must choose the right spell for every situation, Charles explained during one session. Power without precision is a waste. You could throw the most devastating curse in your arsenal at every opponent, and it might work, until you face someone faster, stronger, or more skilled. Then your lack of subtlety becomes a coffin. The projection demonstrated as he spoke, cycling through opponents of varying types. A heavily shielded wizard required different tactics than a quick, unarmored duelist. A group of enemies demanded area spells and battlefield control. A single, powerful opponent called for precision strikes and patient defense. Combat is a conversation, Charles said. Every spell your opponent casts tells you something about their training, their preferences, their weaknesses. Every spell you cast tells them the same. The winner is not always the one with the most power, it is the one who listens best and speaks most effectively. Harry absorbed this, watching his father's image dance through a dozen imaginary opponents without taking a single hit. Not through brute force, but through understanding. Can I see more of him? Harry asked suddenly. Not just fighting. I want to see what he was like. Who he was. The grimoire hesitated. Harry could feel it considering, weighing, and then the chamber shifted. He was in a different memory now. A kitchen, warm and bright, with copper pots hanging from the ceiling and the smell of something sweet baking. A young woman with red hair stood at the counter, her back to him, and sitting at the table. You're sure about this? James Potter looked older than he had in the battle memories, but not by much. Maybe 25. His hair was the same mess Harry saw in the mirror every morning, and his eyes crinkled with good humor. Because I'm telling you, Lily, there's no going back once it's done. I'm sure. Lily turned, and Harry's heart stopped. His mother. Young and beautiful and alive, her green eyes sparkling with mischief. The grimoire accepts spouses. It accepted your mother, and she was a Muggleborn too. My mother was also terrifying. You're just, James gestured vaguely. You. I'm terrifying. You're 5'3". I will hex you into next week, James Potter. See, threats like that are why I love you. They laughed, and Harry felt tears pricking at his eyes. This was his family. This was what he'd been denied. The grimoire showed me some things, Lily said, her tone growing serious. About blood magic. About protection. James, if something happens, nothing's going to happen. If something happens, she repeated firmly, I want Harry to have every advantage we can give him. The world he'll grow up in, it won't be safe. Voldemort might be gone, but his followers, his ideas, they'll persist. Our son needs to be ready. James reached across the table and took her hand. He will be. He'll have the grimoire. He'll have us. And he'll have, the memory flickered and died. The preservation failed after that point, Charles said quietly. The attack came 2 days later. Whatever your mother was planning, whatever she and your father discussed, it was never recorded. Harry wiped his eyes, not caring if a projection could see him cry. She was going to do something. Something special. Yes. And she did. The protection she gave you, it's beyond anything in our records, Harry. Beyond anything we can explain. Your mother was brilliant, creative, and desperate. That combination, well. You're here, aren't you? Harry looked at the space where his parents had been, laughing and teasing and loving each other. I'm here, he whispered. I'm here. 9 months. A year. Harry's routine had become as natural as breathing, wake before dawn, train in the chamber, return in time to make breakfast, survive the day's chores and insults, slip away for afternoon lessons, eat whatever scraps the Dursleys left, train again until exhaustion drove him to his cot. He was stronger now, in every way that mattered. The scrawny child who had fled from Dudley's gang was being replaced by something leaner, sharper, more dangerous. He still wore the same oversized hand-me-downs, still played the part of the downtrodden nephew, but beneath the mask was someone new. Dudley tried to corner him once, about 8 months in. Harry saw him coming, read the cruel intent in his cousin's piggy eyes, and made a choice. Don't. One word. That's all it took. Dudley stopped short, something in Harry's tone triggering the small, primitive survival instinct buried beneath all that fat and cruelty. What did you say? Harry looked at him without fear. Without hatred. Without anything except a kind of distant assessment, like a hawk evaluating whether a mouse was worth the effort. I said don't. Walk away, Dudley. And Dudley, stupid, brutal, spoiled Dudley, walked away. That night, Harry mentioned the encounter to Charles. Presence, the old wizard explained. The weight of power, projected through bearing and voice. It's not a spell, not exactly, but it is a skill. The greatest duelists of my generation could end fights before a single curse was thrown, simply by making their opponents understand what they faced. Did my father have it? Your father? Oh yes. James Potter could walk into a room of Death Eaters and make them hesitate with nothing but a smile. Charles paused. Your mother had something different. She didn't project threat, she projected certainty. The absolute conviction that she was right, and that anyone who opposed her was simply mistaken. It was infuriating, actually. You couldn't argue with her. The facts bent themselves to agree with her opinions. Harry smiled at that. You have elements of both, Charles continued. The potential for your father's controlled menace and your mother's unshakable certainty. In time, properly developed, it will serve you well. In time, Harry repeated. How much time do I have? Until your 11th birthday, Hogwarts will call you. The protective blood wards your mother created will weaken when you leave this place for the magical world. You must be ready before then. And what does ready mean? Charles's projection looked at him, really looked, the way Harry had learned to look at people. Reading, evaluating, judging. Ready means you can survive what's coming. Ready means the dark wizard who killed your parents will not kill you. Ready means the world that failed your family will not fail you. And if I'm not ready? Then you'll die. And the Potter line will end. And everything your parents sacrificed will mean nothing. Harry thought about that for a long moment. Show me the next lesson, he said. 3 years passed. Harry turned 8, then 9, then 10. The grimoire's lessons grew more complex, more demanding, more dangerous. He learned spells that could kill, though he swore never to use them lightly. He learned to duel against increasingly skilled projections, losing far more than he won until suddenly losing became rare. He learned occlumency, the art of defending his mind against intrusion, and legilimency, though the latter remained difficult. He learned other things, too. Things the grimoire didn't teach. He learned to smile while hiding everything. To let Dudley and his gang think they were still a threat. To navigate the Dursleys' cruelty without breaking cover, deflecting their suspicion with practiced ordinariness. He learned patience. The hardest lesson of all. You could leave, Charles pointed out once. The wards would protect you anywhere in the world. You could disappear into the magical community, find people who would take you in, live the life you deserve. Harry had considered it. More than once, in the darkest hours of the night, he'd imagined simply walking away. Finding some magical family who wanted him, growing up surrounded by people who understood what he was. But something held him back. My mother created those wards with her death, he said slowly, working through the thought as he spoke it. She wanted me here. There must be a reason. The reason is protection. The wards are strongest at the Dursleys' home. That's part of it. But there's something else. Harry struggled to put it into words. I feel like I'm supposed to be normal. Not really normal, but grounded. Connected to the non-magical world in a way most wizards aren't. Does that make sense? Charles's projection was silent for a long moment. Your mother was Muggleborn, he finally said. She never forgot where she came from. Never let the magical world convince her that Muggles were lesser. Perhaps she wanted the same for you. To remember that power doesn't make me better. Just, different. That would be like her, yes. Harry nodded slowly. He would stay. Not because the Dursleys deserved his presence, but because his mother had wanted him here. And because, in some strange way, living among people who hated him kept him humble. Power without wisdom is destruction, the grimoire reminded him. Wisdom without power is impotence. Harry intended to have both. The night before his 11th birthday, Harry descended to the chamber one final time before the change. He stood in the center of the room, the grimoire floating before him, and felt the weight of everything that had led to this moment. For years of secret training. For years of becoming someone his parents might have been proud of. For years of preparing for a world he'd never seen but already understood better than most who lived in it. Tomorrow, Charles said, his projection standing beside Harry, you will receive your Hogwarts letter. The Blood Wards will begin their shift, preparing for your eventual departure. And the magical world will become aware of you in a way they haven't been since that night. I'm ready. Perhaps. But there are things even the grimoire cannot prepare you for. Charles hesitated. The wizarding world is not what it was. Old families fallen, old alliances broken. The dark wizard who killed your parents may be gone, but his followers remain, some imprisoned, others escaped, all dangerous. You will walk into a school full of their children. I know. You know the facts. You don't know the reality. Politics, social dynamics, ancient grudges and alliances that span centuries. The grimoire taught you battle magic, Harry. It did not teach you how to survive a court. Harry smiled faintly. Then I'll learn. You'll have to. And you'll have to do it while appearing ordinary, a Muggle-raised child, ignorant and overwhelmed. The moment people suspect the truth about your training, you become a target in ways you can't imagine. I understand. Do you? Charles's eyes were sharp. Do you understand that you'll have to watch children play with magic like it's a toy while you could destroy them without thinking? That you'll sit through lessons teaching you things you mastered years ago? That every instinct you've developed will scream at you to reveal yourself, and every time you must resist? Harry met his ancestor's gaze without flinching. I've spent 4 years pretending to be weak in a house that hates me. I think I can manage 1 year pretending to be ignorant in a school that doesn't. Charles studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. Your mother's certainty, he said. I see it now. The grimoire pulsed once, and an image formed in the air, Lily Potter, standing over a crib, her wand tracing patterns of light. The baby below, Harry, watched with wide eyes, not understanding, not needing to. She gave you something, Charles said, his voice soft. Something I cannot teach. Something that will either save you or destroy you. What is it? I don't know. The grimoire doesn't know. Whatever Lily Potter created that night, it defied every record we possess. The projection began to fade. But you will discover it, Harry. When the time is right, you will discover what your mother's love truly meant. The chamber went dark. Harry stood alone in the silence, his heart beating steadily, his mind calm. Tomorrow, his letter would arrive. The next chapter of his life would begin. He thought about the boy who had fled from Dudley, terrified and weak and hopeless. That boy was gone now, replaced by someone else entirely. Someone who had spent 4 years preparing for exactly this moment. Harry Potter climbed the ladder, pushed open the trapdoor, and stepped out into the garden shed. The sun was setting over Privet Drive, painting the sky in shades of gold and red. Through the window of number 4, he could see Uncle Vernon watching television, utterly unaware of the force of nature living under his roof. Tomorrow, everything would change. Harry allowed himself one small smile, the first honest expression he'd worn in public in 4 years, and went inside to wait. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Weight of Legacy. The morning of Harry's 11th birthday arrived with the kind of grey English drizzle that seemed designed to match the Dursleys' mood. Vernon sat at the breakfast table, newspaper held up like a shield, while Petunia fussed over Dudley's 3rd helping of bacon. Harry moved through the kitchen like a ghost, collecting dishes, wiping counters, existing without being acknowledged. He'd learned to appreciate these moments of invisibility. They gave him time to think. For years. For years since he'd found the chamber, since the grimoire had begun reshaping him into something his parents might have recognized. For years of secret training, of midnight lessons, of becoming while appearing to remain unchanged. Today, that careful deception would be tested. Boy. Vernon's voice cut through Harry's thoughts. Post. Harry dried his hands and walked to the front door, his movements deliberately unhurried. The mask of the downtrodden nephew fit perfectly after years of practice, shoulders slightly hunched, eyes downcast, the picture of defeated submission. Beneath it, his mind catalogued everything, Vernon's elevated stress levels, the vein in his temple was already pulsing, Petunia's nervous energy, she'd rearranged the same stack of plates 3 times, Dudley's oblivious consumption, 4 rashers now, reaching for a 5th. Something had them worried. Something beyond the usual petty anxieties of their petty lives. Harry opened the door and collected the post. Bills, a postcard from Aunt Marge. He suppressed a shudder, and his heart didn't race. He didn't let it. But something deep in his chest tightened at the sight of the heavy parchment envelope, the emerald green ink, the wax seal bearing a coat of arms he recognized from the grimoire's history lessons. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He'd known it was coming. He'd prepared for this moment for years. But seeing it, holding it, feeling the faint hum of magic in the parchment, Harry tucked the letter into his oversized shirt and carried the rest of the post to the kitchen. Anything interesting? Vernon didn't look up from his newspaper. Just bills. And a postcard from Aunt Marge. Vernon grunted. Petunia made a small noise of acknowledgement. Neither of them looked at Harry as he slipped back toward his cupboard. He'd read the letter later, in the chamber, where prying eyes couldn't reach. For now, he had a role to play. The Dursleys' house settled into its usual rhythms. Dudley monopolized the television. Vernon retreated to his study to make angry phone calls about drill shipments. Petunia alternated between cleaning things that were already spotless and staring out windows with an expression Harry had learned to read years ago. She knew. Not about the training, not about the grimoire, but about the letter. About the world it represented. The world her sister had belonged to, the world that had taken Lily away from her. Harry watched his aunt from the kitchen doorway, really seeing her for perhaps the first time. The tight lines around her mouth, the way her hands never stopped moving, the fear that lived behind her eyes. Petunia Desley was terrified of magic. Not because she didn't understand it, but because she understood exactly what it had cost her. For one moment, Harry felt something that might have been compassion. Then he remembered the cupboard under the stairs. The years of neglect and cruelty. The casual destruction of a child's spirit, justified by that same fear. The compassion died. Harry slipped away to the garden shed as evening fell, the letter pressed against his chest like a secret heartbeat. The trapdoor opened at his touch, it always did now, responding to his magical signature, and he descended into golden light. The chamber felt different tonight. Charged, somehow. Expectant. Harry sat cross-legged in the center of the room and opened the envelope. The letter inside was exactly what he'd expected: formal acceptance to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a list of required supplies, instructions for responding. Standard procedure for a muggle-raised wizard entering the magical world. But there was something else. A second sheet of parchment, smaller than the first, tucked behind the supply list. Harry unfolded it carefully. Mr. Potter, I hope this letter finds you well. I have taken the liberty of arranging for someone to collect you and assist with your school shopping, given your unique circumstances. He will arrive on the evening of your birthday. I look forward to meeting you properly when term begins. Albus Dumbledore. Headmaster Harry read the note twice, parsing every word for hidden meaning. Dumbledore knew about his circumstances, knew enough to arrange special handling. The question was how much he knew about everything else. The headmaster writes to you personally. Charles's voice carried a note of surprise. That's unusual. Most Muggle-raised students receive a staff visit, not direct correspondence from Dumbledore himself. He knows something. Harry set the letter aside. Or suspects something. Why else single me out? You are the boy who lived. Your fame alone warrants special attention. Maybe. Harry wasn't convinced. For years of training had taught him to question everything, to look for patterns others missed. Or maybe he's been watching. Waiting to see what happens when the last Potter heir comes of age. Dumbledore is many things, but subtle is not typically one of them. If he suspected the truth about your training, he would likely confront it directly. Would he? Harry thought about what he knew of the headmaster, the history lessons, the accounts of the war against Voldemort, the way Dumbledore's name wove through wizarding history like a thread of silver through dark cloth. He defeated Grindelwald through a duel, yes. But he stopped Voldemort through other means. Politics. Positioning. Letting others fight the front lines while he worked behind them. Charles was quiet for a moment. You've been paying attention. I've had 4 years with nothing to do but pay attention. The grimoire pulsed, and Harry felt information flowing into his mind, a data stream of history and analysis that would have overwhelmed him 3 years ago but now felt as natural as breathing. Albus Dumbledore. Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The most powerful wizard of the age, by most accounts, though the grimoire noted several who might have contested that title had they lived. He'll want to use you, Charles said quietly. The boy who lived, the symbol of Voldemort's defeat, you represent hope to an entire generation. Dumbledore will see you as an asset, a tool for maintaining stability in a world still recovering from war. And if I don't want to be a tool, then you'll need to be very careful. Dumbledore is not evil, but he is ruthless in pursuit of what he believes is right. He sacrifices pawns without hesitation when the greater good demands it. Harry absorbed this, filing it away alongside everything else he'd learned. Dumbledore wasn't an enemy, not yet, maybe not ever, but he wasn't an ally either. He was a variable, powerful and unpredictable, and Harry would need to navigate their relationship with extreme caution. "Tonight, someone comes to collect me," Harry said. "Do we know who?" "Hagrid, most likely. Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. He was a friend of your parents, one of the few people who knew them both before and during the war." "What's he like?" The grimoire provided an image: a massive man, nearly 3 meters tall, with wild black hair and a beard that covered most of his face. Friendly eyes, rough hands, a warmth that seemed to radiate from him like heat from a fire. "Half-giant," Charles explained. "His mother was Fredwolfa, a giantess who abandoned him as an infant. He was raised by his father, a wizard, and sorted into Gryffindor when he attended Hogwarts. He was expelled in his 3rd year, falsely accused of opening the Chamber of Secrets, and has served as groundskeeper ever since." The Chamber of Secrets? A legend. Supposedly a hidden chamber within Hogwarts, created by Salazar Slytherin, containing something terrible. The grimoire has notes on the subject, but nothing definitive. What matters is that Hagrid was innocent. The real culprit was never officially identified, though there were suspicions. Harry filed this away too. The Chamber of Secrets. Another mystery, another potential threat. The magical world was full of them. "Hagrid is loyal to Dumbledore," Charles continued. "Absolutely, unquestioningly loyal. Whatever he tells you, assume Dumbledore will hear it. But don't mistake his loyalty for deception. Hagrid is incapable of true guile. If he tells you something, he believes it to be true. So he's a good man being used by a complicated one." "An accurate assessment." Harry nodded slowly. He could work with that. A good man was easier to navigate than a clever one, you just had to be careful not to abuse their trust. "One more thing." Charles's voice took on a weight that made Harry's attention sharpen. "Tonight, your magical inheritance completes. The blood wards your mother created will recognize your coming of age and begin shifting their focus from protection to preparation. You may experience changes." "What kind of changes?" "I don't know. Your mother's magic defies prediction. But be ready for anything." Harry was always ready for anything. That was the point. The knock came at precisely 8 o'clock. Harry was in the kitchen, washing the dinner dishes. His dinner had been a single sandwich, eaten in the cupboard, when the sound echoed through the house. It wasn't a normal knock, it was a boom that rattled the windows and made Dudley shriek from the living room. Vernon stormed toward the door, his face already purple with outrage. "Who the devil?" At this hour, Harry dried his hands and moved to a position where he could see the entryway while appearing to be focused on the dishes. His wand, the proper wand now, purchased 3 months ago through channels the grimoire had taught him to access, rested in a hidden holster against his forearm. He didn't expect to need it, but 4 years of training had made such preparations automatic. Vernon yanked open the door, ready to unleash his fury, and stopped dead. Hagrid filled the doorway like a mountain given human form. His wild hair and beard were wet with rain, his massive hands were clutched around an umbrella that looked comically small against his bulk, and his beetle-black eyes were bright with something that might have been nervousness. "Hagrid," Harry murmured under his breath, matching the image the grimoire had provided. Everything fit, the size, the warmth, the good-natured uncertainty in his expression. "Mr. Dursley, I presume?" Hagrid's voice was like gravel rolling down a hillside. "I'm here for Harry. Hogwarts business." Vernon tried to slam the door. Harry was impressed he even attempted it, the frame would have given out before Hagrid did. As it was, Hagrid simply placed one enormous hand against the wood and pushed, stepping into the house as if Vernon didn't exist. "Now then." His eyes swept the hallway, the cramped kitchen, the cupboard under the stairs with its locks and bars. His expression darkened. "Where's Harry?" Harry stepped forward, abandoning his pretense of dishwashing. "I'm here." Hagrid turned, and his face underwent a transformation that made something old and wounded twist in Harry's chest. Joy. Unmistakable, overwhelming joy, mixed with grief and love and a decade of waiting. Harry. Hagrid's voice cracked. Last time I saw ya was only a baby. Yeah look just like your dad. But Yevi got your mum's eyes. Harry had heard this before, not from the Dursleys, who never mentioned his parents if they could help it, but from the Grimoire's memories. People had said it to James and Lily when Harry was born. You've got your father's hair, your mother's eyes. But hearing it from someone who had actually known them, who had held him as an infant and watched his parents smile at their newborn son, Harry's carefully constructed walls trembled. Hello, Hagrid. He kept his voice steady through sheer force of will. Thank you for coming. Would not have missed it for the world. Hagrid wiped at his eyes with a handkerchief the size of a tablecloth. Sorry, Yevi grown up so much, and now see here. Vernon had recovered enough to insert himself into the conversation, though he wisely kept his distance from Hagrid's bulk. I don't know who you think you are, barging into my house. Name's Rubeus Hagrid, Hagrid said without looking at Vernon. Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I'm here to take Harry to get his school things. He's not going. Vernon's voice had found its blustering confidence. We swore when we took him and we'd stamp out that nonsense. He'll go to Stonewall High like a normal boy, and that's final. Harry watched Hagrid's expression shift from confusion to disbelief to something that looked dangerously close to genuine anger. It was like watching storm clouds gather over a mountain. You never told him. Hagrid's voice dropped to a rumble that made the plates rattle in their cupboards. You never told him about Hogwarts? About his parents? About what he is? We promised we'd put a stop to it, Petunia said, and Harry turned to find her standing in the kitchen doorway, pale as death but spine rigid. When we took him in. We promised we'd make him normal. Normal? Hagrid stared at her. Normal. His parents gave their lives for him. The greatest witch and wizard of their age, and you've been trying to make him normal. The house shook. Harry felt magic building in the air, raw and wild, responding to Hagrid's emotional state. Untrained magic, the Grimoire noted, but powerful. Half-giants had prodigious magical reserves, even without wands to focus them. Time to intervene before something unfortunate happened. Hagrid. Harry stepped forward, placing himself between the groundskeeper and his relatives. It's all right. I know who I am. I know what happened to my parents. Hagrid's fury stuttered, replaced by confusion. Yeah, you know. I found some things. Letters, photographs. Enough to piece together the truth. The lie came easily, years of practice made it feel like breathing. I know I'm a wizard. I know about Voldemort. The name hit the room like a physical force. Petunia gasped, actually gasped, and even Vernon flinched. Hagrid's face went through several complicated expressions before settling on a sort of impressed discomfort. Yeah, shouldn't say that name, Harry. Why not? It's just a name. He's just a man, or he was, before my mother stopped him. Harry met Hagrid's eyes without flinching. I'm not going to be afraid of a word. For a long moment, Hagrid simply stared at him. Then, slowly, a grin spread across his bearded face. Your mum said the same thing once. Lily, she never let anyone tell her what to fear. He shook his head in wonder. James too, come to think of it. Brave, both of them. The bravest. I'd like to hear more about them, Harry said quietly. If you have time. All the time in the world. Hagrid's hand landed on Harry's shoulder, gently, for all its size, like he was afraid Harry might break. But first, we've got shopping to do. School starts September 1st, and you'll be needin' everything. Harry glanced back at the Dursleys. Vernon looked like he wanted to argue but couldn't find the words. Petunia was staring at Harry with an expression he'd never seen before, fear mixed with something else. Recognition, maybe. As if she was seeing something in him she'd seen in her sister, long ago. "I'll be back before midnight," Harry said. It wasn't a request. Nobody tried to stop him. The journey to London was an education in itself. Hagrid's method of travel involved a combination of the night bus, which Harry had read about but never experienced, and which lived up to its chaotic reputation, walking through increasingly magical areas of the city, and finally a path that led to a grimy pub called the Leaky Cauldron, invisible to Muggle eyes. Harry absorbed everything, cataloguing observations while maintaining his cover as an overwhelmed Muggle-raised child. The night bus passengers who whispered and pointed when they saw his scar. The witch on Charing Cross Road who sold enchanted umbrellas that changed color based on weather predictions. The way the Leaky Cauldron's interior seemed larger than its exterior, a casual defiance of physics that most patrons ignored entirely. And Hagrid, talking all the while, filling in gaps the grimoire had left empty. "Your dad was head boy his 7th year. Never thought he'd make it, tell ya the truth, he was such a troublemaker when he started. Him and his friends, they called themselves the Marauders. Caused more chaos than any students in Hogwarts history, I reckon." The Marauders? Harry hadn't found anything about that in the grimoire. His father's school days weren't well documented. James had presumably intended to share those memories personally. Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, Peter Pettigrew. Thick as thieves, the four of M. Used to drive Professor McGonagall absolutely spare. Hagrid's expression flickered. Course, things changed. The war, it changed everyone. What happened to them? My father's friends? Hagrid was quiet for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice was heavy. Sirius Black, he betrayed your parents, Harry. Told you know who where they was hidin'. He's in Azkaban now, prison fair wizards. Life sentence. Harry filed this away, keeping his expression appropriately shocked while his mind raced. Sirius Black. The grimoire had mentioned him, one of James's closest friends, the best man at his wedding. A betrayal that profound, something didn't fit. But this wasn't the time to pursue it. Peter Pettigrew tried to confront him, Hagrid continued. After your parents died. Black killed him and 12 muggles with a single curse. They only ever found a finger. And Remus Lupin? Disappeared. Couldn't handle the grief, I reckon. Haven't seen him in years. Hagrid shook his head sadly. The war took so much from so many. Your parents, they were the best of us. And now, well. Now there's just you, Harry. The last Potter. They reached the back of the Leaky Cauldron, where a brick wall waited. Hagrid produced his umbrella, which Harry now realized must contain his broken wand, repaired through some means that wasn't strictly legal, and tapped a sequence against the bricks. The wall opened onto Diagon Alley. Harry had seen images in the grimoire. He'd studied maps and memorized shop locations and prepared himself for this moment. None of it had prepared him for the reality. The alley stretched before him like something from a dream, a riot of color and sound and impossible wonder. Shops selling cauldrons and broomsticks and creatures he'd only read about. Wizards in robes of every color, haggling and chatting and living lives that defied everything the mundane world believed possible. Magic everywhere, saturating the air, humming against his skin like electricity. Home, something whispered in the back of his mind. This is where you belong. Harry let himself feel it, the wonder, the joy, the sense of finally finding something he hadn't known he was looking for. For just a moment, he wasn't the trained battle mage or the careful deceiver or the boy who lived. He was just Harry, seeing magic for the first time. Then the moment passed, and the mask settled back into place. Come on, then. Hagrid's hand landed on his shoulder again. First stop's Gringotts. You'll be needin' to access your vault. Gringotts was exactly as the grimoire had described, a towering marble building staffed by goblins who regarded humans with barely concealed contempt. Harry navigated the encounter with careful politeness. Goblins responded well to respect and poorly to anything else, and was soon hurtling through underground tunnels toward the Potter family vault. What he found there exceeded even the Grimoire's estimates. "Blimey," Hagrid breathed, staring at the piles of gold and silver that filled the vault. "Your parents left ya a fair bit, didn't they?" Harry said nothing. He was too busy cataloguing, not just the gold, but the artifacts tucked into corners, the books stacked against walls, the weapons that gleamed with enchantment. The Potter family had accumulated more than money over their 1,000-year history. He collected enough gold for his supplies, a fraction of the vault's contents, and made careful note of everything else. There would be time to explore properly later. Their next stop was Hagrid's mysterious errand at Vault 713. Harry watched with carefully feigned curiosity as the groundskeeper retrieved a small, dirty package that practically radiated magical significance. The Philosopher's Stone. It had to be. The Grimoire had mentioned it in connection with Nicholas Flamel, and Dumbledore's involvement suggested high-value protection. Harry filed the observation away for future consideration. After Gringotts came the real shopping. Madame Malkin's for robes. Harry stood on the fitting platform while enchanted measuring tapes flew around him, playing the part of the amazed newcomer. Flourish and blots for textbooks. He purchased the required books plus several supplementary volumes, explaining to Hagrid that he wanted to be prepared. The apothecary for potions ingredients. He recognized quality when he saw it and quietly upgraded several items on the standard list. Throughout it all, Harry maintained his performance. Eyes wide with wonder. Questions that showed curiosity without revealing knowledge. The perfect image of a muggle-raised child encountering magic for the first time. Only once did the mask slip. They were passing a small shop tucked between a cauldron dealer and a store selling enchanted eyewear. The sign above the door read, "Bespoke Warding and Protection," and in the window display, among various defensive artifacts, sat a silver coin. Harry stopped dead. The coin was old, centuries old, if the wear on its surface was any indication. On one side was the Potter family crest, the stag and doe he recognized from the grimoire. On the other side was a symbol he didn't recognize, a circle containing 3 interlocking triangles, marked with runes he couldn't quite read. His blood hummed. "Harry." Hagrid had walked several paces before noticing he'd stopped. "Yeah, all right. Fine." Harry tore his gaze away from the coin. "Just looking." But as they continued toward Ollivander's, he couldn't shake the feeling that the coin had been looking back. Ollivander's shop was dusty, cramped, and absolutely thrumming with magic. Harry felt at the moment he crossed the threshold, thousands of wands, each containing a sliver of something powerful, creating a symphony of potential that made his trained senses sing. This was concentrated magic, the tools of wizardry gathered in one place, waiting for their wielders. "Ah!" The voice came from somewhere in the shadowy depths of the shop. "Harry Potter. I wondered when I'd be seeing you." The man who emerged from behind the shelves was old, pale-eyed, and looked at Harry with an intensity that bordered on unnerving. Ollivander. The grimoire had extensive notes on the wand maker, his skills, his eccentricities, his unsettling habit of remembering every wand he'd ever sold. "Your mother's wand," Ollivander said, not bothering with pleasantries. 10¼ inches, willow, good for charm work. "Your father's was 11 inches, mahogany, excellent for transfiguration." He paused, those pale eyes boring into Harry. "But you already knew that, didn't you?" Harry's heart stuttered. "Sir. The way you hold yourself. The precision of your movements. The occlumency shields, crude but effective, I can feel pressing against my passive legitimacy." Ollivander smiled, thin and knowing. "You're not what you appear to be, Mr. Potter. You haven't been for some time." Hagrid was browsing the shop's few public displays, not paying attention to their conversation. Harry had perhaps 30 seconds before that changed. "I don't know what you mean," he said carefully. Of course you don't. Ollivander's smile widened. Let's find you a wand, shall we? What followed was unlike anything Harry had expected. Ollivander handed him wand after wand, watching with sharp eyes as Harry tested each one. The problem was that Harry's training had taught him to suppress his natural magical responses, to control rather than express. Every wand felt wrong, but not because of magical incompatibility. Because Harry was fighting his own instincts. Interesting, Ollivander murmured after the 20th wand had failed to produce results. Very interesting. You're fighting it, Mr. Potter. Whatever you've learned, whoever taught you, they've trained you to control your magic so completely that you've forgotten how to let it flow. Harry said nothing. Let me try something. Ollivander disappeared into the back of the shop and returned with a dusty box that looked older than some civilizations. Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. I made this wand over 50 years ago, and it has refused every customer since. He placed the wand in Harry's hand. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Harry felt it, a warmth spreading through his fingers, up his arm, into his chest. Not the controlled, channeled magic of the Grimoire's training. Something older. Something that had been waiting. His mother's gift. The wand erupted in a shower of golden sparks, and Harry felt barriers he hadn't known existed crumbling inside him. Magic surged through him, wild, joyous, terrifying in its intensity. His vision blurred, and for one heartbeat he wasn't in Ollivander's shop anymore. He was standing in a nursery, watching a woman with red hair weave light around a crying baby. Curious, Ollivander breathed. Very curious. Harry blinked, and the vision was gone. His hand was trembling around the wand, which felt warm against his palm. What's curious? Hagrid had noticed the commotion and was peering at them with concern. Ollivander's pale eyes hadn't left Harry's face. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single one. The phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar. The implication hit Harry like a physical blow. Voldemort's wand. Brother to his own. The wand chooses the wizard, Ollivander continued, his voice barely above a whisper. That much has always been clear. But I wonder, does the wizard ever choose the wand? And if so, what does it mean when the choice mirrors the one made by his greatest enemy? Harry paid for the wand in silence. His mind was racing, processing implications, adjusting plans. Brother wands. The connection to Voldemort, deeper than the scar, deeper than the prophecy the Grimoire had hinted at. As he turned to leave, Ollivander's hand caught his arm. Whoever taught you, the wandmaker said, too quiet for Hagrid to hear, they did you a service. But they also did you a disservice. You've learned to hold magic like a sword, always ready, always controlled, always a weapon. His grip tightened. Sometimes, Mr. Potter, magic must be held like water. Flowing. Formless. Free. Harry looked at the old man, saw the genuine concern beneath the eccentricity, and nodded slowly. I'll remember that. See that you do. Great things await you, Harry Potter. I can feel it. Great and terrible things. Harry and Hagrid returned to Privet Drive near midnight. The house was dark except for a single light in the upstairs hallway, Petunia, probably, waiting to ensure her nephew didn't burn the house down with his freakishness. Hagrid said his goodbyes at the end of the drive, enveloping Harry in a hug that nearly cracked ribs and promising to see him at Hogwarts. You're gonna be all right, Harry. Hagrid's eyes were wet again. I can feel it. Your parents would be so proud. Harry watched the groundskeeper disappear into the night, then stood alone in the darkness for a long moment. His new wand hummed against his arm, eager to be used. His mind churned with everything he'd learned, everything he'd seen, everything that was to come. Brother Wands. The Philosopher's Stone. Ollivander's warnings about control. And beneath it all, thrumming like a second heartbeat, his mother's gift, awakened, finally, by the wand that should have been her enemy's twin. Harry walked into the house, ignored Petunia's silent, anxious presence at the top of the stairs, and descended to the chamber. The grimoire was waiting. "I felt it," Charles said the moment Harry materialized the projection. "The moment that wand touched your hand, something shifted. Something your mother left inside you. I saw her." Harry sat cross-legged on the chamber floor, the holly wand resting across his knees. "Just for a moment. She was in my nursery, weaving magic around my crib. A memory, most likely. Embedded in whatever protection she created." Charles's projection flickered with something that might have been excitement. "Can you access it? The power she left you?" Harry closed his eyes and reached inward. For 4 years, his training had focused on control. Shaping magic, directing it, turning it into a weapon. But Ollivander's words echoed in his mind, magic must sometimes be held like water. He stopped trying to control. The power surged up from somewhere deep inside him, not the trained magic of the grimoire's lessons, but something older. Warmer. It felt like arms wrapping around him, like a voice whispering comfort in the dark, like love made manifest. Harry opened his eyes. The chamber was filled with golden light. "Merlin's beard," Charles breathed. The light wasn't coming from the grimoire. It was coming from Harry, from his skin, his eyes, the very air around him. It didn't burn or blind, it simply was, warm and gentle and utterly impossible. "What is this?" Harry's voice came out strange, harmonizing with itself. "I don't know." Charles's projection moved closer, fascination replacing shock. "In 1,000 years of Potter history, I've never seen anything like this. It's protection, I think. But active, not passive. Living magic, sustained by something more than will or power." The light faded slowly, settling back into Harry's core. He felt it there now, a warmth he'd never noticed before because it had always been present. His mother's love, transformed into magic, waiting to be called. "She gave me this," Harry said slowly. "She knew she was going to die, and she found a way to stay with me. More than that." Charles's voice was hushed. "She found a way to give you a power that defies categorization. This isn't light magic or dark magic, battle magic or healing magic. It's something else entirely. Something new." Harry stared at his hands, half expecting them to glow again. "Can I control it? That's the question, isn't it?" Charles's projection began to pace. "Your training has focused on control, precise, deliberate, martial. But this gift, it seems to respond to emotion rather than will. To instinct rather than intent. So I need to learn a different kind of magic. You need to learn to let go. Which, for someone trained as you have been, may be the hardest lesson of all." Harry thought about this for a long moment. For years of discipline. For years of building walls, suppressing emotion, turning himself into a weapon. And now he was being told that his greatest power came from doing the opposite. "My mother knew," he said finally. "She knew I would need both. The grimoire's training to survive the magical world, and her gift to do what? What did she think I would face that required this?" Charles was quiet. "Then, your mother was brilliant, Harry. Perhaps the most brilliant witch of her generation. If she created this gift, she did it for a reason. A specific purpose. Voldemort. Perhaps. Or something worse." Harry let that settle. Something worse than the dark wizard who had terrorized Britain for a decade. Something that required love transformed into power, protection made active. The future stretched before him, darker and more complex than he'd imagined. "I have a month before Hogwarts," Harry said. "Show me everything. The advanced lessons, the dangerous techniques, the things you've been holding back. I need to be ready. You're 11 years old. I'm the last Potter. I'm the boy who lived. I'm carrying my mother's gift and my father's legacy and a wand that shares a core with the darkest wizard in history. Harry met Charles's eyes without flinching. Age stopped being relevant the moment I opened that grimoire. The projection studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, it smiled. Your father's courage, Charles said. Your mother's determination. And something else, something that's entirely your own. The smile faded into something more serious. Very well. The advanced lessons. All of them. But understand this, Harry, what I'm about to teach you could kill you if you're not careful. And even if you survive the learning, using it will change you in ways you can't predict. I understand. Do you? Do you really? Charles stepped closer, his projection flickering with intensity. The magic I'm about to show you, it's not just spells. It's the combat doctrine of 1,000 years of Potter warriors. Men and women who fought dark wizards, defeated creatures of nightmare, stood against evil when standing meant death. They learned through blood and sacrifice. They carved their knowledge into this grimoire because they wanted their descendants to be ready. Ready for what? For war. For the enemies that never stop coming. For the simple, terrible truth that the magical world is not safe, has never been safe, and probably never will be. Charles's voice dropped. Your parents tried to hide from that truth. They thought the war was over, that Voldemort was finished, that they could raise their son in peace. They were wrong. Harry thought about the nursery. About his mother weaving protection around his crib. About his father holding off Death Eaters for 11 minutes. They weren't hiding, he said quietly. They were preparing. Just like you're preparing me. Charles nodded slowly. Yes. I believe they were. And now, young Harry, the time for preparation is almost over. In 1 month, you'll enter a world that will try to use you, control you, destroy you. You'll face enemies who have spent 11 years waiting for your return. You'll discover secrets that will make everything you know seem simple by comparison. Then teach me. The grimoire pulsed, and the lessons began. The month that followed was the most intense of Harry's life. Every night, he descended to the chamber and trained until his body screamed for rest. Combat magic at levels he'd never attempted before, spells that could level buildings, shields that could stop killing curses, techniques that blurred the line between dueling and warfare. A clemency refined until his mental defenses could resist even determined legitimacy. Physical conditioning that pushed him to the absolute limits of an 11-year-old body. And woven through it all, the new challenge, learning to access his mother's gift without losing control of everything else. That proved to be the hardest part. You're trying to force it, Charles said during one late-night session. That's not how this magic works. Then how does it work? Harry's frustration bled through his voice. He'd been attempting to summon the golden light for 3 hours with no success. I don't know. Your mother created something outside our understanding. But I can see that it responds to your emotional state, specifically, to positive emotions. Love, hope, joy. The things you've spent 4 years learning to suppress. Harry stared at his hands. You're telling me that the key to my mother's magic is, feeling things. I'm telling you that the key is allowing yourself to feel things. There's a difference. How am I supposed to do that in the middle of a fight? Charles's projection was quiet for a moment. Then, do you remember the vision you had when the wand chose you? Your mother in the nursery. Yes. What did you feel? Harry closed his eyes, letting the memory surface. The golden light. The crying baby. The woman with red hair, weaving magic with tears streaming down her face. She was scared, he said slowly. But not for herself. For me. She knew what was coming, and she was pouring everything she had into protecting me. His voice caught. She loved me so much. Even though she knew she was going to die. Even though she'd never see me grow up. She loved me enough to make me a piece of herself. The warmth stirred in his chest. Hold on to that, Charles said urgently. Don't try to control it, just hold it. Let it exist alongside everything else. Harry did. The warmth spread slowly, not the overwhelming surge of before but a gentle expansion. He felt his mother's presence, faint and distant, like a hand resting on his shoulder. His skin began to glow. There, Charles breathed. That's it. Now, can you cast while maintaining that state? Harry raised his wand, focusing on the training construct across the chamber. The warmth stayed with him, a constant presence beneath his combat focus. Stupefy. The spell that erupted from his wand was unlike anything he'd cast before. The usual red light was shot through with gold, and when it struck the construct, the impact sent shockwaves through the chamber floor. The construct dissolved. Not defeated, destroyed. Interesting, Charles said, his voice carrying a note of awe. Your mother's magic isn't separate from your combat casting. It enhances it. Amplifies it. He paused. I wonder what a proper combat spell would do. Harry thought about the Reductor Curse, one of the more destructive spells in his arsenal. Then he thought about what it might do enhanced by his mother's power. Let's hold off on testing that, he said. I don't want to collapse the chamber. Probably wise. The days passed. Harry's skills sharpened. His mother's gift became more accessible, though he still couldn't summon it at will, only by connecting to the emotions that powered it. And through it all, the magical world continued to turn. News reached Harry through the Grimoire's monitoring spells, ministry politics shifting in the wake of the boy who lived's re-emergence, old families maneuvering for position, the whisper networks of pure-blood society humming with speculation. The Potter heir was returning to the magical world, and everyone wanted to know what that meant. Harry read the reports and planned accordingly. The Malfoys will approach you, Charles predicted during one strategy session. Lucius Malfoy was a Death Eater, he claimed the Imperious defense, but no one truly believes it. His son Draco will be in your year. Expect an alliance overture disguised as friendship. How should I respond? Cautiously. The Malfoys are dangerous, but they're also useful. Lucius has deep connections in the ministry, and his wife Narcissa is a Black, one of the old families with knowledge and artifacts that could prove valuable. Don't make them enemies unless you have to. Harry filed this away alongside everything else. The magical world was a web of alliances and enmities, of ancient grudges and careful courtesies. Navigating it would require all the skills he'd developed pretending to be someone he wasn't. Just a different kind of pretending. The final night before September 1st arrived with a weight that felt almost physical. Harry stood in the chamber one last time, the grimoire floating before him, its pages blank and waiting. For years of training. For years of preparation. And now, finally, the beginning. I won't have regular access to you once I'm at Hogwarts, Harry said. The distance will make communication difficult. Not impossible, Charles replied. The bond between a Potter heir and the grimoire can stretch across any distance. But you're right, it will be harder. You'll need to rely on yourself more than you have before. I'm ready. Are you? Charles's projection moved closer, studying Harry with those sharp eyes. You're about to enter a world that has expectations for you. The boy who lived, the symbol of hope, the child who defeated the Dark Lord. They'll want you to be a hero, or a villain, depending on who's asking. They'll try to shape you into whatever serves their purposes. I know. Do you know what you want to be? Harry considered the question. A year ago, he might have said, safe. 6 months ago, powerful. Now. I want to be worthy, he said finally. Worthy of my parents' sacrifice. Worthy of my mother's gift. Worthy of the name Potter. Charles's smile was sad and proud and something else, something that looked almost like hope. Then you're more ready than any Potter heir in memory. He reached out, his incorporeal hand passing through Harry's shoulder. Go, Harry. Learn what the grimoire cannot teach. Make allies and enemies. Discover who you truly are, beneath the training and the masks and the expectations. And if I need you, I'll be here. As I've always been. As I always will be. Charles began to fade. The weight of legacy is heavy, Harry Potter. But you don't have to carry it alone. Your ancestors are with you, in the grimoire, in your blood, in every spell you cast. And your mother. His voice dropped to a whisper. Your mother is with you most of all. Never forget that. The projection vanished. The chamber fell silent. Harry stood alone in the golden light, feeling the hum of ancient magic around him and the warmth of his mother's gift in his chest. Tomorrow, everything would change. Tomorrow, the boy who lived would return to the magical world, and nothing would ever be the same. He climbed the ladder one final time, pushed open the trapdoor, and stepped into the ordinary world. Above him, stars wheeled in an ink-black sky. Somewhere out there, a train was waiting to carry him toward his destiny. Friends and enemies and challenges he couldn't yet imagine. Harry Potter smiled, not the mask, not the performance, but something real and fierce and ready. Let them come. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Language of Violence. The night was wrong. Harry felt it before he understood it, a pressure against his magical senses, a chill that had nothing to do with temperature. He'd been lying awake in his cupboard, running through mental exercises the grimoire had taught him, when the wrongness crept in like fog through a cracked window. He was on his feet before conscious thought caught up, his wand sliding into his hand with practiced ease. The cupboard door opened silently, he'd oiled the hinges months ago, and he slipped into the darkened hallway. The house was quiet. Vernon's snoring rumbled from upstairs, a constant in Harry's life that he'd long since learned to tune out. Petunia's lighter breathing. Dudley's occasional grunt as he shifted in his overlarge bed. But outside. Harry moved to the kitchen window and looked into the back garden. Nothing visible. Nothing obviously wrong. Just the same scraggly lawn, the same dying hedges, the same ordinary suburban nothing that had surrounded him his entire life. The wrongness intensified. He'd read about this feeling in the grimoire. The cold. The despair. The creeping sense that happiness was a lie and hope was a delusion. There was only one creature that radiated that kind of spiritual poison. Dementor. Harry's training took over. He was out the back door and moving through the garden before fear could crystallize, his wand raised, his mind already cycling through defensive options. A Dementor and Little Whinging made no sense, they were bound to Azkaban, controlled by the Ministry, never deployed in Muggle areas. But the wrongness was unmistakable, and Harry had learned long ago that the world rarely conformed to what made sense. The pressure led him away from Privet Drive, down the darkened streets toward the small park where he'd once hidden from Dudley's gang. The streetlights seemed dimmer than usual, their orange glow struggling against an encroaching shadow. The temperature dropped with every step. Harry rounded the corner and saw it. The Dementor hung at the center of the park like a tear in reality, a ragged, hooded figure that seemed to drink in the light around it. It was larger than the grimoire's descriptions had suggested, easily 3 meters tall, its rotting hands reaching towards something huddled on the ground beneath it. A person. A Muggle, from the looks of them, someone who'd been walking through the park and stumbled into a nightmare they couldn't possibly understand. Harry didn't hesitate. Expecto Patronum. The spell shot from his wand in a burst of silver light, but it wasn't enough. The Patronus charm required more than intent and technique, it required a happy memory powerful enough to drive back despair. Harry had practiced the theory, understood the mechanics, but he'd never faced a real Dementor before. The silver mist flickered and died. The Dementor turned. Even from 20 meters away, Harry felt the weight of its attention. The cold intensified, boring into his chest, reaching for something essential. Memories surfaced unbidden, the cupboard, the darkness, the endless parade of small cruelties that had defined his childhood. "You're nothing," something whispered. "You've always been nothing. The training, the power, the hope, all lies. You'll die here, alone and forgotten, just like you were always meant to." Harry's wand trembled in his hand. "Your parents abandoned you. Left you with people who hated you. If they truly loved you, why didn't they survive? Why didn't they find another way?" The Dementor glided closer. "Give up. Stop fighting. Let the cold take you. It's easier. It's what you deserve." Harry felt his knees buckle. The voice was so compelling, so reasonable. Why was he fighting? What was the point? He was just a boy playing at being a warrior, pretending he could make a difference in a world that had never wanted him. The warmth stirred in his chest. It started as a flicker, barely noticeable against the tsunami of despair. But it grew, fed by something deeper than memory. Not a single happy moment, but a presence. A love that had never stopped, never faded, never abandoned him even in death. His mother. Harry raised his wand again. The Dementor was close now, close enough that he could see the darkness beneath its hood, the absence where a face should be. Its breath rattled in the silence, carrying the scent of grave dirt and rotting hope. He didn't think about happy memories. He thought about his mother's hands weaving light around his crib. He thought about his father standing alone against impossible odds, buying time with every heartbeat. He thought about the choice they'd made, not to survive, but to ensure that he would. They hadn't abandoned him. They'd given him everything. Expecto Patronum. The spell erupted from his wand, not silver mist this time, but something else entirely. Golden light, shot through with silver, coalescing into a shape that made Harry's breath catch. A stag. It was massive, luminous, terrible in its beauty. Antlers like lightning, eyes like stars, hooves that struck sparks from nothing. It charged the Dementor with a ferocity that seemed almost personal, and when they collided, the Dementor screamed. Harry hadn't known they could scream. The sound was awful, a shriek of pure despair turned back on itself, and then the creature was fleeing, dissolving, tearing through the fabric of night in its desperate escape. The stag turned to look at Harry. For one endless moment, they stared at each other, the boy and the manifestation of his parents' love, given form through magic that defied categorization. Then the Patronus bowed its head and vanished. Harry stood alone in the park, trembling with exhaustion and something that might have been triumph. His first real fight. His first real victory. But there was no time to savor it. The Muggle was still lying on the ground, and Harry could hear voices in the distance, people roused by the unnatural cold, coming to investigate. He approached the fallen figure quickly, assessing. A woman, middle-aged, breathing but unconscious. The Dementor had fed on her before Harry arrived, but not long enough to cause permanent damage. She'd wake confused and terrified, with no memory of what had attacked her. Harry arranged her in a recovery position and slipped away before the first concerned neighbor arrived. The aftermath was more complicated than the fight itself. Harry sat in a chamber beneath Privet Drive, his hands still shaking slightly, while Charles's projection paced back and forth with an agitation Harry had never seen. A Dementor in Little Whinging. A rogue Dementor, apparently, since the Ministry would never authorize such a deployment. And you defeated it with a Patronus that manifested in a form I've never seen documented. The golden light, Harry said. My mother's magic. Combined with the traditional Patronus charm. The result was. Charles trailed off, shaking his head. I don't know what the result was, Harry. But I felt it through our bond. The magical signature was unlike anything in the Grimoire's records. Is that bad? I don't know if it's good or bad. I know it's unprecedented. And precedent, in the magical world, often determines survival. Charles stopped pacing and fixed Harry with a serious look. The Dementor's destruction will have been noticed. Not by Muggles, they can't perceive such things, but by anyone sensitive to magical disturbances within range. Someone was already watching. Harry thought back to the strange woman who'd visited Little Whinging months ago. You mentioned it before. Markers left behind. Yes. And this event will have confirmed whatever they suspected. Charles's voice was grim. You've announced yourself, Harry. Not intentionally, but effectively. The question now is, to whom? Harry considered this. An unknown enemy, possibly multiple enemies, now aware that the Potter heir was not the helpless child they might have expected. That could be advantageous. Fear was a weapon too, or it could accelerate whatever plans they'd been making. The Grimoire's monitoring spells, Harry said. Can we expand their range? Already done. I've been tracking unusual magical activity in the area since your training began. But whoever left those markers, they're careful. Patient. They haven't tripped any of my sensors. So we wait. We prepare, Charles corrected. Your departure for Hogwarts is in 3 weeks. Once you're inside those wards, most threats will have difficulty reaching you. But between now and then, I'll be careful. Be more than careful. Be invisible. Charles's projection began to fade. The magic you used tonight, don't use it again unless absolutely necessary. Every time you manifest that power, you paint a target on your back. The Potter Grimoire has enemies, Harry. Old enemies, patient enemies, enemies who have waited generations for a chance to strike. Harry nodded slowly. The Covenant. You remembered. Charles sounded surprised. You mentioned them once. An organization that hunts family grimoire holders. You said the grimoire had notes but nothing definitive. The notes are more extensive than I indicated. But I didn't want to burden you before you were ready. Charles's projection solidified slightly, his expression grave. The Covenant of Ashes. Founded in the aftermath of the Grimoire Wars, a series of conflicts between family magic holders that devastated magical Europe in the 16th century. The Potters were instrumental in ending those wars, but their methods were controversial. What did they do? They destroyed 3 family grimoires. Completely, utterly destroyed them, not just the books, but the magical lineages that sustained them. Entire bloodlines, erased to prevent the knowledge they held from being used for dark purposes. Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach. The Potters did that? The Potters led the coalition that did it. They argued, correctly, I believe, that the grimoires in question had been corrupted. That the knowledge they contained was too dangerous to exist. But the Covenant disagrees. They believe all magical knowledge belongs to all wizard kind, and that hoarding it in family lines is a form of tyranny. That's... Harry struggled for words. That's not entirely wrong. No. It's not. Charles's voice carried a weight that spoke of centuries of internal debate. The Covenant's philosophy has merit. But their methods, hunting grimoire holders, stealing knowledge through force, murdering heirs to break magical lineages, those methods are evil, regardless of the reasoning behind them. And they're hunting me. They're watching you. There's a difference, for now. Charles began to pace again. The attack tonight may not have been connected to them. Rogue Dementors do exist, Azkaban's control isn't perfect. But the timing is suspicious. And if the Covenant has found a way to direct such creatures, then the battle hasn't even started yet. No, Charles agreed. It hasn't. But it will, Harry. Make no mistake, it will. The question is whether you'll be ready when it comes. Harry thought about the golden stag, the scream of the fleeing Dementor, the warmth of his mother's love transformed into pure magical force. I'll be ready, he said. The days that followed were tense but uneventful. Harry maintained his usual routines, chores for the Dursleys, secret training in the chamber, the careful performance of mundane existence that had become second nature. But beneath the surface, everything had changed. He watched the shadows more carefully now. Studied the faces of passers-by for signs of unusual interest. Set passive detection wards around Privet Drive, keyed to alert him if anyone with magical abilities crossed into the neighborhood. 3 days after the Dementor attack, the wards triggered. Harry was in his cupboard when he felt it, a subtle pulse of recognition, someone with magic approaching from the east. He slipped out of the house through the back door and circled around, using concealment techniques the Grimoire had taught him to approach the intruder from an unexpected angle. He found her standing at the end of Privet Drive, staring at number 4 with an expression of intense concentration. She was young, early 20s, maybe, with dark hair cut short and practical. Her clothes were muggle but didn't quite fit right, the way Wizardborn never quite managed to pull off ordinary fashion. She held no wand that Harry could see, but the way she carried herself spoke of training. Combat training. Harry circled closer, staying downwind, letting the shadows mask his presence. The woman's lips moved in what might have been a diagnostic spell, and Harry saw faint traces of magic extend from her toward the house. She was probing the blood wards. His hand found his wand. One spell, from concealment, and she'd never see it coming. But Charles's warnings echoed in his mind, be invisible. Don't announce yourself. Instead, Harry watched. The woman's probes met the wards and reflected back, carrying no useful information. She frowned, tried a different approach, got the same result. After several minutes, she shook her head and turned away, and stopped, her eyes locked on the exact spot where Harry was hiding. You can come out, she said quietly. I know you're there. Harry didn't move. I'm not here to hurt you. If I were, I wouldn't have spent 10 minutes trying to analyze wards I could have simply walked through. Her voice was calm, professional. My name is Helena Vane. I've been watching you for several months. We need to talk. Vane. The Grimoire's notes mentioned that name, a family connected to the Covenant of Ashes, though the connection was complicated. Harry weighed his options. Talk about what? He didn't step out of concealment, but he let his voice carry. About what you are. About what you're becoming. About the people who want to destroy you and the people who want to use you. Helena's eyes tracked his voice with unnerving accuracy. About the Covenant, and why they're not what you think they are. And why should I trust anything you say? You shouldn't. Trust is earned, and I haven't earned yours yet. She reached slowly into her jacket and withdrew something small, a silver coin. But perhaps this will buy me enough credibility for a conversation. She tossed the coin toward his hiding spot. Harry caught it reflexively, felt the hum of old magic against his palm. The Potter crest on one side. On the other, that same unfamiliar symbol, circles and triangles and runes. Where did you get this? It belonged to your grandfather. Helena's voice softened. Fleamont Potter. He gave it to my mother 40 years ago, along with a promise. A promise the Covenant broke when they tried to recruit him. Harry turned the coin over in his hand. The Grimoire hadn't mentioned anything about Fleamont's connection to the Covenant, but that didn't mean it wasn't true. Some history was too dangerous to record. What kind of promise? A promise of reform. Of changing the Covenant from within, ending the violence, finding another way to share magical knowledge. Helena's expression turned bitter. It failed. My mother was killed for suggesting it. And the Covenant has spent the last 4 decades becoming exactly what the Potter family has always accused them of being, murderers and thieves wearing philosophy as a mask. But you're not one of them. I was. Until recently. She met his eyes directly, and Harry saw something there that surprised him, not fear or calculation, but grief. My brother leads the Covenant now. Malachar Vane. He's brilliant and charismatic and absolutely convinced that the ends justify any means. I spent years believing he was right. What changed? I met someone. A grimoire holder, from one of the smaller families. She wasn't a warrior or a politician, She was a healer, using her family's knowledge to cure diseases that conventional magic couldn't touch. When the Covenant came for her grimoire, I was supposed to help take it. Helena's voice broke slightly. I couldn't do it. I watched my brother's people kill her, and I couldn't be part of it anymore. So I ran. And I've been running ever since, trying to figure out how to stop what I helped create. Harry studied her for a long moment. The grimoire had taught him to read people, to assess threats and identify deception. Helena Vane showed none of the telltale signs of lying, but that didn't mean she was telling the truth. Only that she believed what she was saying. Why come to me? Because you're the one person who might be able to change things. The Potter Grimoire is the oldest, the most powerful, the most complete repository of family magic in existence. If anyone can challenge the Covenant's narrative, prove that grimoire knowledge can be shared responsibly, it's you. I'm 11 years old. And you just destroyed a Dementor with a Patronus that registered on magical sensors 300 miles away. Helena smiled faintly. Age is irrelevant, Harry Potter. Power is what matters. And you have power my brother dreams about. Harry stepped out of concealment, letting her see him properly for the first time. She was shorter than he'd expected, her features sharp and tired, her eyes carrying the weight of decisions she couldn't take back. You said the Covenant is hunting me. They're watching you. There's still debate about how to proceed. My brother wants to recruit you, others want to simply take the grimoire and eliminate the bloodline. But they'll make a move eventually. Soon, probably, now that you've demonstrated what you're capable of. And you're here to warn me. I'm here to offer an alliance. Helena spread her hands, showing she held no weapons. I know things about the Covenant that could help you survive. I have contacts inside the organization who disagree with my brother's methods. And I have knowledge of the Grimoire Wars, the real history, not the sanitized version, that the Potter Grimoire might not contain. Harry thought about the dark corners of his family's legacy. The destroyed grimoires. The erased bloodlines. The weight of legacy that Charles had mentioned but never fully explained. The Potters did terrible things, he said slowly. Didn't they? Every old family did terrible things. The question is whether you let the past define you or whether you choose a different path. Helena met his eyes squarely. I'm not asking you to trust me, Harry. I'm asking you to consider that the Covenant might have legitimate grievances, even if their methods are monstrous. And I'm asking you to consider that there might be a way to address those grievances without war. What kind of way? I don't know yet. That's what I'm hoping we can figure out together. She reached into her jacket again and withdrew a small piece of parchment. This is a way to contact me. If you decide you want to talk more, if you decide you want to try something other than fighting, use it. Harry took the parchment, feeling the communication enchantment woven into the fibers. And if I decide you're a threat? Then I imagine I'll find out exactly how powerful you really are. Helena's smile was sad but unafraid. I'm betting on your mother's influence, Harry Potter. Everything I've heard about Lily Evans suggests she was the kind of person who looked for solutions other than violence. I'm hoping her son is the same. She turned and walked away, disappearing around a corner before Harry could respond. He stood alone on Privet Drive, the silver coin in one hand and the parchment in the other, weighing futures he couldn't quite see. That night, Harry told Charles everything. The projection listened in silence, his expression unreadable, as Harry recounted the conversation. When Harry finished, Charles was quiet for a long moment. Helena Vane, he finally said. I remember her mother, Cassandra. Brilliant woman, absolutely committed to reforming the Covenant. Her death was, unfortunate. Unfortunate? Cassandra believed she could change the organization from within. She was wrong. Charles's voice was heavy. The Covenant's leadership has always been resistant to moderation. They believe, truly believe, that family grimoires represent a fundamental injustice, and that any action taken to correct that injustice is justified. Helena doesn't seem to believe that anymore. Perhaps not. But she was raised in that ideology, trained in their methods, complicit in their crimes. Defection doesn't erase history, Harry. It doesn't undo the damage she helped cause. Harry turned the silver coin over in his hands. She said my grandfather was connected to them. Charles was silent. The grimoire doesn't mention it, Harry pressed. Why? Because some things are too complicated to record. Too personal. Charles's projection flickered. Fremont Potter was a good man. One of the best of his generation. But he had idealistic tendencies that sometimes led him into dangerous situations. He tried to reform the Covenant. He believed it was possible. He spent years in dialogue with Cassandra Vane, trying to find common ground between their organization and the traditional grimoire families. When she was killed, Charles stopped, his expression pained. He blamed himself. He believed that his involvement had made her a target for the Covenant's more extreme elements. Was he right? I don't know. But the guilt consumed him. He withdrew from magical society, focused entirely on his potions research, and never spoke of the Covenant again. Your father inherited that silence. Harry absorbed this. His grandfather, carrying the weight of a failed peace attempt. His father, unknowingly inheriting that weight. And now Harry, standing at the crossroads of a conflict that had been building for generations. What do I do? That's not a question I can answer for you. Charles met his eyes squarely. Helena Vane could be a valuable ally. She could also be a sophisticated trap. The Covenant has used defectors as bait before. The sympathy angle is effective against idealistic targets. Am I idealistic? You're your mother's son. And your grandfather's grandson. Charles almost smiled. Idealism runs in the blood, even when it's tempered by pragmatism. Harry looked at the communication parchment. If I contact her, if I pursue this, I'm taking a risk. Yes. But if I don't, if I just prepare for war, I'm accepting that war is inevitable. Also yes. Harry thought about his mother weaving light around his crib. About the golden stag that had driven back the Dementor. About the warmth in his chest that came from love, not hate. My mother would have tried, he said quietly. She would have looked for another way. Your mother was extraordinary. But she was also mortal, and her choices led to her death. Her choices led to my survival. Harry's voice was firm. And to the defeat of Voldemort, at least temporarily. She found a way to turn love into a weapon, Charles. If that's not proof that there are solutions other than violence, I don't know what is. Charles studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Keep the parchment. Don't use it yet, give yourself time to think, to plan. And remember that whatever choice you make, you don't have to make it alone. His projection began to fade. The grimoire is with you, Harry. The legacy of 1,000 years. Use it wisely. The chamber fell silent. Harry sat with the coin and the parchment, thinking about wars that hadn't yet begun and peace that might still be possible. 2 weeks before the Hogwarts Express. Harry spent them in intensive preparation, not just combat training, but research. The grimoire's records on the Covenant were incomplete, but they existed. He traced the organization's history, its leadership, its methods. He studied the Grimoire Wars, reading accounts that made his stomach turn. The Potters had been instrumental in stopping that conflict. But they'd done it through destruction, erasing grimoires, eliminating bloodlines, using overwhelming force to break the cycle of magical escalation. Had there been another way? Had anyone tried to find one? The record suggested not. The Grimoire Wars had been existential, either the grimoires would destroy each other, or someone would destroy enough of them to end the fighting. The Potters had chosen option 2, accepting the moral weight of that choice because the alternative was worse. But now, centuries later, the consequences of that choice were hunting Harry. He didn't contact Helena Vane. Not yet. He needed more information, more perspective, more understanding of what he was dealing with. Rushing into an alliance, or a confrontation, would be foolish. Instead, he focused on what he could control, his own readiness. The combat training intensified. Charles introduced advanced techniques that Harry had only glimpsed before, battle magic designed for war, not dueling. Spells that could level buildings or shield against dark curses or turn the environment itself into a weapon. You may never need these, Charles said during one session. The magical world has been at relative peace since Voldemort's fall. But peace can end in moments, and a warrior must be ready for war even when it seems impossible. The Covenant isn't at peace, Harry pointed out. The Covenant is always at war. Just a quiet one, hidden from public view. Charles's expression was grim. They've been patient for generations, building strength, waiting for the right moment. Your emergence, the awakening of the Potter Grimoire's full power, may be the catalyst they've been waiting for. So by existing, I'm making things worse. By existing as a powerful grimoire holder, you're forcing the Covenant to act. Whether that's worse depends on how they choose to act, and how you respond. Charles paused. But remember, Harry, you didn't create this conflict. The Covenant has been hunting grimoire holders since before your grandfather was born. Eventually, they would have come for you regardless. At least now, you're prepared. Harry supposed that was true. Cold comfort, but true. He also worked on his mother's gift, the golden light that had powered his Patronus against the Dementor. It remained frustratingly unpredictable, responding to emotion rather than will, but he was learning to summon the emotional state that triggered it. The key, he discovered, wasn't trying to feel happy or loved. It was connecting to the presence that lived inside him, his mother's magic, her sacrifice made manifest. When he reached for that presence, acknowledged it, opened himself to it, the power responded. You're not casting a spell, Charles observed during one practice session. You're communing. Is that bad? It's unusual. Most magic is transactional, you provide intent and power, the universe provides effect. But this is more like a relationship. Your mother's magic responds to you because it recognizes you, cares about you, wants to protect you. Harry thought about that. His mother, still protecting him from beyond death. Still present, in some fundamental way, despite everything. Does she, know I'm here? That I'm using her gift? Charles was quiet for a moment. The grimoire doesn't have records of magic like this. I can't tell you what your mother's gift truly is or how conscious it might be. But I can tell you what I sense when you access it, love. Pure, unconditional, eternal love. Whatever survives of Lily Potter in that magic, it loves you with everything it is. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes and didn't try to stop them. For once, the emotion wasn't weakness, it was connection. Thank you, he whispered. To Charles. To his mother. To whatever force had given him this impossible gift. The golden light flickered around him, warm and welcoming, and for a moment Harry didn't feel like a soldier preparing for war. He felt like a son, held in his mother's arms. The night before September 1st arrived with a feeling of culmination. Harry packed his trunk with methodical precision, books, robes, supplies, carefully concealed extras the grimoire had recommended. His wand rested in its forearm holster, a comfortable weight against his skin. The silver coin from Helena Vane sat in his pocket, a reminder of choices yet to be made. He descended to the chamber one final time, standing in the golden light that had become as familiar as breathing. You're ready, Charles said. It wasn't a question. As ready as I can be. Harry looked around the chamber, memorizing its contours. Will I be able to contact you from Hogwarts? Yes, though not as easily as from here. The castle's wards will interfere with our bond, but they won't sever it. In emergencies, you'll be able to reach me. For routine communication. Charles hesitated. It will be harder. You'll need to rely on your training, your instincts, and the allies you make there. Allies. Harry thought about the students he'd be meeting. Children of families he'd studied, heirs to legacies both noble and dark. Anyone you'd recommend I approach? The Longbottoms are traditional Potter allies. Neville Longbottom will be in your year. His parents were Aurors, friends of your mother and father. They were tortured into insanity after Voldemort's fall, hunting Death Eaters. The boy was raised by his grandmother, Augusta, who is formidable but perhaps too overbearing. Anyone else? Susan Bones. Her Aunt Amelia is the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, one of the few ministry officials with genuine integrity. The Bones family lost many members in the war, including Susan's parents. She'll understand loss in a way most children don't. Harry filed these names away. What about potential threats? The Malfoys, as I mentioned. Also the Knots, the Crabs, the Goyles, families with strong Death Eater connections who claimed the Imperius defense. Their children will have been raised with prejudices and agendas that make friendship difficult. But not impossible. Nothing is impossible. But some things are unlikely enough to be treated as such, at least initially. Focus on building a core of trusted allies before attempting to convert enemies. Sound advice. Harry nodded slowly. There's something else. Charles's voice took on an unusual weight. Something I should have told you earlier, but I wanted to wait until you were ready to process it. What? Voldemort isn't dead. Harry felt the words hit him like a physical blow. What? The killing curse rebounded and destroyed his body, but his soul, something happened to it. Something that prevented true death. Charles's expression was grave. The Grimoire's monitoring spells have detected fragments of his magical signature persisting in the world. He's out there, somewhere, in some form. Weak, probably. Bodiless. But not gone. Harry thought about his scar, the connection to the Brother Wand, the dreams he sometimes had of cold laughter and red eyes. He's going to come back. Eventually. Unless someone finds and destroys whatever anchored his soul to this world. Charles paused. That's one of the reasons I've trained you so intensively, Harry. The war against Voldemort isn't over, it's been in remission. And when it flares up again, you'll be at the center of it. The boy who lived. More than that. The boy with a connection to Voldemort that neither side fully understands. The heir to a grimoire of unprecedented power. The carrier of magic that might be the key to defeating him permanently. Charles's voice softened. Your mother's sacrifice wasn't just about saving your life, Harry. I believe she was preparing you for something, building into you the tools you'd need for a confrontation that hasn't happened yet. Harry absorbed this. Voldemort, still out there. Still a threat. And Harry, carrying his mother's gift, his father's legacy, and 1,000 years of Potter battle magic. When you say, defeat him permanently, what does that mean? I don't know. The Grimoire has records of dark wizards who attempted similar soul-anchoring magic. None succeeded as completely as Voldemort seems to have. Whatever he did, it's beyond our documented knowledge. Charles hesitated. But your mother might have understood. She was researching something in the months before her death, something she never fully explained to your father. It's possible that whatever she learned informed the protection she gave you. So the answers might be in her research. If any of it survived. Your parents' home in Godric's Hollow was destroyed in the attack. Whatever notes or artifacts Lily kept there were likely lost. Harry thought about this. Lost knowledge. Hidden answers. A mystery that might hold the key to everything. I'll find out, he said. Whatever she knew, whatever she did, I'll find out. I believe you will. Charles smiled, and for once it looked genuinely warm. You've exceeded every expectation I had for you, Harry Potter. 4 years ago, you were a frightened child hiding in a shed. Now you're a trained battle mage with power that rivals adults twice your age. Whatever challenges await you at Hogwarts and beyond, you'll face them. Because I have to. Because you choose to. That's the difference. The weight of legacy can crush or strengthen, the deciding factor is always choice. Harry nodded slowly. Then, impulsively, he asked, "Do you think my parents would be proud of me?" Charles's projection flickered, and for a moment Harry thought he saw genuine emotion in those incorporeal eyes. "Harry," Charles said quietly, "I think your parents are proud of you." Present tense. Wherever they are, whatever form they take, I believe they're watching. And I believe they couldn't be more proud of the person you've become. Harry felt the golden warmth stir in his chest, confirming Charles's words in a way that transcended language. "Thank you," he whispered. "For everything. Thank me by surviving. By thriving. By proving that the Potter legacy is more than battle magic and old grudges." Charles began to fade. Go to Hogwarts, Harry. Learn what the Grimoire cannot teach. Make your own choices, forge your own path. And know that whatever happens, you are not alone. The projection vanished. Harry stood in the chamber for a long moment, surrounded by golden light and the weight of everything he'd learned. Then he climbed the ladder for the last time and emerged into the ordinary world. Tomorrow, everything would change. He was ready. The morning of September 1st dawned bright and clear. Harry ate breakfast with the Dursleys in silence, his last meal in this house for months, though they didn't know that. Vernon and Petunia had settled into a careful avoidance strategy since his birthday, treating him like a dangerous animal that might attack if provoked. Dudley just looked confused, his tiny brain unable to process the change in family dynamics. At 10 o'clock, Harry collected his trunk and walked out the front door without saying goodbye. The night bus took him to London. The transformation from Muggle world to magical happened gradually, ordinary streets giving way to hidden passages, mundane crowds replaced by robed figures moving with purpose. King's Cross Station. Platform 9 3/4. Harry pushed his trolley toward the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, watching other families navigate the transition. A flash of red hair caught his attention, a large family, obviously magical, the mother's voice carrying across the station. Packed with Muggles, of course. Now, what's the platform number? 9 3/4. A small girl piped up. "Mum, can't I go? You're not old enough, Ginny." "Now, Percy, you first." Harry watched the oldest boy disappear through the barrier, then two identical twins, then a third boy with a smudge on his nose. The mother turned, spotted Harry watching, and smiled. "First time at Hogwarts?" Ron's new too. The boy with the smudge, Ron, looked deeply uncomfortable. Harry understood the feeling. "Yes, ma'am." "Thank you." He pushed through the barrier before she could ask questions, emerging onto a platform filled with steam and noise and the gleaming scarlet of the Hogwarts Express. Students everywhere, reuniting after summer, saying goodbye to parents, loading trunks and pets and the accumulated chaos of returning to school. Harry found an empty compartment near the back of the train and settled in. His trunk went into the overhead rack, his wand remained in its holster, and he allowed himself to simply watch as the platform filled. The Malfoy family caught his attention immediately. Lucius was exactly as the Grimoire had described, pale, aristocratic, carrying himself with the casual arrogance of inherited power. His wife Narcissa was beautiful in a cold way, her attention focused entirely on their son. Draco. Harry's age, blonde and sharp-featured, already wearing his Hogwarts robes with obvious pride. He said something to his father that Harry couldn't hear, and Lucius's smile was thin and predatory. Something to watch, definitely. The train whistle sounded. Last-minute goodbyes, scrambling students, the organized chaos of departure. Harry's compartment door slid open, and the red-headed boy, Ron, stuck his head in. "Anyone sitting there?" He gestured at the empty seats. "Everywhere else is full." Go ahead. Ron entered, dragging a battered trunk, and threw himself into the seat opposite Harry. Thanks. I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley. Harry. Harry Potter. Ron's eyes went wide. Are you really? I mean, do you have the... Harry pushed back his fringe, revealing the lightning scar. Wicked. Ron breathed the word like a prayer. Fred and George told me about you, but I thought, you're real. Last time I checked. Harry kept his voice light, his expression open. Ron Weasley, one of 7 children, father worked in the ministry, family known for being firmly anti-dark. Possible ally. Is it true you have 5 brothers? 6, counting me. Bill and Charlie already graduated. Bill's a cursebreaker for Gringotts, Charlie works with dragons in Romania. Then there's Percy, he's a prefect, thinks he's really important. And Fred and George, they're twins, they're in 3rd year and they're absolutely mental. Ron grinned. And Ginny, my sister, but she's not old enough yet. Big family. Yeah, well. Ron's grin faded slightly. Everything I have is secondhand. Robes, books, even my wand, it's Charlie's old one, unicorn hairs nearly poking out. Harry thought about his vault at Gringotts, the piles of gold that could buy Ron's family 10 times over. And he thought about his cupboard under the stairs, the hand-me-downs from Dudley, the careful economy of survival. Secondhand works fine, he said. It's what you do with it that matters. Ron brightened. Yeah. That's a good way to look at it. The train began to move. Platform 9 3/4 slid away, replaced by the backs of ordinary houses, then countryside. Harry watched the world transform, feeling the weight of everything he was leaving behind and everything that lay ahead. So, Ron said, settling in for conversation, have you thought about which house you want to be in? Harry had, actually. He'd studied the 4 houses extensively, Gryffindor for the brave, Slytherin for the ambitious, Ravenclaw for the wise, Hufflepuff for the loyal. His parents had been Gryffindors. Most Potters were. But the Sorting Hat would see into his mind, see the training and the secrets and the carefully constructed masks. What would it make of him? Gryffindor seems good, he said. What about you? Gryffindor, definitely. All my family's been in it. Imagine if I was in Slytherin, Mum would disown me. Ron shuddered dramatically. That's where all the dark wizards come from. You know who was in Slytherin. Harry filed this away. The prejudice against Slytherin ran deep, then, even in families that opposed dark magic. That would make any potential Slytherin alliances more complicated. The compartment door slid open again, and a bushy-haired girl stuck her head in. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. No, Ron said. Sorry. The girl, Hermione, Harry would later learn, lingered anyway, her eyes sweeping the compartment with obvious curiosity. When they landed on Harry, recognition flickered. You're Harry Potter. I've read about you in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. That's a lot of reading. I like to be prepared. She seemed almost defensive. I'm Hermione Granger. I'm Muggle-born, but I've studied everything I can find. This is all so exciting, Hogwarts is the best magical school there is. I've memorized all the textbooks already, of course, but there's so much more to learn from practical experience. Harry studied her carefully. Hermione Granger, smart, driven, obviously insecure beneath the know-it-all exterior. The way she presented her knowledge was defensive, preemptive, proving her worth before anyone could question it. He recognized the strategy. He'd used a version of it himself, once. That's impressive, he said, and meant it. I haven't memorized all the textbooks. Oh. Hermione seemed thrown by the compliment. Well. I should keep looking for Neville's toad. She disappeared, and Ron let out a breath. Mental, that one. Smart, Harry corrected. There's a difference. Ron looked at him with new consideration. You're not what I expected. What did you expect? I don't know. Someone more, famous. You seem normal. Ron paused. That came out wrong. I know what you meant. Harry smiled slightly. And thanks. I'd rather be normal than famous any day. The rest of the journey passed in comfortable conversation. They talked about Quidditch. Ron was passionate about the Chudley cannons, about wizard chess. Ron was apparently excellent, about the various courses Hogwarts offered. Harry let Ron do most of the talking, absorbing information while projecting the image of an interested, slightly naive first year. The sun set. Darkness fell. And finally, the train began to slow. We must be nearly there, Ron said, pressing his face to the window. I can see lights. Harry gathered his things, feeling the familiar hum of his wand against his forearm. Through the window, he could see the outline of a massive castle, its towers and turrets silhouetted against the stars. Hogwarts. He'd read about it in the Grimoire. Studied its layout, its history, its wards. But seeing it, feeling the ancient magic that saturated the very air around it, this was real. This was happening. Harry Potter was coming home. The first years were led to boats that carried them across a black lake, giving them a perfect view of the castle rising before them. Harry sat in a boat with Ron, Hermione, and a round-faced boy who clutched a toad with desperate relief, Neville, presumably. Nobody spoke. The sight of Hogwarts rendered words unnecessary. The boats deposited them at an underground harbor, and they climbed stone steps to massive doors that opened onto a torchlit entrance hall. A stern-looking woman in emerald robes waited for them, Professor McGonagall, according to the Grimoire's faculty notes. Strict, fair, deeply competent. Not someone to underestimate. Welcome to Hogwarts, she said, and her voice carried the weight of centuries of tradition. The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. She explained the house system, the point system, the end-of-year cup, the way houses became family during their years at school. Harry half listened, his attention focused on the nervous energy of the students around him. Draco Malfoy stood with two large boys who looked like bodyguards, his expression was carefully bored, masking obvious anxiety. Good. Even the confident ones were scared. McGonagall led them into the Great Hall, and Harry let himself feel a moment of genuine awe. The ceiling reflected the night sky outside, candles floating in midair, for long tables packed with students. At the front, a high table for staff, dominated by a silver-bearded figure in the center chair. Dumbledore. Harry felt the headmaster's attention settle on him, a feather-light touch against his mental shields, professionally disguised as general observation. Legilimency, subtle but unmistakable. He let Dumbledore see exactly what he expected, a nervous first year, overwhelmed by magic, hoping for the best. The real Harry stayed hidden behind walls the headmaster couldn't breach. The Sorting Hat sat on a stool before the high table. It sang a song about the houses, their founders, their virtues, standard fare, according to the Grimoire. Then McGonagall began calling names. Abbott, Hannah. A pink-faced girl stumbled forward, sat on the stool, and had the hat placed on her head. A moment later, Hufflepuff. The sorting continued. Harry watched each student carefully, cataloguing faces and houses. Hermione Granger went to Gryffindor, Ron groaned quietly. Neville Longbottom, the boy with the toad, also became a Gryffindor, though he looked surprised by it. Malfoy, Draco. The blond boy swaggered forward, and the hat barely touched his head before shouting, Slytherin. Draco joined his house table with obvious satisfaction, already settling into the role of prince among his peers. Then, finally, Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Harry felt every eye turn toward him, some curious, some hostile, some odd. The boy who lived, in the flesh. He walked to the stool with steady steps, letting nothing show on his face. The hat descended over his eyes, and suddenly he was somewhere else, a dark space, formless, where a voice spoke directly into his mind. My. What do we have here? Harry said nothing, keeping his shields tight. No need for that, young Potter. I can't read what you don't show me, and I must say, you're hiding quite a lot. The hat sounded amused. For years of training. Battle magic. A clemency that would make most adults weep with envy. This is highly irregular. Is that a problem? A problem? No. Interesting. Very. The hat paused. You could do well in any house, you know. Slytherin would nurture your ambition. Ravenclaw would appreciate your thirst for knowledge. Hufflepuff would value your loyalty, yes, I see it there, beneath all the walls. And Gryffindor? Gryffindor requires courage. Not the absence of fear, but the will to act despite it. Another pause. You have that. But you have something else too, something I haven't seen in a very long time. What? Choice. The hat's voice was soft. You've chosen who you want to be. Not out of circumstance or necessity, but through deliberate decision. That's rarer than you might think. Harry thought about his parents. About the cupboard and the chamber and everything in between. About the path he'd walked to get here, not easy, not simple, but his. I choose Gryffindor. I thought you might. The hat seemed to smile. Very well. Better be, Gryffindor. The last word echoed through the hall, and the Gryffindor table erupted in cheers. Harry walked toward them, accepting handshakes and backslaps, finding a seat beside Ron and Hermione. The boy who lived had come to Hogwarts. And beneath the masks and the secrets and the careful performance, Harry Potter smiled. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, Masks. We were the first week at Hogwarts was an exercise in strategic boredom. Harry sat through classes that taught him things he'd mastered years ago, answered questions with carefully calculated hesitation, and performed spells at a level just slightly above average. Not enough to draw attention, not poor enough to invite concern. The perfect middle ground of mediocrity. It was exhausting. Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall proved the most challenging, not because the magic was difficult, but because McGonagall watched her students with an intensity that made hiding uncomfortable. When she demonstrated the matchstick-to-needle transformation on the first day, Harry felt his fingers itch to show her what he could really do. Instead, he took 3 attempts to produce a needle that was still slightly wooden at the tip. Not bad, Potter, McGonagall said, examining his work. Keep practicing. Harry nodded, keeping his expression appropriately pleased. Beside him, Hermione had produced a perfect needle on her second try and was practically vibrating with suppressed pride. Ron's matchstick had turned silver but refused to become pointy. The contrast suited Harry's purposes. Let Hermione be the exceptional one. Let Ron be the struggling friend. Harry would be the average hero, coasting on fame rather than ability. Charms was easier to fake, Professor Flitwick was enthusiastic but less observant, and the early curriculum focused on theory rather than practical work. History of magic was a joke, Professor Binns droned through lectures that put half the class to sleep, and Harry used the time to review Grimoire lessons in his mind. Herbology with Professor Sprout was pleasant, if basic. Astronomy required staying up late to chart stars Harry had already memorized. And defense against the dark arts was a problem. Professor Quirrell stood at the front of the classroom, his purple turban slightly askew, his hands trembling as he wrote on the blackboard. He smelled of garlic, supposedly to ward off a vampire he'd encountered in Albania, and he stuttered through his lectures with a nervousness that made most students dismiss him as incompetent. Harry knew better. The first time Quirrell had looked at him, really looked, during that initial class, Harry had felt something brush against his scar. Not pain, exactly. Recognition. As if something behind Quirrell's watery eyes was reaching out, testing, probing. Harry had slammed his mental shields closed and spent the rest of the class maintaining them. P. Potter, Quirrell said now, 3 classes later, his stutter particularly pronounced. Can you tell us the difference between a jinx and a hex? Harry pretended to think. A jinx is minor and temporary. Like making someone's legs dance. A hex is more serious, longer-lasting effects. Very good. F5 points to Gryffindor. Harry nodded and returned to his careful note-taking, feeling Quirrell's attention linger on him for a moment too long before moving on. After class, Ron fell into step beside him. Quirrell's a mess, isn't he? My brother said he used to be all right, before he took a year off to travel. Something must have scared him pretty badly. Maybe. Harry kept his voice neutral. The world has scary things in it. Yeah, but he's a defense teacher. You'd think he'd be used to it. Harry thought about what might have happened to Quirrell in Albania. About the fragment of Voldemort's soul that the Grimoire suspected was still anchored to the world. About brother wands and prophecies and the feeling of something ancient pressing against his scar. Some things, he said quietly, you never get used to. The first real test of Harry's patience came during Friday's potions class. The dungeons were cold, lit by flickering torches that cast dancing shadows across stone walls. Cauldrons bubbled on workbenches, filling the air with acrid fumes that made Harry's eyes water. And at the front of the room, Professor Severus Snape surveyed his new students with undisguised contempt. Harry had studied Snape extensively. The Grimoire's records painted a complicated picture: brilliant potions master, former Death Eater who had turned spy for Dumbledore, deeply connected to Harry's mother in ways that remained unclear. The man was dangerous, vindictive, and absolutely devoted to punishing the children of his enemies. Which made Harry a prime target. Ah, yes, Snape said, his voice soft and silky as he called roll. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. Draco Malfoy sniggered from across the room. Harry kept his expression blank. Tell me, Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The question was advanced, second or third year material at minimum. Harry knew the answer instantly: the draft of living death, one of the most powerful sleeping potions ever developed. The Grimoire had extensive notes on its variations and countermeasures. I don't know, sir. Snape's lip curled. Let's try again. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? In the stomach of a goat. Universal antidote to most poisons. Basic knowledge for any serious potion student. I don't know, sir. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They were the same plant. Also called aconite. Used in numerous potions, most notably the wolfsbane potion that suppressed werewolf transformations. I don't know, sir. Snape leaned forward, his dark eyes boring into Harry's. Tut, tut. Fame clearly isn't everything. A point from Gryffindor for your lack of preparation. Hermione's hand was in the air, practically vibrating with the desire to answer. Snape ignored her. For your information, Potter, asphodel and wormwood make a sleeping potion so powerful it is known as the draught of living death. A bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat and will save you from most poisons. As for monkshood and wolfsbane, they are the same plant, which also goes by the name of aconite. He paused. Well. Why aren't you all copying that down? The scratch of quills filled the room. Harry wrote slowly, keeping his movements unhurried, refusing to let Snape see any reaction. But something had shifted during the exchange. When Harry had said, I don't know, the third time, he'd seen a flicker in Snape's eyes, not triumph, but confusion. As if the professor had expected a different response and wasn't sure how to interpret the one he'd received. Interesting. The rest of the lesson was predictably awful. Snape swept through the room criticizing everyone except his Slytherins, praising Draco Malfoy's mediocre work while ignoring Hermione's perfect technique. When Neville melted his cauldron, an accident that Harry suspected was more nerves than incompetence, Snape blamed Harry for not preventing it. By the end of class, Gryffindor had lost 10 points and gained a collective hatred of their potions master. "That was horrible," Ron muttered as they climbed out of the dungeons. "Snape's a nightmare. Did you see how he went after you?" "I noticed." "What was that about, anyway?" "The questions, I mean. Nobody could have answered those, they're not even in our textbooks." Harry shrugged. "Maybe he wanted to make a point. Famous Harry Potter doesn't know everything." "That's rubbish. Ron's loyalty was fierce and immediate. You didn't do anything wrong. He's just a bully." Harry kept his voice even. "I've dealt with bullies before. They only have power if you let them get to you." Ron looked at him with something like admiration. "You're really calm about this. Getting angry won't change his behavior. It'll just make him feel like he's winning." Harry paused at the top of the stairs. "Besides, it's just one class. We have 6 more years to figure out how to deal with him." That night, Harry lay awake in his 4-poster bed, listening to the sounds of his dormitory mates sleeping. Ron's snoring was surprisingly loud for someone so thin. Neville muttered in his dreams, words that sounded like "gran" and "sorry." Seamus Finnegan had set his bed curtains on fire earlier and they still smelled faintly of smoke. Harry's mind was elsewhere. Snape's questions had been a test, that much was obvious. But a test of what? His knowledge? His temper? His willingness to play the humble hero? The Grimoire had warned him about Snape. The man had been in love with Lily Potter, or at least, had loved her in whatever twisted way he was capable of. He'd joined the Death Eaters, heard a prophecy about a child who could defeat Voldemort, and reported it to his master. When that prophecy had targeted the Potters, Snape had switched sides, becoming Dumbledore's spy. But his motivations were murky. Did he genuinely regret his choices? Was his conversion sincere? Or was he simply trying to ease his guilt by protecting Lily's son while simultaneously punishing him for being James's child? Harry didn't know. And until he did, he would treat Snape as a threat, watched carefully, engaged minimally, never trusted. His thoughts drifted to other concerns. Quirrell and the presence Harry sensed behind his turban. The Philosopher's Stone hidden somewhere in the castle, Harry had confirmed its presence through careful observation of the third-floor corridor. Dumbledore's subtle attention, testing and probing without ever directly confronting. And beyond Hogwarts, the larger game. The Covenant watching. Helena Vane waiting for a response he hadn't yet decided to give. Voldemort, somewhere in the world, biding his time. Harry closed his eyes and reached for the connection to the Grimoire. It was weaker here, filtered through Hogwarts' ancient wards, but still present. "Charles?" The response came slowly, like a voice through water. "Harry. You've been busy. The defense teacher. There's something wrong with him. I felt it too, when you were in his class. Something, parasitic. Feeding on him." A pause. "Be careful, Harry. Whatever is inside Quirrell, it's old and powerful. It may be connected to Voldemort." "That's what I thought. Do not confront it directly. Not yet. You're not ready for that fight." Harry knew Charles was right. Whatever lived behind Quirrell's stuttering facade, it was beyond an 11-year-old's ability to defeat, even an 11-year-old with 4 years of battle training. He would need to gather more information, understand what he was dealing with, before taking action. What about Snape? Complicated. He was a Death Eater, but Dumbledore trusts him. That trust may be misplaced, or it may be based on information we don't have. Another pause. Treat him as dangerous but not necessarily hostile. His hatred of you seems personal, rooted in the past rather than current allegiance. My father. Yes. James Potter and Severus Snape had a difficult history. The details are not in the Grimoire's records, but the enmity was deep. Snape may be projecting that enmity onto you. Even though I haven't done anything. Grief and hatred don't require logic. Charles's voice softened. Your mother was Snape's friend, once. Before Hogwarts, before the war, before everything went wrong. If any part of that friendship remains, it may be your best protection against him. Harry thought about that. Snape had loved Lily, or at least, had loved what she represented to him. If Harry could find a way to remind him of that connection, to appeal to the part of Snape that still mourned her. But that would require showing vulnerability. Letting Snape see past the mask to the real Harry beneath. And Harry wasn't ready for that. Not yet. Not until he understood more about what Snape truly wanted. One more thing, Charles said, his voice growing fainter as the connection weakened. The Malfoy boy has been watching you. Carefully. He may approach soon. I know. I'm ready. Be careful what you show him. The Malfoys are skilled at reading people, it's how they've survived so many changes in magical politics. Lucius will have trained his son in the same arts. Understood. The connection faded completely, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. He stared at the canopy of his bed, watching shadows dance in the candlelight, and planned for the confrontation he knew was coming. The second week of classes brought new challenges. Flying lessons, shared with Slytherin, proved to be a flashpoint that Harry hadn't anticipated. Madame Hooch instructed them on the basics, summoning brooms, mounting properly, kicking off gently. Standard first-year curriculum. Then Neville panicked. Harry saw it happening before anyone else did, Neville's grip too tight on the broom, his body rigid with terror, his magic responding to fear instead of intent. The broom shot upward like a rocket, carrying its screaming passenger toward the castle towers. Harry moved without thinking. His own broom was in his hand before conscious thought caught up, and he was in the air a heartbeat later. The wind tore at his robes as he angled toward Neville's spiraling trajectory, calculating intercept vectors with practiced precision. Neville's broom bucked, throwing him sideways. He lost his grip. Harry dove. The world narrowed to a single point, Neville's falling body, the ground rushing up, the absolute certainty that he could not let this happen. His broom responded to his will like an extension of his body, accelerating beyond what should have been possible for a school broom. He caught Neville's arm 10 meters from the ground, arresting their fall with a combination of magic and physics that made his shoulder scream in protest. They hit the grass in a controlled tumble, not graceful, but alive. For a moment, there was silence. Then Madame Hooch was there, checking Neville for injuries, sending him to the hospital wing with a broken wrist but nothing worse. And Harry stood in the center of a ring of staring students, realizing he'd just blown his cover spectacularly. That was incredible. Ron's voice broke the spell. Harry, you flew like, I've never seen anyone fly like that. Natural talent, Draco Malfoy said, his voice carrying across the pitch. Or is it? That catch looked rather practiced. Harry met Draco's eyes and saw calculation there. The Malfoy heir was thinking, reassessing, fitting this new data into whatever model he'd been building. Beginner's luck, Harry said lightly. Right place, right time. Of course. Draco's smile didn't reach his eyes. We should talk sometime, Potter. Properly. I think we might have more in common than you realize. The opening gambit. Harry had been expecting it, but not quite so soon. Neville's accident had accelerated Draco's timeline, forced his hand before he was fully ready. Sure, Harry said. Whenever you want. He walked away before Draco could respond, feeling the Slytherin stare on his back all the way to the castle. That evening, McGonagall summoned Harry to her office. He went expecting trouble, surely saving Neville didn't outweigh breaking the rules about flying, and found instead an unexpected opportunity. Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, was waiting with barely contained excitement. "A seeker," McGonagall said, her stern expression softened by something that might have been pride. "The youngest in a century. Your father would have been proud, he was an excellent chaser in his day." Harry accepted the position with appropriate surprise and gratitude, all while his mind raced through implications. Quidditch would put him in the spotlight, make hiding harder. But it would also give him access to team dynamics, older students, and the social capital that came with athletic success. A calculated risk. Worth taking. "Thank you, Professor," he said. "I'll do my best." "See that you do." McGonagall's eyes lingered on him for a moment. "And Potter, that was a remarkable catch. Don't waste that talent hiding in the crowd." Harry wasn't sure if she meant Quidditch or something else entirely. The confrontation with Draco came 3 days later. Harry was leaving the library when he found his path blocked by 3 figures, Draco in the center, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. The corridor was empty, suspiciously so, suggesting Draco had arranged for privacy. "Potter." Draco's voice was cordial, almost friendly. "Got a moment?" "Malfoy. Your friends always follow you around like that." Draco's smile flickered. "Vincent and Gregory are associates, not friends. There's a difference." "Is there?" "In our world, yes." Draco stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Look, Potter, I think we got off on the wrong foot. My father says you're important, the boy who lived and all that. I should have introduced myself properly instead of insulting my only friend in front of the whole train." Draco had the grace to look slightly embarrassed. "The Weasleys aren't exactly the right sort. I was trying to help you, make sure you knew who you should be associating with." "And who's the right sort?" "People who can help you. People with connections, influence, power." Draco's voice dropped further. "People who understand how the magical world really works, Potter. Not the fairy tale version they teach in classes, but the actual politics. The alliances, the debts, the favors that make things happen." Harry studied him. Draco Malfoy, 11 years old, already steeped in the cynicism of pure-blood politics. He wasn't wrong about how power worked, the Grimoire had taught Harry the same lessons. But his offer came wrapped in assumptions about blood and status that Harry found distasteful. "And you're offering to educate me?" "I'm offering to be your ally." Draco's eyes were intense now, any pretense of casual conversation abandoned. "You're famous, Potter. The whole wizarding world knows your name. But fame fades. My family has been powerful for centuries because we understand how to turn fame into influence, influence into control. Control over what? Everything that matters. The ministry, the Wisengamot, the old families. My father has connections everywhere, people who owe him favors, people who need his support, people who fear his displeasure." Draco paused. "He could be your ally too. All you'd have to do is, reconsider your choices." "Meaning?" "Weasley. Granger. The people you're spending time with. They're dragging you down, Potter." A blood traitor family and a mudblood, Draco saw something in Harry's expression and quickly amended, "a Muggleborn. They can't help you. They can only hurt your reputation." Harry was quiet for a long moment. He could feel Crabbe and Goyle shifting behind Draco, uncertain what to do if this conversation went badly. He could see the hope in Draco's eyes, the desperate desire to recruit the famous Harry Potter to his cause. And beneath all of that, he could see a child. 11 years old, raised by people who had taught him that blood mattered more than character, that power came from cruelty, that the measure of a person was the status of their family. Draco Malfoy wasn't a villain. Not yet. He was a product of his environment, shaped by forces he didn't understand, following a path that had been laid out for him before he was born. Harry could reject him. Humiliate him. Make an enemy for life. Or he could try something different. Let me ask you something, Malfoy. Harry's voice was calm, conversational. What do you want? Draco blinked. What? Not what your father wants. Not what your family expects. What do you, Draco Malfoy, actually want for yourself? The question clearly caught Draco off guard. His practiced political face flickered, revealing something younger and more uncertain beneath. I want to be important. To matter. To make my family proud. Those are all about other people's opinions. Harry stepped closer, close enough that Crabbe and Goyle tensed but didn't move. I'm asking what you want for you. If nobody was watching. If nobody cared. What would you do? Draco's mouth opened, closed, opened again. I don't, that's not how it works. Maybe it should be. Harry stepped back, giving Draco space to breathe. I'm not going to be your ally against Ron and Hermione. They're my friends, and I don't abandon friends for political convenience. But I'm not going to be your enemy either, not unless you force me to be. You're making a mistake, Potter. Maybe. Or maybe I'm making the first choice that's actually mine. Harry smiled slightly. Think about what I asked you, Malfoy. Figure out what you really want. Then come talk to me again. We might have more to discuss than you realize. He walked away, leaving Draco standing in the corridor with an expression of complete confusion. It wasn't friendship. It wasn't alliance. But it was something, a seed planted, a door left open. Whether anything grew from it would depend on Draco's choices. And isn't that how it should be? The weeks flowed into each other, settling into the rhythm of school life. Harry continued his performance of mediocrity in classes, though it grew harder to maintain. Hermione's constant excellence made his deliberate average seem suspicious by comparison, and Ron's casual underachievement provided little cover. He adjusted his strategy, allowing himself to excel in defense against the dark arts, since everyone expected the boy who lived to be good at that, while remaining steadfastly ordinary elsewhere. Quidditch practice consumed several evenings each week. Oliver Wood was a driven captain, obsessed with winning the House Cup, and he pushed the team through drills that reminded Harry of his grimoire training. The other players accepted Harry quickly, his natural ability was undeniable, and his work ethic earned respect. Flying, Harry discovered, was the one thing he didn't have to hide. His training had focused on ground combat, magical technique, strategic thinking. But flying came from somewhere else, an instinctive connection to movement and space that the grimoire couldn't explain. In the air, Harry could simply be good, without pretense, without calculation. It was liberating. His relationship with Ron deepened into genuine friendship. Ron was uncomplicated in ways Harry found refreshing, loyal, honest, quick to anger but equally quick to forgive. He didn't have hidden agendas or political calculations. He was simply Ron, and that simplicity was its own kind of gift. Hermione was more complicated. She noticed things, the way Harry's lucky guesses in class were slightly too consistent, the books he read that weren't on any syllabus, the careful way he avoided showing what he could really do. She asked questions, probed inconsistencies, tried to understand the puzzle that Harry represented. Harry deflected when he could, admitted to extra reading when he couldn't, and slowly built a friendship that was based more on trust than transparency. Hermione didn't know his secrets, but she knew he had them, and she chose to accept that, at least for now. Neville Longbottom proved an unexpected addition to their circle. After Harry saved him from the fall, Neville attached himself to the group with a gratitude that was almost painful to witness. He was terrified of everything, professors, classmates, his own magic, but beneath the fear was a stubborn determination that Harry recognized. Neville had survived trauma. His parents tortured into insanity, his childhood dominated by a grandmother who demanded he live up to expectations he couldn't meet. He was broken in ways that showed, unlike Harry, whose breaks were hidden beneath careful walls. But broken things could be rebuilt. And Neville had more strength than anyone, including himself, seemed to realize. Halloween approached, bringing with it a growing tension that Harry couldn't quite identify. The Grimoire's connection had grown stronger over the weeks as Harry learned to work with Hogwarts wards rather than against them. Charles confirmed that Quirrell was still a threat. The parasitic presence behind his turban had been dormant but was now stirring, responding to something Harry couldn't detect. The Philosopher's Stone. It had to be. Whatever Voldemort, if that's what inhabited Quirrell, wanted with the stone, he was growing impatient. Harry began watching Quirrell more carefully. The professor's behavior had patterns, absences at predictable intervals, visits to the third-floor corridor that he thought no one noticed, furtive conversations with Snape that ended abruptly when anyone approached. And Snape was watching too. Not just Harry, he watched Quirrell with the intensity of a hawk observing a snake. Whatever their relationship, it wasn't friendly. If anything, Snape seemed to be protecting the stone against whatever Quirrell was planning. Enemy of my enemy? Or something more complicated? Harry filed it away for future analysis and focused on the immediate problem, surviving his first Hogwarts Halloween. The feast was spectacular. Bats swooped between floating candles, pumpkins the size of carriages lined the walls, and mountains of food covered every table. Harry sat with Ron, Hermione, and Neville, enjoying the first truly joyful celebration he'd ever experienced. Then Quirrell burst through the doors. Troll. In the dungeons. Thought you ought to know. He collapsed in a dead faint, genuine or theatrical, Harry couldn't tell. Chaos erupted. Students screamed, teachers shouted orders, and Dumbledore's voice cut through the noise with a command that sent everyone to their dormitories immediately. Harry moved with the crowd, his mind racing. A troll in the dungeons was serious. Mountain trolls were 12 feet of muscle and stupidity, resistant to most magic, capable of killing with a single blow from their massive clubs. How had one gotten into the castle? Past the wards, past the protections, past everything that should have kept such creatures out. Unless someone let it in. The thought crystallized as Harry reached the Gryffindor common room. Someone had let the troll in. A distraction, maybe, drawing attention away from something else, somewhere else. The third-floor corridor. Harry should have stayed safe. Should have trusted the teachers to handle the troll, trusted Dumbledore to protect the stone, trusted the system that was supposed to keep students from harm. But systems failed. And in that failure, people got hurt. Hermione, Harry said suddenly. She doesn't know about the troll. Ron's face went pale. You're right. She's been in the girls' bathroom all afternoon. She was upset about something, wouldn't tell me what. The bathroom was on the first floor. The dungeons were below. If the troll had moved, if it had wandered upward instead of staying where it was supposed to be. Harry was out the portrait hole before anyone could stop him. Ron caught up with him in the second-floor corridor. Are you mental? There's a troll loose. I know. That's why we need to find Hermione. But the teachers are going to the dungeons. Harry rounded a corner, his senses extended, searching for any sign of danger. If the troll went somewhere else, they won't know until it's too late. They heard the scream first, high, terrified, unmistakably Hermione. Then the crash of something massive hitting stone. Then another scream, this one cut short. Harry ran. The bathroom was destroyed. Sinks torn from walls, stalls reduced to splinters, water spraying everywhere from shattered pipes. In the center of the chaos stood the troll, 4 meters of gray-green flesh, tiny head, clubbed the size of a tree trunk. And cowering against the far wall, Hermione, frozen with terror. The troll raised its club. Harry's wand was in his hand. For years of training condensed into a single moment, the decision tree collapsing to a single branch, lethal, non-lethal, disable, distract. He chose disable. Locomotor mortis. The spell hit the troll's left leg, locking it rigid. The creature stumbled, its club swing going wide, smashing into the wall instead of Hermione's skull. Debris rained down as the troll bellowed in confusion, trying to move a leg that no longer obeyed. Ron, get Hermione out. Ron didn't hesitate. He dodged around the flailing troll and grabbed Hermione's arm, dragging her toward the door. The troll swung its club wildly, demolishing another row of sinks. Harry moved. The training took over completely now, not the careful control he'd been practicing all term, but the full expression of what Charles had taught him. He was inside the troll's reach before it could track him, his wand tracing patterns that would have looked like gibberish to any witness. Conjunctivitis. Stupefy. 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 3 stunning spells hit the troll's chest in rapid succession. The first 2 bounced off its magic-resistant hide. The third, powered by Harry's full reserves, found a weak point near the throat. The troll swayed. Its club dropped. And with a crash that shook the entire floor, 12 feet of mountain troll collapsed unconscious. Harry stood in the destruction, breathing hard, his wand still raised. The entire fight had taken perhaps 20 seconds. Then the bathroom door burst open, and half the Hogwarts faculty poured in. The aftermath was worse than the fight. McGonagall's face cycled through shock, fury, and something that might have been grudging respect. Snape's eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that bordered on suspicious. Quirrell hung back, examining the unconscious troll with an expression Harry couldn't read. And Dumbledore watched everything with those twinkling blue eyes that seemed to see far too much. "Explain," McGonagall demanded. Harry let Hermione do most of the talking. She took the blame, claimed she'd gone looking for the troll because she'd read about them and thought she could handle it. Ron and Harry had come to save her. It was a lie that protected Harry's secrets while taking advantage of Hermione's reputation as an overconfident know-it-all. Harry hated that she had to lie for him. But the alternative, explaining how an 11-year-old had single-handedly disabled a mountain troll with combat magic that first-years shouldn't know, was worse. 5 points from Gryffindor, McGonagall said finally. For Miss Granger's serious lack of judgment. She paused, and her expression softened slightly. And 10 points to each of you, for sheer dumb luck. The teachers swept Hermione away for medical examination, leaving Harry and Ron in the ruined bathroom. Snape lingered for a moment, his dark eyes boring into Harry's. "That was impressive wand work, Potter." His voice was soft, dangerous. "For a first year." "I got lucky, Professor." "Did you?" Snape's lip curled. "Luck." "Yes, your father was always lucky too. Right up until he wasn't." He swept away, robes billowing, leaving Harry with the uncomfortable feeling that another layer of his cover had been stripped away. Later that night, in the Gryffindor common room, Hermione cornered Harry by the fireplace. "Those weren't first-year spells." Her voice was barely above a whisper. "The conjunctivitis curse isn't taught until 4th year. And you cast 3 stunning spells in maybe 2 seconds, I've read about adults who can't do that." Harry said nothing. "I'm not going to tell anyone." Hermione's eyes were fierce, determined. "You saved my life. I owe you that much, at least. But I want to know the truth, Harry. Who are you really?" Harry studied her, the bushy hair, the earnest face, the intelligence that burned behind her eyes. Hermione Granger was going to figure him out eventually. The only question was whether he controlled that process or let it happen chaotically. "I'm Harry Potter," he said quietly. "Everything you've read about me is true. But, there's more. Things I can't talk about yet. Things that aren't safe to know." "Not safe." "Harry, what? Trust me, Hermione. Please. When I can tell you everything, I will. But right now, knowing too much could put you in danger." He met her eyes squarely. "Can you accept that? Can you trust me, even without knowing why?" She was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. "Okay. But you have to promise me something." "What?" If you ever need help, really need it, you'll ask. You won't try to handle everything alone just because you're, whatever you are. Harry thought about the Grimoire's lessons on alliance and trust. About the weight of secrets and the strength of genuine friendship. About his mother, who had faced impossible odds with people she trusted by her side. "I promise," he said. Hermione's smile was small but real. "Then we're okay. For now." The friendship that formed that night, truly formed, built on partial truth and mutual trust, would prove stronger than any Harry had imagined possible. But darker things were also forming. In the depths of the castle, something ancient stirred. The wards around the third-floor corridor flickered, tested by a power that had no patience left for games. And in his borrowed body, the fragment of Voldemort that called itself Quirrell smiled a thin, cold smile. The boy was more than he seemed. More than anyone realized. All the more reason to accelerate the plan. The stone would be his. And then Harry Potter would learn what it truly meant to face the Dark Lord. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Letter and the Choice. December crept into Hogwarts on a tide of frost and lengthening shadows. The castle transformed overnight, icicles hanging from battlements, snow blanketing the grounds, the black lake freezing at its edges while the giant squid retreated to warmer depths. Students wrapped themselves in scarves and warming charms, breath pluming white in corridors that the ancient heating enchantments couldn't quite keep comfortable. Harry barely noticed the cold. Since Halloween, everything had shifted. Hermione watched him with new eyes, cataloging inconsistencies she'd previously dismissed. Ron remained oblivious, a blessing, really, since Ron's straightforward nature made him a poor keeper of secrets. And the faculty had begun paying closer attention to the boy who lived, their scrutiny ranging from Snape's hostile surveillance to McGonagall's thoughtful assessment. But the most significant change was internal. The fight with the troll had broken something loose in Harry, a restraint he hadn't realized he'd been maintaining. For weeks afterward, his magic felt different. More present. More eager. The careful suppression that had defined his first months at Hogwarts now required active effort, like holding back a river with his hands. His mother's gift was growing. "You're different," Charles observed during one of their increasingly rare communications. The Grimoire's voice was faint, stretched thin by distance and wards. "The battle awakened something. Your magical reserves have nearly doubled since September. Is that dangerous? Power is always dangerous. But this growth seems natural. As if your mother's protection is maturing alongside you, responding to threats by expanding its capacity to defend." Harry thought about the golden light he'd felt during the troll fight, not consciously summoned, but present, threading through his spells like warmth through cold water. He'd hidden it from witnesses, but just barely. "I'm having trouble controlling it." "Then we must adapt your training. The techniques I taught you were designed for a child's magical core. You're not a child anymore, Harry, not in any way that matters." The training sessions that followed pushed Harry harder than ever before. Not combat drills, those he could do in his sleep, but exercises in containment, in shaping raw power without letting it shape him. He practiced in empty classrooms after curfew, under the invisibility cloak that had arrived anonymously at Christmas with a note about his father. The cloak itself was a mystery worth investigating, but Harry had more pressing concerns. Quirrell had grown bolder. The defense professor's nighttime visits to the third-floor corridor had increased in frequency. His stuttering had become more pronounced in classes, as if whatever possessed him was consuming more of his energy. And twice, Harry had caught him staring at the back of his own hand with an expression of absolute hatred. Something was coming. Harry could feel it building, like pressure before a storm. He needed allies. Real ones. The opportunity came unexpectedly, on a snow-bright Saturday 2 weeks before term ended. Harry was crossing the courtyard when he spotted a familiar figure sitting alone on a frozen bench, Daphne Greengrass, Slytherin, daughter of one of the more neutral pure-blood families. She held a book in gloved hands, but her eyes weren't on the pages, they were watching the other students with the careful attention of someone who'd learned early that information was survival. Harry changed course. Mind if I sit? Daphne's expression flickered, surprise quickly controlled. Potter. Shouldn't you be with your Gryffindor friends? They're having a snowball fight. I'm not really in the mood. He sat without waiting for permission, leaving a careful distance between them. Daphne studied him with those cool blue eyes, clearly trying to determine his angle. What do you want? To talk. About things neither of our houses would approve of. That's quite an opening. I've been watching you, Greengrass. You're not like the other Slytherins, not like Malfoy and his crew, anyway. You watch, you listen, you keep your own counsel. That suggests intelligence. Flattery. Daphne's lip curved slightly. I expected better from the boy who lived. It's not flattery. It's assessment. Harry met her gaze directly. I need to understand how Hogwarts really works. Not the official version, the real politics, the alliances, the things nobody teaches first years. You seem like someone who might know. And why would I share that information with a Gryffindor? Because I'm not really a Gryffindor. Not the way most people mean it. Harry let some of his mask slip, just a little, just enough to show the calculation beneath the surface. I'm Harry Potter. That means something in this world, whether I want it to or not. I can either stumble through blind and get used by everyone with an agenda, or I can learn the game and play it on my own terms. Daphne was quiet for a long moment. The book in her hands remained forgotten. You're not what I expected, she finally said. Good. That means my cover is working. Something that might have been a smile crossed her face. All right, Potter. I'll answer some questions. But information isn't free, not in Slytherin, and not in life. What do I get in return? What do you want? Protection. The word came out flat, emotionless. My family is neutral, which means everyone wants us to choose a side. The Malfoys have been pressuring my father for months. Having a connection to the boy who lived, even a secret one, gives us options. Harry considered this. The Greengrasses as potential allies made strategic sense, their neutrality gave them relationships across political lines, and Daphne's analytical mind would be valuable in its own right. Done. But we keep this quiet. If Malfoy finds out you're talking to me, he won't. I've been keeping secrets from Draco Malfoy since we were children. Daphne's expression sharpened with something like anticipation. What do you want to know? They talked for over an hour, hidden in plain sight while students played in the snow around them. Daphne explained the intricate web of pureblood politics, the old alliances dating back centuries, the debts and obligations that bound families together, the careful dance of marriage contracts and business arrangements that kept the system functioning. Blood matters because wealth matters, she said. The old families control most of the magical economy, land, businesses, seats on the Wisengamot. They've been intermarrying for so long that everyone owes everyone else something. Breaking into that network from outside is nearly impossible. But Muggleborns do it. Some. The exceptional ones. But they have to be exceptional, brilliant enough or powerful enough to make the families overlook their blood. And even then, they're never really accepted. Just tolerated. Harry thought about Hermione. About his mother. About the system that had shaped the world he was trying to navigate. That's going to change, he said quietly. Daphne raised an eyebrow. You're going to reform pureblood society? Eventually. But first I need to survive long enough to matter. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. What do you know about the third-floor corridor? The shift in topic caught her off guard, but she recovered quickly. Forbidden area. Dumbledore announced it at the feast, said we'd die a painful death if we went there. Most people assume he's hiding something valuable. He is. The Philosopher's Stone. Daphne's composure cracked slightly. But that's Nicholas Flamel's stone. The one that produces the elixir of life. The same. Dumbledore's protecting it here. And someone's trying to steal it. Who? Harry hesitated. This was the risk, sharing information meant trusting someone with it. But he needed an ally in Slytherin, someone who could watch angles he couldn't reach. I'm not certain yet. But I have suspicions. He held her gaze. If I tell you more, I need to know you'll keep it secret. Completely. Not even your family. Daphne was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. You have my word. House Greengrass honors its debts. Harry believed her. Not because she was inherently trustworthy, Slytherins taught pragmatism, not loyalty, but because her self-interest aligned with keeping his confidence. Betraying Harry Potter would make her an enemy of whoever eventually won the coming conflicts. Professor Quirrell, Harry said. Something's wrong with him. Something more than nerves or PTSD from his travels. I think he's possessed, or at least influenced by something very dark. Daphne's eyes widened. Possessed? By what? By what's left of Voldemort. The name hit like a physical blow. Daphne actually flinched, her careful composure shattering for just an instant before she rebuilt it. That's a significant accusation. I know. And I can't prove it, not yet. But I can feel something when I'm near him. Something that responds to my scar. Harry touched the lightning bolt on his forehead. This connection I have to the Dark Lord, it didn't end when he died. It's still there, and it recognizes whatever is inside Quirrell. If you're right, if Voldemort is really back in some form, then the stone makes sense. The elixir of life could restore him. That's what I think. And I think he's going to make his move soon. Daphne processed this, her analytical mind clearly working through implications. What are you going to do? I'm not sure yet. I need more information, about the protections on the stone, about Quirrell's plans, about what resources Voldemort actually has in his current state. I can't just charge in without understanding what I'm facing. That's surprisingly sensible for a Gryffindor. I told you. I'm not really a Gryffindor. Daphne's smile returned, small but genuine. No. You're not. She stood, brushing snow from her robes. I'll keep my ears open. Slytherin hears things, Malfoy's crowd especially. They're careless around people they think don't matter. Be careful. If Quirrell, or whatever's inside him, realizes you're watching. I've been navigating dangerous people my whole life, Potter. A possessed professor is just another predator to avoid. She paused, looking down at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. You know, when I heard you were coming to Hogwarts, I assumed you'd be another arrogant hero, riding your fame and expecting the world to bow. Disappointed? Intrigued? She turned to leave, then stopped. One more thing. The Malfoys have been corresponding with someone, I don't know who, but the letters come from abroad. If there's a network of Death Eaters still operating, Lucius would be connected to it. Thank you. Thank me by surviving whatever's coming. Useful allies are hard to find. She walked away through the snow, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts and the growing certainty that events were accelerating beyond his control. The second surprise came that evening, in the form of Susan Bones. Harry was in the library, ostensibly researching for transfiguration but actually reading a restricted book he'd borrowed under the invisibility cloak. Susan approached his table with the careful hesitation of someone who'd been working up courage for hours. Harry? Would you mind if I sat here? Harry marked his page and gestured at the empty chair. Go ahead. Susan settled across from him, her red hair falling across her face as she organized her books. She didn't speak immediately, arranging and rearranging her quills with nervous energy. Is everything all right? Harry asked gently. Yes. No. I mean, she took a breath. I wanted to talk to you about something. About our families. Harry went still. Our families? My aunt, Amelia Bones, she runs the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She knew your parents. Worked with them during the war. And she's been telling me things. About what they sacrificed, what they fought for. Susan's voice wavered slightly. My parents died fighting too. Death Eaters, after the war ended. The ones who weren't caught. I know. I'm sorry. I'm not looking for sympathy. I'm looking for, she stopped, frustration crossing her face. I don't even know what I'm looking for. Everyone treats me like poor Susan, the orphan, the girl whose family was murdered. And they treat you like the hero, the boy who lived. But we're the same, really. We both lost everything to the same people. Harry was quiet for a moment, considering. Susan Bones, he'd known about her family history, had noted her as a potential ally based on her aunt's position. But this felt different. More personal. We are the same, he said. And we're not. I didn't know my parents, I have no memories of them, just stories and photographs. You had years with yours. Losing something you actually had. I think that might be harder. Maybe. Susan's eyes were bright with unshed tears. I remember them. Every day. My mum's laugh, my dad's terrible jokes. The way they'd look at each other like nobody else existed. She brushed at her eyes. And I remember the night the Aurors came to tell us they were gone. My aunt's face. The silence that lasted for months. Why are you telling me this? Because I think you understand. Everyone else, they're sorry, they're sympathetic, but they don't get it. They still have their families, their safe little lives. They don't know what it's like to carry that weight every single day. She met his gaze directly. But you do. I can see it in your eyes, Harry. You know what loss feels like. Harry thought about the cupboard. The darkness. The years of knowing his parents were dead without understanding why. I do, he said quietly. Then we should stick together. Not because of politics or alliances or whatever games the adults are playing. Because we're the ones who have to live with what they left behind. It wasn't a strategic alliance. It wasn't a calculated move. It was simply two orphans recognizing each other in a world that had hurt them both. Okay, Harry said. Friends? Susan's smile was like sunlight breaking through clouds. Friends. They talked for another hour, about lighter things, classes, teachers, the various absurdities of magical education. Susan had a dry wit that emerged slowly, like a flower uncurling in warmth. She was observant, thoughtful, grounded in ways that complemented Hermione's intensity and Ron's enthusiasm. By the time the library closed, Harry had found something he hadn't been looking for, a connection that had nothing to do with masks or missions or the weight of legacy. Just friendship. Pure and simple. And in the gathering darkness of that December evening, that felt like the most valuable thing in the world. The week before Christmas break brought one final development. Harry was leaving Charms when he found Draco Malfoy waiting in the corridor. Not with Crabbe and Goyle, alone, looking younger and more uncertain than Harry had ever seen him. Potter. A word? Harry glanced around. Students flowed past them, paying no attention. What is it? I've been thinking. About what you said, about what I actually want. Draco's voice was lower than usual, stripped of its customary sneer. It's not as easy a question as you made it sound. I didn't say it was easy. No. You didn't. Draco shifted uncomfortably. My father has plans for me. He's had them since before I was born. Hogwarts is just a step. I'm supposed to make connections, build alliances, prepare for the political career he's designed. Everything I do is about serving the family's interests. That doesn't answer my question. I know. Draco looked away, and for a moment he seemed almost vulnerable. I've never had to answer it before. I've never even had to think about it. What Malfoys want and what I want, they've always been the same thing. And now? Now I'm not sure. His eyes found Harry's again. You turned me down. Nobody turns down a Malfoy alliance, not if they're smart. But you did, and you made it sound so simple. Like the political calculations didn't matter. Like I could just choose differently. You can. Can I? Bitterness crept into Draco's voice. My father has connections to people who wouldn't hesitate to hurt me if I stepped out of line. The Dark Lord may be gone, but his followers aren't. And if they ever return, they might, Harry said quietly. Have you considered that? Draco paled. What do you mean? I mean that the Dark Lord's followers have been quiet for 10 years, but they haven't disappeared. They're waiting for something. And if that something happens, if Voldemort somehow returns, everyone will have to choose sides. Including you. My father would expect me to. I don't care what your father expects. I care what you would choose. Harry stepped closer, holding Draco's gaze. When the time comes, and it will come, Draco, probably sooner than anyone thinks, which side will you be on? The one your family chose? Or the one you choose for yourself? Draco had no answer. The question hung between them, heavy with implications neither of them fully understood. Think about it, Harry said. You don't have to decide today. But start thinking, because the luxury of not choosing is going to disappear. For all of us. He walked away, leaving Draco standing in the corridor with an expression that mixed fear, confusion, and something that might have been the first stirrings of rebellion. Another seed planted. Another door left open. Harry didn't know if Draco would ever walk through it. But he'd given him the choice, which was more than anyone else had ever done. Christmas Eve found Harry alone in Gryffindor Tower. Most students had gone home for the holidays, Ron to the Burrow, Hermione to her parents' house, even Neville to his grandmother's manor. Harry had chosen to stay, claiming a desire to explore the castle and catch up on studying. The real reason was more complicated. He needed time. Time to think, to plan, to prepare for whatever was coming. Time without the constant pressure of maintaining his masks, of watching every word and gesture for signs of suspicion. Time to be himself, even if he wasn't entirely sure who that was anymore. The common room was empty save for the crackling fire and the soft hoot of owls outside the snow-covered windows. Harry sat in an armchair with a cup of cocoa he'd charmed to stay warm, staring into the flames and letting his thoughts wander. His mother's gift stirred in his chest, a gentle warmth that had become as familiar as his own heartbeat. Since Halloween, he'd learned to feel its presence consciously, to recognize the subtle ways it influenced his magic. It wasn't separate from him, it was part of him, woven into his soul by a love that transcended death. What would she think of him now? The boy she died to protect, grown into someone who dealt in secrets and manipulation, who calculated friendships like chess moves and wore masks even with people who trusted him. Would she be proud? Disappointed? Some mixture of both? Harry didn't know. And the uncertainty was harder to bear than any enemy. A noise from the portrait hole made him turn. Someone was climbing through, which shouldn't have been possible, given that Harry was supposedly the only Gryffindor remaining. The figure that emerged was the last person Harry expected to see. Professor McGonagall. She looked different out of her usual classroom persona, older, more tired, wrapped in a tartan dressing gown that made her seem almost grandmotherly. She stopped when she saw Harry, surprise flickering across her face before being replaced by something warmer. Potter. I thought you might be awake. Professor. Is something wrong? Nothing urgent. She crossed the room and settled into the armchair across from him, moving with a weariness that spoke of long nights and heavy thoughts. I often walk the corridors on Christmas Eve. Old habit, from when I was a student here myself. The castle feels different when it's empty, more itself, if that makes any sense. It does. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, watching the fire. Then McGonagall spoke again, her voice softer than Harry had ever heard it. "You're not what I expected, Mr. Potter." Harry felt a chill despite the warmth of the room. "Professor? When I heard James and Lily's son was coming to Hogwarts, I had certain assumptions. James was brilliant but reckless, always charging into situations without thinking. Lily was more measured, but she had a temper that could shake mountains when roused." McGonagall's smile was fond and sad. "I thought their son would be some combination of the two, impulsive, passionate, wearing his heart on his sleeve. And instead I find a boy who watches more than he speaks. Who calculates where others react. Who plays at being average while clearly being anything but." Her eyes met his, sharp with intelligence. "You're hiding something, Potter. Quite a lot of something, I suspect." Harry's heart rate climbed, but he kept his expression neutral. "I don't know what you mean, Professor. Don't insult my intelligence." The words were harsh, but her tone was gentle. "I've been teaching for 40 years. I know what a student performing beneath their abilities looks like, and I know when someone is wearing a mask. You've been doing both since September." Harry said nothing. What could he say? McGonagall had seen through his disguise, not completely, perhaps, but enough to know it existed. "I'm not going to demand answers." McGonagall held up a hand when Harry started to speak. "Whatever secrets you're keeping, I suspect they're not trivial. And given who your parents were, given what they faced, I can imagine reasons why you might need to hide." "Then why are you telling me this?" "Because I want you to know that you're not alone." She leaned forward, her eyes bright with intensity. "Your mother was one of my favorite students, Potter. Not because she was brilliant, though she was, but because she was kind. She saw the best in people, even when they didn't deserve it. She believed in second chances and redemption and the power of love to transform evil into good." McGonagall's voice caught slightly. "She shouldn't have died. She and James both, they were so young, so full of life and potential. Losing them it was the worst night of my life. Worse even than losing my own family." Harry felt his throat tighten. "I didn't know. How could you? The war is ancient history to your generation. But to those of us who lived through it, who watched friends and colleagues and students fall one by one, it's still fresh. Every day." She reached across the space between them and touched his hand, briefly. "Lily asked me to watch over you, if anything happened to them. I failed that promise. I argued against placing you with the Dursleys, but Dumbledore overruled me. I should have fought harder. It's not your fault. Perhaps not entirely. But I bear some responsibility for your childhood, Potter. For whatever hardships you endured that made you learn to hide so thoroughly." Her jaw tightened. "I intend to do better. Whatever you're facing, whatever secrets you're keeping, I want you to know that you have at least one ally among the faculty. Someone who sees you for who you are, not who they expect you to be." Harry didn't know how to respond. This wasn't calculation or strategy, this was genuine care, offered without expectation of return. "Thank you, Professor. Don't thank me yet. Alliances come with responsibilities." Her stern expression returned, though softened by warmth. "I expect you to come to me if you're in over your head. Whatever you're planning, whatever you know that you think you have to handle alone, I've been fighting dark wizards since before your parents were born. I can help. I'll remember that. See that you do." She rose, gathering her dressing gown around her. "Happy Christmas, Potter. Try to get some sleep, you look like you haven't had a full night's rest in weeks." She was gone before Harry could respond, leaving him alone with the fire and a heart that felt somehow lighter than it had in months. Not alone. He wasn't alone. Christmas morning brought presents Harry hadn't expected. From Ron, a box of homemade fudge and a Chudley Cannons poster. From Hermione, a leather-bound journal charmed to protect its contents from prying eyes. From Susan, a small silver pin in the shape of a badger, a Hufflepuff symbol, but also a promise of friendship across house lines. From Daphne, nothing visible, but when Harry checked the journal's first page, he found a note in elegant script, the Covenant of Ashes. Look into it. Happy Christmas. The name sent ice down his spine. Daphne had found something, or had always known something, about the organization Helena Vane had mentioned. Another thread to pull, another mystery to unravel. But the most significant gift came without a note. The package was larger than the others, wrapped in silver paper that seemed to shift and shimmer in the morning light. Harry opened it carefully, half expecting some kind of trap, and found himself holding fabric that felt like water, like woven light. His father's invisibility cloak. A note fell out, unsigned. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. Harry ran the cloak through his fingers, marveling at the magic woven into every thread. This wasn't ordinary invisibility, the Grimoire had taught him the difference. True invisibility cloaks were incredibly rare, crafted from the hides of demiguises by masters of enchantment. Most faded over time, their magic wearing thin. This one felt as powerful as the day it was made. He draped it over himself, watching his body vanish in the mirror. Perfect concealment, perfect silence, perfect freedom to move unseen through a world full of watching eyes. A tool. A weapon. A piece of his father he could hold. Harry spent Christmas Day exploring the castle under the cloak, mapping passages and hidden rooms the grimoire's records hadn't included. Hogwarts was vast, ancient, full of secrets that even the portraits didn't remember. He found a room that contained nothing but mirrors, each one showing a different reflection. He found a corridor that seemed to exist only on Thursdays. He found a staircase that led to a door that opened onto a wall. And he found the mirror of Eriste. It sat in an unused classroom, massive and ornate, its golden frame carved with runes Harry couldn't quite read. The inscription across the top was backward, Eriste stra eru oit ube kafru oit anwosi. I show not your face but your heart's desire. Harry stood before the mirror and looked. He saw himself, older, 16 or 17, maybe, standing in a room full of people. His parents were there, alive and smiling. Sirius Black, free and laughing. People Harry didn't recognize but somehow knew, friends, allies, a family built rather than born. And beside him, slightly behind, a woman with auburn hair and eyes that blazed with intelligence and determination. He couldn't see her face clearly, but he felt her presence like warmth, like safety, like home. Harry reached out to touch the glass. The image rippled but didn't fade. It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. Harry spun, wand in hand, to find Albus Dumbledore standing in the doorway. Professor. Happy Christmas, Harry. Dumbledore moved into the room, his blue robes trailing on the dusty floor. I see you've discovered our mirror. Quite remarkable, isn't it? It shows what we want most. Harry kept his voice steady despite his racing heart. Even if it's impossible. Yes. And that makes it dangerous. Dumbledore came to stand beside Harry, both of them facing the mirror. Men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they've seen. Or been driven mad, not knowing if what it shows is real or even possible. What do you see, Professor? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. I see myself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks. One can never have enough socks. It was obviously a lie. Harry saw the grief that flickered across Dumbledore's face before the twinkle returned to his eyes. The mirror will be moved to a new home tomorrow, Dumbledore continued. I must ask you not to go looking for it again. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live. I understand. Do you? Dumbledore's gaze sharpened, becoming the analytical look Harry had felt on the first night of term. "You are not what you appear to be, Harry Potter. I suspect you know more than a first-year should, about many things. And I suspect you have secrets that even those closest to you don't share." Harry said nothing. "I will not pry. Your secrets are your own, and I trust you have reasons for keeping them. But I want you to know something." Dumbledore's voice dropped, becoming almost gentle. "Whatever darkness you're facing, whatever threats you perceive, you are not alone. The people around you care for you, Harry. Perhaps more than you realize. Is that why you placed me with the Dursleys?" The words came out before Harry could stop them. "Because you cared?" Dumbledore flinched. Actually flinched, as if Harry had struck him. "That decision haunts me more than almost any other," he said quietly. "I thought the blood protection, your mother's sacrifice, required you to live with her sister. I thought the safety outweighed the discomfort." Discomfort. Harry's voice was flat. "I see now that I was wrong. Whatever you suffered in that house, and I begin to suspect it was more than mere discomfort, I bear responsibility for it. I am sorry, Harry. Truly sorry. It wasn't enough. No apology could undo a decade of cupboards and darkness and casual cruelty. But it was something. An acknowledgement. A beginning. Thank you, Professor. Thank me by surviving." Dumbledore's eyes were bright with something that might have been tears. "By becoming the man your parents hoped you would be. By proving that their sacrifice was not in vain." He swept out of the room, leaving Harry alone with the mirror and the image of everything he'd never had. Harry looked at his reflection one final time. His parents smiled at him. The unknown woman raised her hand in greeting. Then he turned and walked away. The past was gone. The future was uncertain. But the present was his to shape. And he intended to make it count. New Year's Eve brought an unexpected visitor. Harry was practicing wand movements in an empty classroom, one of the few safe spaces to work without witnesses, when the door opened and Neville Longbottom stumbled in. "Oh. Harry. I'm sorry, I didn't know anyone was, it's fine." Harry lowered his wand, concealing the complexity of what he'd been practicing. "What are you doing here? I thought you went home. Gran sent me back early." Neville's round face was blotchy, as if he'd been crying. "She said I needed more practice, that I was falling behind. That I was embarrassing the Longbottom name." Harry felt a surge of anger on Neville's behalf. Augusta Longbottom, from what he'd read, was a formidable woman, but formidable and kind were not the same thing. "That's ridiculous. You're doing fine." "I'm not, though. I'm terrible at everything. Can't cast spells properly, can't remember anything, can't even fly without falling off my broom." Neville slumped against the wall. "Sometimes I think the Sorting Hat made a mistake. I'm not brave. I'm just, nothing." Harry studied the boy in front of him, the slumped shoulders, the defeated eyes, the absolute conviction of his own worthlessness. He recognized it. He'd worn that expression himself, once, before the grimoire had shown him what he could become. "Can I tell you something, Neville?" "What?" "When I was 7 years old, I lived in a cupboard under the stairs. My relatives hated me, thought I was worthless, called me a freak, did everything they could to make me believe I didn't deserve to exist." Harry's voice was quiet but steady. "I believed them. For years, I believed them." Neville looked up, shocked. "But you're Harry Potter." "I wasn't Harry Potter to them. I was just a burden they couldn't get rid of. And I thought that's all I'd ever be, until something changed." "What?" Harry considered how much to reveal. Neville wasn't ready for the full truth. But he needed something, a lifeline, a reason to believe. "I found out who I really was. Not because someone told me, but because I discovered it for myself." I learned that the people who said I was worthless were wrong, not because they were evil, but because they couldn't see past their own limitations. Harry moved closer, holding Neville's gaze. The same is true for your grandmother. She sees a boy who can't live up to his parents' reputation. But that's her limitation, not yours. Easy for you to say. You're the boy who lived. I'm the boy who survived because his mother loved him enough to die for him. That's not achievement, that's luck. Harry's voice hardened slightly. What I've done since then, learning, growing, preparing, that's achievement. And it came from refusing to accept other people's definitions of what I could be. Neville was quiet for a long moment. Then, hesitantly, how do I do that? Refuse, I mean. Start small. Find one thing you're good at, really good at, something that's yours and nobody else's. Build from there. Harry paused. What do you like, Neville? Not what your grandmother wants you to like. What do you actually enjoy? Plants. The answer came immediately, almost involuntarily. I love herbology. The greenhouses, the growing things, the way magic and nature work together. Professor Sprout says I have a real talent for it. Then that's your foundation. Become the best herbologist in our year. In the school. In the country if you want. Harry smiled slightly. Don't let anyone tell you that's not enough. Plant magic has won wars and saved lives and changed the world. It's not less valuable because it doesn't involve waving a wand around. Something shifted in Neville's expression, a tiny spark of hope, barely visible but real. You really think I could be good at something? I think you already are. You just need to believe it. Harry held out his hand. Friends. Neville took it. His grip was stronger than Harry expected. Friends. The first day of term arrived with a chaos of returning students and fresh energy. Harry stood at the window of Gryffindor Tower, watching the carriages roll up the long drive from Hogsmeade Station. Ron was coming back. Hermione. All the people who had become important to him over the past months. And with them, the game would resume. The masks, the calculations, the constant vigilance. But something was different now. He had allies. Real ones, bound by more than strategy, by trust, by shared experience, by the simple human need for connection. McGonagall, who saw through his masks and offered help anyway. Susan, who understood loss in ways others couldn't. Daphne, who traded information for protection and might become something more. Neville, who was just beginning to discover his own strength. And the core group, Ron, Hermione, the friends who'd chosen him without knowing what they were choosing. Harry watched the last carriage disappear around the bend and felt his mother's gift stir in his chest. Warmth. Love. The legacy she'd left him, more valuable than any spell or weapon. He wasn't alone anymore. And together, they might just survive what was coming. The door burst open behind him, and Ron's voice filled the room. Harry. You won't believe what happened at Christmas. Fred and George, Minister Fudge. Mum was furious. Harry turned, letting himself smile, letting himself feel the simple joy of friendship. The masks could wait. The plans could wait. The darkness gathering at the edges of everything could wait. For now, he was just Harry. And that was enough. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, First Impressions. January settled over Hogwarts like a heavy blanket, smothering the castle in snow and early darkness. The return from Christmas break brought with it a shift in atmosphere. Students who had been carefree in autumn now faced the looming reality of end-of-year exams, and the teachers responded by increasing homework loads to crushing levels. Harry welcomed the distraction. The week since his conversations with McGonagall and Dumbledore had given him much to consider. Both had seen through his masks to varying degrees. Both had offered alliance rather than exposure. The question now was how to use those alliances without revealing too much, a delicate balance that required constant attention. But more pressing concerns demanded his focus. Quirrell had grown increasingly erratic since Christmas. The defense professor now jumped at shadows, muttered to himself in empty corridors, and avoided Harry with an intensity that bordered on panic. Whatever lived behind his turban was becoming harder to control. And Snape had noticed. Harry caught them arguing twice in the first week of term, once near the Forbidden Forest, voices too low to hear clearly, and once in a dungeon corridor where Snape had Quirrell backed against a wall with barely concealed menace. "Don't know what you're playing at, Quirrell, but I'll find out. I don't know what you mean, Severus, save your stuttering for the students. I know you're hiding something. And when I discover what it is, you'll wish you'd never set foot in this castle." Harry filed away the exchange for later analysis. Snape suspected Quirrell, that much was clear. But did he suspect the possession? The connection to Voldemort? Or was this simply professional rivalry, one defense teacher distrusting another? The mystery deepened when Harry received an unexpected message. It came through Daphne, passed during a chance encounter in the library that was anything but chance. A folded piece of parchment slipped into his hand as she walked past his table. "Snape is protecting the stone. Third corridor, Fluffy, potions challenge. He's not the thief, he's the guardian. Someone else is making moves. Be careful." Harry read the note twice, then destroyed it with a whispered incendio. The information confirmed suspicions he'd already developed, but raised new questions. If Snape was protecting the stone, why the hostile confrontations with Quirrell? Was he testing the defense professor, trying to provoke a confession? Or was there history between them that Harry didn't know? The Grimoire's records on Snape were frustratingly incomplete. Death Eater turned spy, yes. Connected to Lily Potter, yes. But the details, the emotional truth of those connections, remained hidden. Harry needed more information. And he knew exactly where to get it. The opportunity came on a Thursday evening, after a potions class that had been particularly brutal. Snape had spent 2 hours systematically humiliating every Gryffindor in the room, saving special venom for Harry despite his carefully mediocre performance. As the other students fled, Harry lingered. "Was there something you wanted, Potter?" Snape's voice dripped with contempt. "Another chance to demonstrate your complete lack of brewing competence?" "I wanted to ask you something, Professor. About my mother." The change in Snape was instantaneous. His face went blank, his body rigid, every trace of mockery vanishing behind a wall of stone. "What about her?" "Professor McGonagall mentioned they were friends. Before Hogwarts. I was hoping you might know more about that time, about who she was before she became." Harry gestured vaguely. "Before everything." Snape stared at him for a long moment. Harry could feel the legilimency probe, subtle but unmistakable, pressing against his mental shields. He let it see surface thoughts only, curiosity about his mother, grief for parents he'd never known, the ordinary emotions of an orphaned boy seeking connection to his past. "Your mother," Snape said slowly, "was the most brilliant witch of her generation. And the kindest." His voice cracked slightly on the last word. "She saw good in people who didn't deserve it. Befriended those who should have been beneath her notice. Believed in redemption when everyone else had given up. You knew her well. We grew up together. Same neighborhood, same circumstances, same longing for something more than the mundane world offered." Snape's eyes had gone distant, lost in memories Harry could only imagine. "She was the first person who ever made me feel like I mattered." What happened? The distance evaporated, replaced by cold fury. "I made choices. Wrong choices. Choices that drove her away and led to," he stopped abruptly, jaw clenched. "That is none of your concern. But, leave, Potter." Snape's voice was barely controlled. "Before I say something we'll both regret." Harry hesitated. There was more here, so much more, but pushing now would only drive Snape deeper into his defenses. "Thank you, Professor. For telling me about her." Snape said nothing. But as Harry reached the door, he spoke again, his voice so quiet Harry almost missed it. "You have her eyes. Every time I look at you, I see her looking back." Harry left without responding, but he felt the weight of those words all the way back to Gryffindor Tower. February brought a series of developments that kept Harry constantly off balance. The first was Quidditch. The match against Hufflepuff should have been routine, they were the weakest team in the school, and Gryffindor was heavily favored. But something went wrong the moment Harry took to the air. His broom began to buck. At first, Harry thought it was wind, the day was gusty, clouds scudding across a grey sky. But the bucking grew worse, more deliberate, and he realized with cold clarity that someone was jinxing his broom. He scanned the crowd through tearing eyes, his trained senses searching for the source. There, in the teacher's stands, Snape, his eyes locked on Harry, his lips moving in a continuous mutter. Snape. But Daphne's note had said Snape was protecting the stone, not attacking Harry. Unless she was wrong. Unless Snape's protection of the stone didn't extend to protection of Harry himself. The broom lurched sideways, nearly throwing him. Harry gripped with his knees and reached for his mother's gift, the golden warmth that had become his anchor in moments of crisis. Power surged through him, not enough to break the jinx, but enough to resist it. The bucking diminished to a violent tremor, just controllable enough that Harry could scan the field for the snitch. There. A flash of gold near the Hufflepuff goalposts. Harry Dove. The broom fought him every meter, trying to throw him off, but he held on with a combination of physical strength and magical will. The snitch jinked left, Harry followed. It dropped, he dropped faster. The ground rushed up, the crowd screamed, and Harry's fingers closed around the tiny golden ball a heartbeat before his broom finally broke free of his control and slammed him into the pitch. He lay on the grass, bruised and breathless, the snitch clutched in his hand while Gryffindor erupted in celebration around him. They'd won. But someone had tried to kill him. The investigation afterward proved frustrating. Hermione, who had been watching through binoculars, swore she'd seen Snape jinxing the broom. She'd even managed to set his robes on fire as a distraction, which had broken his concentration and stopped the jinx. But Harry wasn't convinced. Snape was moving his lips because he was casting a counter-curse, he said quietly, reviewing the incident with Hermione and Ron in an empty classroom. He was trying to save me, not kill me. Then who was actually jinxing you? Ron demanded. Someone else in that crowd. Someone who wanted me dead and had both the skill and the opportunity to curse my broom while everyone was watching the game. Quirrell, Hermione breathed. Harry nodded slowly. It has to be. He's the one with something to hide, the one who's been acting strange all year. And he'd know that if anything happened to me, Snape would be the obvious suspect. So Snape's innocent? Of trying to kill me? Probably. Of other things? Harry shook his head. I don't know. He's complicated. But I don't think he's our enemy, not the way I thought he might be. What do we do? Ron asked. Keep watching. Keep gathering information. And be very careful around Professor Quirrell. The third development came in late February, and it changed everything. Harry was patrolling the corridors under the invisibility cloak, a habit he'd developed since Christmas, learning the castle's rhythms and secrets, when he heard voices coming from an unused classroom. One voice was Quirrell's, but without the stutter. Clear and cold and nothing like the nervous professor Harry knew. The other voice was worse. It seemed to come from Quirrell himself, but it was different, higher, thinner, like something speaking through him rather than with him. The boy is stronger than expected. His mother's protection still interferes. I can handle the boy, Master. Quirrell's unstuttered voice was eager, desperate. Once we have the stone is worthless if the boy can access power we don't understand. His Patronus against the Dementor was unlike anything in recorded history. If he learns to control that ability. He's 11 years old. An untrained child. He's Lily Potter's son. Do not underestimate the gifts she may have left him. The higher voice grew colder. I felt her power that night. When she stepped between us, when she gave her life, something happened. Something I still don't understand. What would you have me do, Master? Speed the timeline. The protections on the stone can be bypassed. Dumbledore thinks he's created the perfect trap, but his cleverness is his weakness. When we have the elixir, I will have a body again. And then the boy will face me properly. When? Soon. The old man suspects, but he doesn't know how close we are. One more piece of information, one more test of the defenses, and we'll be ready. A pause. Kill anyone who interferes. But leave the boy to me. Harry stood frozen in the corridor, barely breathing, his mind racing through implications. Voldemort was here. In Hogwarts. Living on the back of Quirrell's head like a parasite, plotting to steal the stone and return to full power. Everything Harry had prepared for, everything he trained for, was about to happen. And he had no idea if he was ready. The next weeks were a blur of preparation and paranoia. Harry began carrying his wand at all times, even in situations where it wasn't strictly necessary. He developed contingency plans for various attack scenarios, identified escape routes from every classroom, and established signals with his closest allies for emergencies. Ron and Hermione knew something was wrong, but Harry wasn't ready to explain the full truth. He gave them pieces, told them Quirrell was dangerous, that something might happen before the end of term, that they should be ready to run if he told them to. But what about you? Hermione demanded during one late-night conversation in the common room. If something happens, you're not just going to run, are you? Probably not. Harry, I have to face this, Hermione. Whatever's coming, I'm at the center of it. I have been since I was a baby. He met her eyes squarely. But I need to know you'll be safe. Both of you. Promise me that if I say run, you'll run. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look that spoke volumes. We're not leaving you, Ron said firmly. Whatever you're facing, we face it together. This isn't your fight, it became our fight when we became your friends. Hermione's voice was fierce. That's what friendship means, Harry. You don't get to face everything alone. Harry felt something crack in his chest, some wall he hadn't realized he'd built, crumbling under the weight of genuine loyalty. Thank you, he whispered. Both of you. He still didn't tell them everything. Some secrets were too dangerous to share, and some burdens too heavy to distribute. But for the first time since finding the grimoire, Harry allowed himself to believe that he might not have to carry those burdens entirely alone. April arrived with tentative warmth and growing tension. Quirrell had stopped coming to meals, stopped teaching classes regularly, stopped any pretense of normal behavior. Substitute professors covered defense against the dark arts while rumors swirled about the professor's mysterious illness. Harry knew the truth. Voldemort was consuming his host, draining Quirrell's life force to sustain himself. The timeline was accelerating. Something would happen soon. The signs pointed to the end of term. Dumbledore would be distracted by examinations and graduation preparations. Security would be at its lowest as students focused on academics rather than defense. Harry used the time to prepare. He practiced combat magic in empty classrooms until the movements were instinct. He reviewed the grimoire's teachings on dark wizards and soul magic, searching for any weakness that might apply to Voldemort's condition. He explored the third-floor corridor, mapping the protections as best he could without triggering them. The first challenge was obvious: Fluffy, the three-headed dog that Hagrid had mentioned in an unguarded moment. Music would put it to sleep, a vulnerability Harry noted and filed away. Beyond Fluffy, he could sense other protections, layers of magic that felt distinctly different from each other. Multiple professors, probably, each contributing their own specialty. A gauntlet designed to stop anyone who didn't have the right knowledge or skills. But Voldemort had been inside Hogwarts for months. He would know about the protections. He would have found ways around them. The final protection, whatever guarded the stone itself, would be the key. And Harry had no idea what it was. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Harry was crossing the courtyard when Neville intercepted him, round face flushed with excitement and nervousness. "Harry! I found something, in the library, researching for herbology. I think it might be important." "What is it?" "The Philosopher's Stone." Neville's voice dropped to a whisper. "I was reading about alchemical ingredients, and there was a whole section on the stone and Nicholas Flamel. Did you know Dumbledore is the only person Flamel ever trusted with his secret?" "I'd heard that. But there's more. The book mentioned that the stone can only be given freely, you can't steal it or take it by force. If you try, the stone destroys itself." Neville's eyes were wide. "Do you think that's why it's hidden here? Not just to protect it, but because Dumbledore has some way of giving it to the right person?" Harry's mind raced. A stone that couldn't be stolen. A protection that required willing gift rather than forced taking. That sounded like exactly the kind of clever trap Dumbledore would devise. But it also created a problem. If Voldemort couldn't steal the stone, how did he plan to get it? Unless he planned to force someone else to get it for him. Someone who could touch the stone without triggering its self-destruction. Someone who might be tricked or coerced into handing it over. "Neville," Harry said slowly, "you might have just saved my life." "Thank you." Neville beamed, but Harry's mind was already elsewhere. The trap wasn't designed to stop Voldemort from reaching the stone. It was designed to force him to use someone else, someone innocent, someone who could be manipulated. Someone like Harry Potter. Everything clicked into place. The attacks on Harry's life weren't attempts to kill him, they were tests, assessments of his abilities and reactions. The information about the stone being impossible to steal wasn't being hidden, it was being leaked, ensuring that Harry would eventually discover it. Dumbledore wanted Harry to face Voldemort. The entire year had been a setup. Placing the stone in Hogwarts, leaving clues that a curious 11-year-old would eventually follow, creating a scenario where Harry would have no choice but to confront the darkest wizard of the age. But why? Harry thought back to his conversations with Dumbledore. The apologies, the offers of alliance, the careful hints about destiny and choice. The headmaster believed something about Harry, something that made him think an 11-year-old could succeed where adult wizards had failed. His mother's protection. The golden light that made Harry's magic different from everyone else's. Whatever Lily Potter had sacrificed to save her son, Dumbledore understood it in ways Harry didn't. The question was whether to play along. Harry could refuse. Could stay safe, let Quirrell and Voldemort make their move, trust that Dumbledore's other protections would hold. It wasn't his responsibility to stop dark wizards, he was a child, after all, whatever power he might have developed. But if Voldemort got the stone? Harry thought about Susan's parents, killed after the war by Death Eaters who should have been stopped. About Neville's parents, tortured into madness by followers of a Dark Lord who should have been dead. About all the people who would suffer if Voldemort returned to power. He thought about his mother, standing between her son and a monster, choosing death over surrender. Could he do less? May brought examinations and the final move. Harry sat through tests he could have passed in his sleep, his mind focused entirely on the confrontation he knew was coming. Quirrell had returned to teaching, looking worse than ever, gaunt, twitching, his turban wrapped tighter than before. The presence behind his eyes was barely concealed now, watching Harry with a hunger that made his scar throb. Soon. It would be soon. The night before the last exam, Harry gathered his closest allies in the room of requirement, a hidden space Daphne had told him about, which appeared only to those with genuine need. Ron, Hermione, Neville, Susan, Daphne. His inner circle, each representing different skills and perspectives. Something's going to happen tomorrow night, Harry said without preamble. Quirrell is going to make his move on the Philosopher's Stone. I intend to stop him. We'll come with you, Ron said immediately. That's not why I called you here. Harry held up a hand. I need you to do something else. Something just as important. What? Hermione asked. Get Dumbledore. The headmaster left the castle yesterday, I don't know where or why, but it can't be coincidence. Someone lured him away. I need you to find him, tell him what's happening, and bring him back as quickly as possible. But how? The Ministry. Dumbledore has connections there, ways to be reached in emergencies. Hermione, you can forge a convincing message. Ron, your father works there, he might know how to escalate something to the right people. Harry turned to the others. Susan, your aunt is the head of the DMLE. If anyone can track down Dumbledore quickly, it's her. Daphne, you have contacts across pureblood networks. Spread the word that something dark is happening at Hogwarts, make it impossible to ignore. And Neville, the boy asked quietly. You stay at the castle. If I fail, if Quirrell gets past me, someone needs to sound the alarm internally. Go to McGonagall, Flitwick, anyone who'll listen. Make sure the stone doesn't leave Hogwarts even if it means bringing down the whole third-floor corridor. Neville straightened, fear visible on his face but determination stronger. I can do that. You're going alone, Hermione said, her voice tight. Against whatever's possessing Quirrell. I have to. The final protection on the stone, I think it's designed to work with my mother's magic. If anyone else tries to use it, it might not work. Harry paused. And if I'm wrong, if I can't stop him, at least you'll all be safe to keep fighting. The silence that followed was heavy with things unsaid. This is a terrible plan, Daphne finally said. You know that, right? I know. And you're going to do it anyway. I have to. She studied him for a long moment, then nodded once. Then we'll make sure you have backup. Whatever happens, you won't be completely alone. The others echoed her sentiment, voices overlapping with promises and concerns and the fierce loyalty that had grown between them over the year. Harry looked at his friends, his real friends, who had chosen him despite his secrets and masks and the danger that followed him everywhere, and felt something that might have been hope. Tomorrow, everything would change. One way or another. The night came with a weight that pressed against Harry's chest. He waited until the common room emptied, until Ron's snoring confirmed the dorm was asleep, until the castle settled into the deep quiet that came only after midnight. Then he rose, pulled on his robes, and retrieved the items he'd prepared, the invisibility cloak, his wand, a handful of potions from his personal stock. The climb to the third floor was silent and uneventful. The corridor stretched before him, empty and shadowed, the door to Fluffy's chamber slightly ajar. Someone had already begun. Harry pushed through the door and found chaos. Fluffy was asleep, all three heads slumped on massive paws, a harp playing itself in the corner of the room. The trapdoor in the floor was open, darkness beckoning below. Quirrell had gone ahead. Harry dropped through the trapdoor without hesitation. The plant that caught him, Devil's Snare, his trained mind identified, tried to wrap him in deadly vines. A burst of controlled fire drove it back, and he dropped to the next level. A chamber full of flying keys. A broomstick waiting. Harry mounted and flew, his seeker instincts guiding him to the right key without conscious thought. Minutes later, he was through. A giant chessboard. Pieces smashed and scattered across the floor. Someone had already played and won. Harry crossed quickly, not stopping to analyze. A troll, unconscious, sprawled against one wall. Already defeated. Harry stepped over it. A room full of potion bottles. Hermione would have loved this puzzle. Harry solved it with a combination of logic and magical detection, drinking the right potion and stepping through the black flames that guarded the final chamber. And there he was. Quirrell stood before the mirror of Eriste, his back to Harry, his turban unwound and lying discarded on the floor. Where the back of his head should have been, something else existed, a face, chalk white and terrible, with red eyes that seemed to burn with their own internal fire. "I wondered when you would arrive," Voldemort said through Quirrell's mouth, his voice the same high, cold whisper Harry had heard in the corridor weeks ago. "The boy who lived. Come to die at last." Harry raised his wand. "I don't think so. So confident. So young. Do you really believe you can stop me, child? I am Lord Voldemort. I have conquered death itself. You're a parasite living on the back of a failed professor's head. That's not conquering death, that's being too pathetic to stay dead properly." The red eyes flared with rage. "Insolent, stupefy." The spell shot from Harry's wand before Voldemort finished speaking, a classic combat opening, attack during the enemy's monologue. But Quirrell's hand came up, deflecting the stunning spell into the wall with casual efficiency. "Quirrell's body may be weak, but I am not." Voldemort's smile was terrible. "Let me show you true power." The battle that followed was everything Harry had trained for and nothing he could have prepared for. Quirrell was a competent duelist, but Voldemort was something else entirely. Spells flowed from him in patterns Harry barely recognized, dark magic that bent the rules of what should be possible. The air crackled with power as Harry dodged, shielded, countered, using every technique the Grimoire had taught him. It wasn't enough. A curse slipped past Harry's shield and slammed him into the wall. Pain exploded through his ribs as Voldemort advanced, Quirrell's body moving with borrowed grace. "You fight well for a child. Your mother's blood, perhaps, she was powerful, in her own limited way." Voldemort's red eyes gleamed. "But power without experience is meaningless. You don't know what you're fighting, boy. You don't understand what I am." Harry pushed himself up, ignoring the pain. "You're a murderer. A monster. The person who killed my parents. I am so much more than that." Voldemort spread his arms wide. "I have explored magic that would break your mind to comprehend. I have split my very soul to achieve immortality. Even death cannot hold me, and you think a child can succeed where the Reaper failed? My mother did." The words came out quiet, but they hit Voldemort like a physical blow. His stolen face twisted with something that might have been fear. "Lily Potter got lucky. Her sacrifice bought you borrowed time, nothing more. Then why can't you touch me?" Harry stepped forward, raising his empty hands. Voldemort and Quirrell retreated involuntarily. "You feel it, don't you? The protection she left in my blood. The magic you don't understand." Another step. "You said it yourself, something happened that night. Something you can't explain. Something that scares you." "I am not afraid of a child." "Then touch me." Harry reached out, his palm open, his mother's gift blazing in his chest. The golden warmth surged through him, visible now as a subtle glow that surrounded his hand like a halo. Voldemort stared at that glow with unconcealed horror. "What is that? What did she do to you?" "She loved me." Harry's voice was steady despite his racing heart. "More than you've ever loved anything. More than you're capable of understanding. And that love is in me now, part of me, protecting me, giving me power you can never have. Kill him." Voldemort screamed, and Quirrell's body lunged forward. Harry caught Quirrell's hands with his own. The scream that followed wasn't human. Light exploded through the chamber, golden and blinding and filled with a warmth that Harry felt in his very soul. Quirrell's skin blistered and burned where it touched Harry's, his flesh dissolving like paper in flame. Harry held on. The pain was indescribable. Not from the burning, Harry's hands were untouched, protected by the same magic that destroyed his enemy, but from something else. A connection, forced open by the contact, flooding Harry's mind with darkness and cold and the absolute emptiness that was Voldemort's existence. He saw fragmentary visions, a miserable childhood in a grey orphanage. A young man's descent into obsession and evil. The moment of his first murder, the satisfaction of his first Horcrux, the slow erosion of everything human until only hunger remained. And beneath it all, he felt fear. Voldemort was terrified, not of death, which he had conquered, but of this. Of love. Of a power so foreign to his nature that he couldn't comprehend it, let alone defend against it. Quirrell's body collapsed, finally releasing Harry's grip. The professor's face was burned beyond recognition, his flesh still smoldering, his eyes empty of everything that had animated them. But the shadow that had been Voldemort wasn't gone. Harry felt it tear free of the dying body, a formless darkness that screamed with impotent rage as it fled through the chamber wall, through the castle wards, into the night beyond. Gone, but not destroyed. Defeated, but not ended. Harry sank to his knees, exhausted beyond measure, his vision darkening at the edges. The last thing he saw before unconsciousness claimed him was the mirror of Eriste, its surface reflecting his own battered face. And beside him in the reflection, a woman with red hair and green eyes, her hand resting on his shoulder, her smile full of pride and love and the promise of things yet to come. "Well done, my son." Then darkness took him. He woke in the hospital wing 3 days later. Dumbledore was there, sitting beside his bed with an expression that mixed relief and something more complicated, guilt, perhaps, or calculation. Harry studied the old wizard through half-closed eyes, taking stock of his own injuries before revealing he was awake. His ribs had been healed. His hands were bandaged, though they didn't hurt. His magical reserves felt depleted but recovering. Whatever had happened in that chamber, he had survived. "I know you're awake, Harry." Dumbledore's voice was gentle. "You've always been a terrible faker." Harry opened his eyes fully. "Quirrell. Dead. His body couldn't survive your touch, or rather, couldn't survive the protection your mother left in you." Dumbledore paused. "You saved the stone. And perhaps much more than that." Voldemort escaped. "Yes. The shade that was possessing Quirrell fled before you could destroy it completely. But it was weakened further. It will take years, perhaps decades, before it can attempt another return." Dumbledore's eyes were serious. "You've bought us time, Harry. Time to prepare, to strengthen our defenses, to understand what we're facing. You knew." Harry's voice was flat. "You knew what would happen. You set this whole thing up, the stone at Hogwarts, the clues, the protections that I could pass. You wanted me to face him." Dumbledore didn't deny it. "I believed you could defeat him in a way no one else could. Your mother's protection, combined with your own remarkable abilities. I'm 11 years old." "Yes. And you faced the darkest wizard of our age with courage that would shame most adults. You proved that my faith in you was justified." "Your faith?" Harry laughed bitterly. "You risked my life on faith. I risked your life on calculation. On understanding the nature of your mother's sacrifice and the weakness it creates in Voldemort." Dumbledore leaned forward. "I am not proud of what I did, Harry. But I believe it was necessary. Voldemort would have come for you eventually, here or elsewhere, now or later. At least at Hogwarts, you had some advantage. And if I'd died, then I would have spent the rest of my life regretting that I hadn't found another way." Dumbledore's voice cracked slightly. "I have made mistakes, Harry. Many of them, where you're concerned. I hope you can forgive an old man who sometimes lets the greater good blind him to the costs of his choices." Harry stared at the ceiling for a long moment, processing. Dumbledore had manipulated him. Had used him as a weapon against Voldemort without his consent. Had risked his life on the gamble that Lily Potter's sacrifice would prove stronger than the darkest magic ever created. And it had worked. "I'll forgive you," Harry said finally. "Eventually. But I want something in return." "Name it." "The truth. All of it. Why Voldemort killed my parents, what the prophecy says, what my mother's protection really is. No more secrets, no more manipulation. If I'm going to be your weapon against the Dark Lord, I want to know exactly what I'm fighting and why." Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with years and regret. Very well. When you're recovered, we'll talk. About everything. He rose, his ancient joints creaking. But for now, rest. You've earned it. He left, and Harry was alone with his thoughts and the soft sounds of the hospital wing. He had survived. Had defeated Voldemort, at least temporarily. Had proven that his training and his mother's love were enough to face the darkest evil and prevail. But the war wasn't over. The Shade had escaped, and somewhere in the world, Voldemort was plotting his return. The Covenant was still watching. The mysteries of his mother's protection remained unsolved. And Harry was no longer a child pretending to be ordinary. He was a weapon, shaped by tragedy and training, forged in the fires of confrontation with darkness itself. Whatever came next, he would be ready. He had no other choice. Chapter 6 and Chapter 7, The Art of Appearing Ordinary. The end-of-year feast was a blur of scarlet and gold. Gryffindor had won the House Cup, partly through Quidditch, partly through the last-minute points Dumbledore had awarded for services to the school. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione at the long table, accepting congratulations and avoiding questions about what exactly had happened in the third-floor corridor. The official story was vague. Professor Quirrell had suffered a magical accident while attempting unauthorized research. He had died, tragically, and students were advised not to dwell on the details. Most accepted this explanation without question, eager to move on to summer holidays and forget the strange events of the year. Harry's friends knew better. You actually touched him? Ron's voice was hushed, awed. And he just burned. My mother's protection. Whatever she did when she died, it left something in me that Voldemort can't stand. Harry kept his own voice low, conscious of the students around them. When Quirrell touched me, the protection activated. Destroyed his body completely. But Voldemort escaped. Hermione's analytical mind was already working through implications. So he's still out there. Still a threat. A weakened one. Dumbledore says it'll be years before he can try again. And when he does? Harry met her eyes squarely. Then I'll be ready. The certainty in his voice surprised even him. A year ago, he'd been a boy hiding in a shed, discovering a family legacy he'd never known existed. Now he was something else, a trained battle mage, a survivor of direct confrontation with the Dark Lord, a weapon being shaped for wars yet to come. The transformation should have been terrifying. Instead, it felt right. Like growing into a skin that had always been waiting for him. The train ride back to London was bittersweet. Harry sat in a compartment with Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Susan, his core group, the friends who had stood by him through the strangest year of their lives. The countryside rolled past the windows, green and gold and impossibly normal after everything they'd experienced. Promise you'll write, Hermione said, her eyes bright with unshed tears. All of you. I don't want to spend the whole summer not knowing if you're all right. We'll write, Harry assured her. Every week if you want. And we'll meet up, Ron added. Mum's already talking about having everyone to the Burrow before term starts. You too, Harry, she was very clear about that. The invitation warmed something in Harry's chest. The Weasleys, inviting him into their home. Treating him like family. It was more than the Dursleys had ever offered. I'd like that, he said quietly. Susan touched his arm. Be careful this summer. Whatever Dumbledore says about Voldemort being weakened, there are other threats. The Death Eaters who escaped justice, the families who still believe in blood purity. They won't have forgotten who you are. Neither will I. Neville spoke up, his voice steadier than it had been at the start of the year. I've been thinking about what you said. About finding my own strength. I'm going to work on my herbology this summer, really work on it. Professor Sprout gave me some advanced books. That's brilliant, Neville. Harry smiled genuinely. You'll be the best in our year by September. The train began to slow as London approached. Students gathered their belongings, said final goodbyes, prepared to return to lives that felt impossibly distant after months of magic and wonder. Harry watched his friends disperse on the platform, Ron to the sea of red-headed Weasleys, Hermione to her bewildered but proud parents, Susan to her Aunt Amelia who surveyed the crowd with an auror's watchful eyes. Then he was alone, trunk in hand, facing the barrier back to the Muggle world. Back to the Dursleys. Back to Privet Drive. Back to the cupboard and the pretense and the careful masks he'd worn for so many years. But not back to who he'd been. Harry pushed through the barrier and found Vernon Dursley waiting, purple-faced and impatient. Finally. Come on then, boy. I've wasted enough time on this nonsense. Harry followed without comment, letting Vernon's complaints wash over him like water off stone. The car ride was silent except for his uncle's periodic muttering about freaks and abnormality, and the general unfairness of a world that forced decent people to associate with such things. Number 4, Privet Drive looked exactly as Harry had left it, identical houses in identical rows, manicured lawns concealing manicured lives, everything arranged to project respectability while hiding the rot beneath. But Harry saw it differently now. The blood wards his mother had created were visible to his trained senses, subtle protections woven into the very fabric of the house, renewed by Petunia's reluctant presence, forming a barrier that no magical threat could easily breach. His mother's final gift, still protecting him even from beyond death. Your cupboard's been cleaned out, Vernon said as they entered the house. You'll be sleeping in Dudley's second bedroom from now on. Harry blinked. What? Don't make me repeat myself. Vernon's jaw was tight, his eyes not quite meeting Harry's. Petunia thinks it's appropriate. Given certain circumstances. Harry understood. The letter from Hogwarts, or perhaps from Dumbledore directly, had made clear that wizards knew about the cupboard. The Dursleys were covering their tracks, worried about magical retaliation for their treatment of their nephew. Thank you, Uncle Vernon. The words tasted strange, but Harry meant them. A proper room, with a window and a bed and space to breathe. After a decade of darkness, even this grudging concession felt like luxury. The room was small but functional. Dudley's broken toys had been removed, leaving bare walls and a dusty mattress. Harry set his trunk at the foot of the bed and began the process of making the space his own. First, the protections. He spent an hour weaving subtle wards into the room's structure, nothing that would alarm the Ministry's underage magic detectors, but enough to warn him of intrusions and protect his possessions from prying eyes. Then, the connection. He sat cross-legged on the floor and reached for the grimoire, feeling the bond that distance had stretched but never broken. Charles? The response came slowly, like a voice through fog. Harry. You're home. If you can call it that. The Dursleys have given you a room. That's progress. Fear of wizards, not love of me. Harry kept his mental voice neutral. It doesn't matter. I'm here for the wards, not their affection. And for training. Yes. For training. Harry spent the summer becoming something more. The Dursleys, cowed by whatever messages they'd received from the magical world, left him largely alone. He was expected to complete chores and stay out of sight, but the casual cruelty of previous years had diminished to sullen avoidance. Harry used the freedom well. Mornings were for physical conditioning, runs through the neighborhood, exercises in his room, building the strength and endurance that would support his magical development. Afternoons were for study, the books he'd brought from Hogwarts, supplemented by grimoire lessons transmitted through his bond with Charles. Evenings were for the new magic. His mother's gift had grown during the confrontation with Voldemort, awakened by direct contact with the darkness it was designed to oppose. Harry could feel it now as a constant presence, a warmth in his chest that responded to his emotions and amplified his spells. Learning to control it was the work of months. The magic resist structure, Charles explained during one session. It's not like Potter battle magic, which can be trained through repetition and discipline. Your mother's gift is organic, intuitive. It wants to flow, not be contained. So I need to guide it rather than control it. Exactly. Think of it as partnership rather than mastery. The magic is part of you, it wants to help. Your job is to give it direction without restricting its nature. Harry practiced by casting familiar spells while allowing the golden warmth to infuse them. The results were inconsistent at first, sometimes his magic blazed with enhanced power, sometimes it fizzled when the two forces conflicted. But gradually, he learned to harmonize the energies, weaving his mother's love into the fabric of his spellwork. The breakthrough came in late July. Harry was practicing the shield charm, a defensive spell he'd mastered years ago. Instead of casting it normally, he let his mother's gift rise first, feeling the warmth suffuse his magical core. Then he channeled the shield through that warmth, letting the energies merge rather than fighting for dominance. The shield that materialized was unlike anything he'd produced before, golden-tinged, humming with power, radiating a sense of protection that went beyond mere physical defense. When Harry tested it with offensive spells, they didn't just deflect, they dissolved, unmade by a magic that seemed to reject violence at a fundamental level. Remarkable. Charles's voice carried genuine awe. That shield isn't just blocking attacks. It's purifying them. Converting harmful intent into neutral energy. My mother's magic is about love, Harry said slowly, working through the implications. Protection, not destruction. So when I combine it with defensive spells, the result is defensive magic of unprecedented power. Nothing that intends harm can pass through a barrier sustained by genuine love. Harry stared at the golden shield, feeling the warmth of it against his skin. His mother had given him this, not just protection, but the capacity to protect others. A magic that grew stronger the more he cared about the people around him. Can I use it offensively? That's a more complicated question. Your mother's gift resists violence, it won't enhance spells designed to harm. But there may be ways to use protection itself as a weapon. Charles paused. We'll explore the possibilities. Carefully. Harry nodded, already imagining applications. A shield that could be projected outward, enveloping enemies in protection they hadn't asked for, cutting them off from their own dark magic, forcing them to face him without their most dangerous tools. Love as a weapon. His mother would have appreciated the irony. The summer brought other developments. Letters arrived regularly, from Ron, chatty and full of complaints about his brothers, from Hermione, detailed and slightly bossy, with extensive reading recommendations, from Neville, shy but increasingly confident, describing his greenhouse experiments, from Susan, thoughtful and political, sharing news from her aunt about ministry developments. And from Daphne, who communicated through coded messages disguised as formal correspondence. The Covenant has been quiet since your confrontation at Hogwarts. My contacts believe they're reassessing their plans. You proved more dangerous than they expected. Any sign of Helena Vane? None. She's gone to ground, which either means she's planning something or someone silenced her. I'll keep listening. Harry filed away the information. The Covenant remained a threat, but a distant one for now. His immediate concern was the coming school year and whatever challenges it would bring. He also received a letter from an unexpected source. Mr. Potter, I hope this finds you well. I wanted to thank you for our conversation last term, it gave me much to think about over the summer. My father has been different lately. Distracted, worried about things he won't discuss with me. I think the Dark Lord's return attempt shook him more than he'd admit. He's been reconsidering alliances, questioning assumptions I never thought he'd question. I don't know if that changes anything between us. But I thought you should know. Draco Malfoy. Harry read the letter 3 times, parsing every word for hidden meaning. Draco reaching out voluntarily. Lucius Malfoy reconsidering his position. The implications were significant. If even staunch Death Eater families were wavering, Voldemort's defeat had created ripples beyond the immediate victory. He composed a careful response. Draco, thank you for writing. I appreciate you sharing your observations. The questions you're asking are good ones. Keep asking them, even when the answers are uncomfortable. That's how we grow. I hope your summer is going well. Perhaps we can talk more at school. Harry, not friendship, exactly. But a continued opening. A door that Draco could walk through when he was ready. August brought the invitation Harry had been waiting for. Harry, Mom says you're to come to the Burrow next week and stay until school starts. Dad's arranging the transportation, something about properly authorized Muggle-Wizard exchange protocols, but I think he just wants an excuse to study your relative's house. Say yes. The twins are driving me mental and I need backup. Ron. Harry secured permission from the Dursleys with minimal effort. They were happy to be rid of him early. 3 days later, a ministry car arrived at Privet Drive, and Harry found himself being whisked away to the most magical place he'd ever seen. The Burrow was chaos incarnate. The house defied physics, held together by magic and stubbornness, leaning at angles that should have sent it tumbling. Chickens wandered the yard, gnomes infested the garden, and the sounds of Weasley children arguing echoed from every window. It was perfect. Harry. Mrs. Weasley enveloped him in a hug that threatened to crack ribs. Oh, you're far too thin. They haven't been feeding you properly, have they? Come in, dinner's almost ready, and you need feeding up before term starts. Harry let himself be swept into the warmth and noise of the Weasley household. Fred and George demonstrated their latest inventions, explosively. Ginny, the youngest, alternated between staring at Harry and fleeing whenever he looked in her direction. Percy held forth on his prefect duties until everyone stopped listening. And Ron, beaming with pride, showed Harry to his room at the top of the house. It's not much, he said apologetically, gesturing at the cramped space with its violently orange Chudley Cannons decorations. But it's private, at least. It's brilliant, Harry said honestly. Better than anything I've had before. The days at the Burrow were the happiest Harry could remember. He played Quidditch with Ron and the twins in the orchard, developing new moves for the coming season. He helped degnome the garden, laughing as the potato-like creatures sailed over the hedge with outraged squeals. He sat through enormous meals where Mrs. Weasley piled food on his plate until he couldn't move. And he talked with Mr. Weasley about Muggles. Fascinating, absolutely fascinating. Arthur Weasley's eyes shone as Harry explained the purpose of a rubber duck. And you say they use these for bathing rituals? More like children's toys, actually. Remarkable. Simply remarkable. The conversations were absurd, but Harry found himself enjoying them. Arthur Weasley's enthusiasm for the Muggle world was genuine and innocent, so different from the contempt Harry had grown up with. It was refreshing to see his two worlds through eyes that found both equally wonderful. Hermione arrived a week before term, her trunk stuffed with new books and her mind full of questions about Harry's summer training. You've been practicing the hybrid magic. The combination of your mother's gift with standard spell work. Every day. And what are the results? Have you documented the power differentials? I've been reading about magical resonance theory, and I think there might be applications. Harry let her enthusiasm wash over him, answering questions when he could and redirecting when he couldn't. Hermione didn't know everything about his training, some secrets were too dangerous to share, but she knew enough to be a valuable sounding board. The trip to Diagon Alley came on the last Saturday of August. The Weasleys traveled by flow powder, a mode of transport Harry had read about but never used. The experience was disorienting, spinning through green flames, catching glimpses of other fireplaces, tumbling out at the leaky cauldron covered in soot. All right there, Harry. Mr. Weasley steadied him with a practiced hand. Fine. Just, unexpected. The alley was crowded with families doing last-minute school shopping. Harry navigated the familiar shops, Flourish and Blots, the apothecary, Madame Malkin's, collecting supplies while staying alert for threats that had become habit to anticipate. He found one at Flourish and Blots. The shop was hosting a book signing by Gilderoy Lockhart, a wizard whose face smiled from dozens of covers. Harry had heard of him, a famous adventurer whose books described improbable victories over dark creatures. The Grimoire had no record of him, which was itself suspicious. But Lockhart wasn't the threat. Harry spotted Lucius Malfoy near the back of the shop, his white blonde hair distinctive even in the crowd. Draco was with him, looking uncomfortable as his father exchanged cold pleasantries with Arthur Weasley. The confrontation that followed was predictable, insults exchanged, pure-blood snobbery versus working-class pride, but Harry noticed something else. A flicker of movement as Lucius reached toward Ginny's cauldron. A book slipped inside without her noticing. Harry's instinct screamed warning. He moved through the crowd, positioning himself near Ginny without being obvious. When the Malfoys left and the Weasleys gathered their purchases, Harry caught Ginny's arm. "Can I see your cauldron for a second? I think I dropped something in it." Ginny blushed crimson but nodded. Harry rummaged through her books until he found the one that didn't belong, a black diary, old and worn, with T.M. Riddle embossed on the cover. The moment he touched it, he felt dark magic. Not the overwhelming presence of Voldemort himself, but something related, a shadow of shadow, patient and hungry. Harry pocketed the diary without comment. "Nothing there after all. Sorry to bother you." Ginny's blush deepened, but she managed a stammered, "It's okay," before fleeing to her mother's side. Harry kept his expression neutral while his mind raced. Lucius Malfoy had just planted what felt like a dark artifact on an 11-year-old girl. Why? What was the diary? What did T.M. Riddle mean? These were questions that demanded answers. And Harry intended to find them before anyone got hurt. The return to Hogwarts was complicated by transportation issues. The barrier to platform 9 3/4 had sealed itself, refusing to let Harry and Ron through despite multiple attempts. Harry suspected magical interference, someone wanted them to miss the train. "We'll have to find another way," Ron said, panic rising in his voice. "Your dad's car. The one that flies." Ron's eyes went wide. "Harry, that's mental. We'd be seen, we'd get expelled. Do you have a better idea?" The flight to Hogwarts was terrifying, exhilarating, and deeply unwise. Harry spent most of it watching for observers while Ron wrestled with the steering mechanism, his knuckles white on the wheel. They made it, barely. The car crashed into the Whomping Willow, the violent tree that guarded a secret passage, and they emerged battered but alive to face Professor Snape's fury. "Potter." The potion's master's voice could have frozen fire. "Weasley. Explain yourselves." The explanation satisfied no one, but McGonagall's intervention prevented expulsion. They received detentions instead, weeks of them, and a warning that any further misbehavior would result in immediate removal from Hogwarts. "That was stupid," Harry admitted to Ron afterward. "We should have found another way. We got here, didn't we? Getting here isn't the same as getting here wisely." Harry thought about the sealed barrier, the suspicious timing. Someone wanted us to miss the train. Wanted us to do something desperate. Who? I don't know yet. But I intend to find out. The diary demanded attention, but Harry forced himself to wait. Classes resumed with new challenges. Lockhart had been hired as defense professor, proving even more useless than Harry had feared. The man was a fraud, clearly, his adventures, borrowed or invented. But he was also popular, which made him dangerous in different ways. Harry endured the classes with gritted teeth, practicing his combat magic in private while Lockhart demonstrated incompetent pixie wrangling to the amusement of no one. More concerning were the whispers that began circulating in October. Students had been found petrified, frozen in mid-action, eyes wide with terror, bodies rigid as stone. Mrs. Norris first, then Colin Creevey, a first year with an annoying camera and an unfortunate habit of following Harry around. The attacks were blamed on the heir of Slytherin, a mythical figure who could open the Chamber of Secrets and unleash the monster within. Rumors flew, the heir was Harry Potter, absurd, the heir was Draco Malfoy, possible, the heir was some unknown student with a grudge against Muggleborns. Harry knew the truth was more complicated. The diary pulsed with dark magic whenever an attack occurred. Whatever connection existed between T.M. Riddle and the chamber, it was active and growing stronger. He needed to investigate. But investigation required resources he didn't have, access to restricted sections of the library, knowledge of Hogwarts' hidden spaces, time away from the constant scrutiny that came with being Harry Potter. The solution came from an unexpected ally. "You're looking for the Chamber of Secrets," Daphne said, cornering him in an empty corridor after potions. "Don't bother denying it, I can see you thinking. And if I am? Then you need help. The kind of help someone from Slytherin House might provide." Harry studied her carefully. "What do you know?" "The chamber's real. Slytherin built it during the founding of Hogwarts, hidden somewhere even the other founders couldn't find. It contains something, a creature, most legends say, that only his heir can control." "And the heir? That's where it gets interesting." Daphne's voice dropped. "The last time the chamber was opened was 50 years ago. A student died, and the person blamed was Hagrid. He was expelled for it. But there were always rumors that the real culprit got away." "Hagrid?" Harry remembered the Grimoire's notes. He was accused of opening the chamber before. Accused and convicted, as far as the school was concerned. "But my grandmother went to school around that time. She told me stories, about a charming boy named Tom who always seemed to know more than he should. Tom Riddle." The name hit Harry like a physical blow. T.M. Riddle. "You know the name?" Harry made a decision. Trust was a risk, but Daphne had proven herself reliable so far. "I have something. A diary, with that name on it." Lucius Malfoy slipped it into a first-year's cauldron at Flourish and Blots. Daphne's expression sharpened. "Show me." They found a private classroom, and Harry produced the diary from his bag. The moment it emerged, the air seemed to darken, a subtle shift that made both of them uneasy. "Dark magic," Daphne breathed. "Strong dark magic." "Harry, this isn't just a diary." "I know. But I don't know what it is, exactly." Daphne studied the book without touching it. "There are spells, old Slytherin family magic, for binding consciousness to objects. Creating vessels that can preserve knowledge, memories, even personality across generations." She looked up at him. If Tom Riddle bound himself to this diary, then he could still be influencing events. Still be opening the chamber, using someone else as a puppet. Someone who found the diary. Someone who's been writing in it, feeding it, letting it into their mind. Harry thought about Ginny Weasley, how pale she'd been lately, how distracted, how unlike the shy but spirited girl he'd met over the summer. "I need to destroy it. That won't be easy. Objects bound with soul magic are notoriously difficult to unmake. The consciousness inside will fight back. Then I need to find another way. Find the chamber, stop whatever's inside, end this before anyone else gets hurt." Daphne nodded slowly. "I'll help. The Greengrass family has records that might be useful, genealogies, architectural surveys, anything that might point to where Slytherin hid his secret." "Thank you." "Don't thank me yet. If Tom Riddle really is behind this, if he's the heir of Slytherin, then we're dealing with something far more dangerous than a school legend." Her eyes were serious. "Be careful, Harry. Whatever power that diary contains, it's old and patient and very, very clever." Harry looked at the diary in his hands, feeling the darkness pulse beneath its worn cover. "So am I." The hunt for the chamber had begun. Chapter 7 and Chapter 8, Things That Lurk. November brought frost to the castle windows and fear to the corridors. 2 more students had been petrified since Harry's conversation with Daphne, Justin Finch-Fletchley and nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost. The attacks were escalating, and the whispers about the heir of Slytherin had grown into a roar that followed Harry everywhere he went. Half the school believed he was responsible. "It's ridiculous," Ron fumed at breakfast, stabbing his eggs with unnecessary violence. "You're Harry Potter. You defeated you-know-who. Why would you be attacking Muggleborns?" "Because I'm a Parselmouth." Harry kept his voice low, conscious of the stares from neighboring tables. "I spoke to a snake at the dueling club, and now everyone thinks I'm Slytherin's heir." The incident had been a disaster. Lockhart, in one of his many failed attempts at competence, had organized a dueling demonstration that devolved into chaos when Draco conjured a snake. Harry had instinctively spoken to it, commanding it away from Justin, and the entire hall had heard him hissing in a language that shouldn't have been possible. Parseltongue. The language of serpents. A trait associated with dark wizards and, most infamously, with Salazar Slytherin himself. "The ability must have come from Voldemort," Hermione said quietly, her research tone masking obvious concern. "When he tried to kill you, some of his powers transferred. It's documented in several texts on magical transference. I know where it came from." Harry had worked through the implications already, during long nights staring at his bed curtains. "The question is what it means. And whether I can use it." "Use it?" "The Chamber of Secrets. Whatever's inside, it's connected to Slytherin, which means it's probably connected to snakes. If I can speak Parseltongue, maybe I can communicate with it. Control it. Or at least understand what we're dealing with." Ron looked skeptical. "You want to have a chat with the monster that's been petrifying students?" "I want to find out what's actually happening before anyone else gets hurt." Harry pushed his plate away. "The diary is the key. Whatever Tom Riddle put in that thing, it's directing the attacks. If I can figure out how it works, I can stop it." "Have you tried?" "I don't know, writing in it." Harry and Hermione both stared at Ron. "What?" "It's a diary, isn't it? Maybe it writes back." The idea was so obvious that Harry felt stupid for not thinking of it himself. He'd been treating the diary as an artifact to study, a threat to neutralize. He hadn't considered simply communicating with it. "That's brilliant, Ron." "Really?" Ron's ears went red. "I mean, yeah, obviously. I have brilliant ideas all the time." That night, Harry sat alone in his bed, curtains drawn and silencing charms in place. The diary lay open before him, its pages blank and waiting. He dipped his quill in ink and wrote, "My name is Harry Potter." The words sank into the page, absorbed like water into sand. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, new words emerged, written in a hand that was elegant and archaic. "Hello, Harry Potter. My name is Tom Riddle." Harry felt the darkness pulse against his mental shields, a subtle pressure, testing his defenses. He reinforced them automatically while composing his response. "How is it you can write back?" "I preserved my memory in these pages. A fragment of myself, to ensure my knowledge wouldn't be lost." A pause, then, "I've been waiting a long time for someone to find me. Someone worthy of knowing my secrets." The manipulation was obvious, flattery designed to create connection. Harry played along. "What secrets?" "The secrets of Hogwarts. Of the Chamber of Secrets. Of the heir who opened it 50 years ago and released the horror within." "You know who opened the chamber?" "I caught them in the act. I can show you, if you'd like." The page began to glow. Harry felt magic pulling at him, trying to draw his consciousness into the diary's preserved memories. His shields flared in response, blocking the intrusion. "Not tonight," Harry wrote. "I need to think about this." A pause. Then, "Of course. Take your time. I'll be here whenever you're ready." Harry closed the diary and sat in silence, processing what he'd learned. Tom Riddle was manipulative, patient, and clearly trying to influence him. The offer to show memories was almost certainly a trap, a way to draw Harry into the diary's power, perhaps to possess him the way Riddle was possessing whoever had been opening the chamber. But the information was valuable. Riddle claimed to know who had opened the chamber 50 years ago. Even if his memories were fabricated or misleading, they might contain clues to the chamber's location. Harry needed to be careful. Very careful. But he also needed answers. The game had begun. December brought a breakthrough from an unexpected source. Hermione had been researching monsters capable of petrification, working through increasingly obscure texts in her quest to identify the chamber's creature. Her efforts paid off during a study session in the library. "It's a basilisk," she whispered, her face pale with equal parts fear and excitement. "A giant serpent, born from a chicken's egg hatched beneath a toad. Its gaze kills instantly, but if you see it indirectly, through a reflection or a ghost, you're only petrified." Harry thought through the attacks. Mrs. Norris, found near a flooded bathroom with water on the floor, she'd seen the reflection. Colin Creevey, looking through his camera. Justin, seeing it through nearly headless Nick. Nick himself, already dead and therefore merely frozen rather than destroyed. That explains the petrifications. But a basilisk that size, how is it moving through the castle without being seen? The pipes. Hermione's eyes were wide. Hogwarts is full of plumbing. A snake could travel through the pipe system, emerge wherever it wanted, attack and retreat without ever being seen in the corridors. And I've been hearing it. Harry remembered the strange voice he'd caught glimpses of, hissing sounds that no one else seemed to notice. The snake's voice, traveling through the walls. I could hear it because I'm a Parselmouth. This is incredible, Hermione breathed. We know what it is, how it moves, why the victims are petrified instead of dead. All we need now is the chamber's location. A bathroom, Harry said slowly. Mrs. Norris was found near a flooded bathroom. And Myrtle, moaning Myrtle. The ghost who haunts the second-floor girls' bathroom. Hermione's expression shifted. Harry, Myrtle died at Hogwarts. 50 years ago. During the last time the chamber was opened. The pieces clicked together with terrible clarity. She was killed by the basilisk. The first victim, or maybe the only one who actually died. And the entrance to the chamber is in her bathroom. They stared at each other, the weight of discovery pressing down on them. We need to tell someone, Hermione said. Dumbledore, McGonagall, anyone who can what? Fight a basilisk? Harry shook his head. The moment the teachers learn the truth, they'll try to handle it themselves. And anyone who looks at that creature directly dies. Even trained wizards aren't immune to that. Then what do we do? Harry thought about his training. About 4 years of combat magic, designed for exactly this kind of threat. About his mother's gift, which seemed to grow stronger every time he faced darkness. I go into the chamber. I find the basilisk. And I kill it before it kills anyone else. Harry, that's insane. Maybe. But I'm the only one who can talk to it, which means I'm the only one who might be able to control it or trick it or find out what it's really doing. He met Hermione's eyes squarely. I'm not going to let more people get hurt because I was afraid to act. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. Okay. But you're not going alone. Ron and I will be at that bathroom, ready to get help if you don't come back. And you're going to tell me everything you know about fighting a basilisk. There isn't much. The Grimoire has notes on basilisk venom. It's one of the most deadly substances in existence, capable of destroying almost anything. But fighting one? Harry shrugged. Nobody fights basilisks. They're extinct, supposedly. The last confirmed sighting was centuries ago. Except this one. Except this one. The plan came together over the following week. Harry continued his conversations with the diary, feeding Tom Riddle carefully crafted information while extracting what he could in return. The memory riddle offered to show him, the supposed capture of the chamber's original opener, remained a trap Harry wasn't willing to spring. But smaller revelations emerged through patient questioning. The chamber is beneath the school, Riddle wrote. Deep beneath, in foundations laid by Slytherin himself. The entrance is hidden in plain sight, somewhere students pass every day without knowing. How do you open it? With the gift of Slytherin's blood. The language of serpents. Only a true heir can command the entrance to reveal itself. Harry filed this away. Parseltongue was the key, which meant the entrance would respond to him just as it responded to whoever was currently controlling the basilisk. He also worked on his combat preparation. The grimoire's notes on serpent creatures were limited, but certain principles applied. Snakes were vulnerable to cold, to sudden loud noises, to attacks on their relatively unprotected undersides. A basilisk's hide would resist most magic, but its eyes and mouth were likely softer targets. And there was the rooster's crow. A rooster's crow is fatal to a basilisk, Hermione reported from her research. That's why all the school roosters were killed early in the term. Someone was eliminating the one thing that could stop the monster. Can we get another one? I've been trying. But importing livestock to Hogwarts isn't easy, and there are regulations about bringing dangerous items into the school. A chicken is a dangerous item? When it can kill a 1,000-year-old serpent? Apparently yes. Harry found a workaround through magical means. A rooster's crow was just a specific sound at a specific frequency, something that could be replicated through charms if you knew what you were doing. He spent 3 nights perfecting a spell that produced the effect, testing it at volumes too low to kill but loud enough to confirm it worked. The weapon was ready. The knowledge was gathered. All that remained was the confrontation itself. Then everything went wrong. The attack came on a Thursday afternoon. Harry was in transfiguration when Professor McGonagall's voice echoed through the castle, magically amplified. All students are to return to their house dormitories immediately. All teachers to the second-floor corridor. Harry's blood ran cold. The second floor. Myrtle's bathroom. He slipped away from the streaming students, using the invisibility cloak to navigate to a shadowed alcove near the corridor in question. What he saw made his heart stop. Hermione lay on the floor, rigid and frozen, her eyes wide with terror. A mirror lay shattered beside her outstretched hand. She'd figured it out. She'd gone to investigate on her own. And the basilisk had found her. Miss Granger has been petrified, McGonagall announced to the gathered teachers, her voice carefully controlled. Along with a Ravenclaw prefect, Penelope Clearwater. Both were found together, near the girls' bathroom. The Mandrake restorative will be ready by June, Snape said quietly. Until then, they'll have to remain in the hospital wing. That's months away, Flitwick protested. Surely there's something. The standard treatment requires mature mandrakes. Our crop won't be ready until spring. Snape's voice was flat. Unless someone has an alternative, those students are trapped in their condition for the duration. Harry listened from his hidden position, rage and grief warring in his chest. Hermione, frozen because he hadn't acted fast enough. Because he'd been cautious, careful, gathering information while the monster roamed free. No more caution. No more waiting. Tonight, he would end this. The common room that evening was subdued, students clustered in anxious groups, talking in hushed voices about the attacks and the rumors and the fear that had settled over the school like a shroud. Harry found Ron in a corner, pale and shaking with anger. We have to do something. I know. Harry kept his voice low. Tonight. I'm going into the chamber. I'm coming with you. Ron, she's my friend too. Ron's eyes were bright with unshed tears. Hermione figured it out, and she got hurt because we weren't there to help her. I'm not letting you face this alone. Harry wanted to argue, but something in Ron's expression stopped him. This wasn't recklessness, it was loyalty. The same loyalty that had made Ron follow Harry to face a troll, that had kept him steady through all the strangeness of the past year. Okay. But we do this smart. We prepare, we plan, we don't take unnecessary risks. Agreed. They spent the hours until midnight gathering supplies and reviewing strategy. Harry explained everything: the basilisk, the diary, his conversations with Tom Riddle, the rooster's crow spell he'd developed. Ron listened with growing alarm but didn't waver. So we sneak into a bathroom, open a secret entrance by talking to a sink, climb down into a chamber built by a mad wizard 1,000 years ago, and kill a giant magic snake that can murder us just by looking at us. Ron took a deep breath. Right. Okay. I've faced worse. When have you faced worse? I haven't. But saying it out loud makes me feel better. At midnight, they crept through the castle under the invisibility cloak, avoiding the patrol routes Harry had memorized. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom was exactly as expected, damp, gloomy, and haunted by a translucent girl who wailed at their entrance. "Come to throw something at me," she demanded. "To make fun of poor, ugly, miserable Myrtle?" "Actually, we came to ask how you died." The question stunned her into silence. Then, slowly, a strange expression crossed her ghostly face, something almost like pleasure at being asked. It was dreadful. "I was hiding in here because Olive Hornby was teasing me about my glasses. And then I heard a voice, a boy, speaking in a strange language I couldn't understand. I opened the door to tell him to go away and use his own bathroom, and then," she paused dramatically, "I died." "You saw something?" "Great big yellow eyes. Over there, by that sink." She pointed to an ordinary-looking fixture against one wall. Harry approached the sink, examining it closely. There, barely visible unless you knew to look, a tiny serpent was carved into one of the copper taps. He focused on the carving and spoke in Parseltongue, "Open." The sink began to move. The entire apparatus rotated, revealing a wide pipe that dropped into darkness. Cold air rose from below, carrying scents of damp and age and something else, something organic, reptilian. "That's our entrance," Harry said. "Ready?" Ron swallowed hard. "Not even slightly." "Let's go." They slid down the pipe together, a long fall that ended in a cushioned landing among what appeared to be centuries of animal bones. The tunnel before them stretched into blackness, lit only by the faint glow of luminescent fungi. Harry cast a quiet lumos, revealing walls carved with serpents, dozens of them, winding around pillars and across the stone floor, their eyes following the intruders with frozen intensity. "Charming decor," Ron muttered. They advanced carefully, wands ready, every sense alert for danger. The tunnel opened into a larger space, and then into a vast chamber that took Harry's breath away. The Chamber of Secrets. Massive serpent pillars rose toward a ceiling lost in shadow. A long channel of dark water ran down the center of the floor, and at the far end, a giant stone face dominated the wall, Salazar Slytherin himself, rendered in ancient granite. And at the base of that face, crumpled on the floor, a small figure with red hair. "Ginny!" Ron broke into a run, skidding to his knees beside his sister. "Ginny, wake up!" Harry followed more cautiously, his instincts screaming warning. Ginny was pale, barely breathing, and clutched in her hand, the diary. She had the diary. She'd been writing in it all along. "She won't wake." Harry spun toward the voice. A boy stood in the shadows, 17 or 18, handsome in a cold way, wearing Hogwarts robes that seemed to shimmer slightly out of phase with reality. "Tom Riddle." "You," Harry said, his wand coming up. "You've been doing this. Using her to open the chamber, to control the basilisk. Clever." Riddle smiled, and there was nothing warm in it. "Little Ginny has been writing in my diary for months, pouring out her fears and insecurities. How worried she was about starting school. How scared she was that famous Harry Potter wouldn't like her. She told me all her secrets, and in return, I shared a few of mine. You possessed her. I drained her. Her life force, her magical essence, everything that made her Ginny Weasley, I've been absorbing it. And now she's almost gone, and I'm almost real. Riddle spread his arms wide. Soon I'll be strong enough to exist without the diary. To step out into the world again, in a body of my own. I won't let that happen. You can't stop it. Riddle's smile widened. But perhaps we should discuss this properly. You have questions, I'm sure. About who I am. About what I became. I know who you are. You're Voldemort. The name echoed through the chamber. Riddle's expression flickered, surprise, then pleasure. You worked it out. I'm impressed. Most people never make the connection. He raised his wand, Ginny's wand, stolen from her unconscious form. I am Lord Voldemort. Or I was, before I became something greater. The diary is a piece of my soul, preserved against the possibility of death. While it exists, I cannot truly be destroyed. Harry's mind raced. A piece of Voldemort's soul. That explained everything, the dark magic radiating from the diary, the connection to the attacks, the way Riddle seemed to grow stronger as Ginny weakened. The basilisk, Harry said. You're controlling it through the diary. Through Ginny, actually. She's been quite useful, opening the chamber, commanding the serpent, attacking mudbloods on my behalf. She doesn't remember any of it, of course. The diary suppresses her conscious mind while I work. Riddle shrugged. She'll die soon. Her life force will complete my return. And then, except you're not pure blood yourself. The Grimoire had given Harry this knowledge. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Son of Tom Riddle, a Muggle. You're a half-blood, just like me. Riddle's expression darkened. My filthy Muggle father abandoned my mother before I was born. I have no connection to that weakness. I am the heir of Slytherin through my mother's line. I have transcended the limitations of blood and become something greater than wizard or Muggle. You've become a parasite. Living off a child's stolen life force. I've become immortal. Riddle's voice rose. And I will prove my power by killing the famous Harry Potter, the boy who supposedly defeated me, who carries my enemy's protection, who everyone thinks is so special. He raised his wand. Let's see how special you are against the monster of Slytherin. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. The great stone face's mouth opened. And from the darkness within, the basilisk emerged. Harry looked away immediately, fixing his gaze on the floor, relying on sound and magical sense to track the enormous serpent. It was even larger than he'd imagined, 20 meters at least, its scales scraping against stone as it coiled through the chamber. Kill him, Riddle commanded in Parseltongue. Harry ran. The basilisk pursued, faster than anything that size had any right to be. Harry dodged between pillars, keeping his eyes down, casting the rooster's crow spell at maximum volume. The sound echoed through the chamber, but the basilisk didn't die. It flinched, slowed, seemed momentarily confused, but recovered almost immediately. A clever trick, Riddle laughed. But my basilisk is ancient, powerful, resistant to such simple measures. It will take more than a magical rooster to destroy the heir of Slytherin's greatest weapon. Harry changed tactics. He couldn't look at the creature, couldn't use his most powerful spells without a target, couldn't outrun it forever. He needed another approach. His mother's gift. He reached for the warmth in his chest, the golden light that had destroyed Quirrell and defied Voldemort's darkest magic. It rose at his call, stronger than ever, flooding his body with power that felt like love made manifest. Face me! Harry shouted in Parseltongue, turning to confront the basilisk with his eyes shut tight. The serpent hesitated, confused by the command from a speaker other than its master. Harry raised his wand and channeled everything he had into a single spell, not an attack, but a shield. The golden light erupted from him in a wave, spreading outward in a dome of pure protective magic. The basilisk struck at him, and recoiled. The shield didn't just block the attack. It burned wherever it touched the serpent, golden light searing against dark magic scales. The basilisk screamed, a sound Harry had never imagined a snake could make, and thrashed backward. "What is this?" Riddle's voice had lost its composure. "What are you doing?" "My mother gave her life to protect me." Harry's voice was steady despite the strain of maintaining the shield. "Her love became magic, magic that your kind can never understand. Your darkness can't touch me, Riddle. And it can't survive inside my light." He pushed outward. The shield expanded, driving the basilisk back, forcing it toward the far wall of the chamber. The serpent was ancient and powerful, but it was also a creature of darkness, born from dark magic and sustained by dark purposes. Against the pure light of sacrificial love, it had no defense. The basilisk tried to flee into the mouth of the stone face, but Harry's shield caught it, surrounded it, burned it from every direction at once. The creature's screams filled the chamber as golden fire consumed it from the inside out. Then silence. Harry lowered his shield, gasping, and opened his eyes. The basilisk was dead. Nothing remained but a skeleton, massive and empty, its dark essence purged by light. Riddle stared at the remains with an expression of absolute shock. Impossible. That creature it was supposed to be, it was dark magic given form. Harry raised his wand toward Riddle. "And dark magic can't survive against love. You should know that better than anyone. You lost to my mother once. You're going to lose to her again. I am not some spirit to be banished." Riddle raised Ginny's wand. "I am Lord Voldemort." Avada, Harry moved faster than thought. The diary had fallen from Ginny's hand when she collapsed. Harry Dove grabbed it, and, remembering what Hermione had researched about basilisk venom, snatched a broken fong from the serpent's remains. He drove the fong through the diary's cover. Riddle screamed. Ink poured from the wound like blood, black and foul-smelling. Riddle's form flickered, destabilized, began to tear apart at the edges. "No. You can't, I will," Harry twisted the fong. The diary exploded in a burst of dark magic, and Tom Riddle was gone. The silence that followed was absolute. Harry knelt on the chamber floor, trembling with exhaustion, the destroyed diary in his hands and a broken fong beside him. Behind him, he heard Ron calling his name, heard Ginny stirring, heard the sounds of crisis giving way to recovery. He'd done it. He'd found the chamber, killed the basilisk, destroyed the piece of Voldemort's soul that had been terrorizing the school. But as he stared at the ruined diary, a terrible thought formed. A piece of Voldemort's soul. Preserved in an object. Created to ensure immortality. What if there were others? What if the diary wasn't the only Horcrux? Harry closed his eyes and let the weariness wash over him. That question would have to wait. For now, there was a girl to save, a friend to rescue, a school to inform that the nightmare was over. He stood, pocketed the destroyed diary, and turned to help Ron carry Ginny toward the light. Behind him, the Chamber of Secrets fell silent, its monster dead, its secrets revealed, its darkness broken by love. For now, that was enough. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9, The Game Within the Game. The aftermath of the chamber was chaos wrapped in celebration. Ginny was rushed to the hospital wing, pale but recovering as the life force Riddle had stolen slowly returned to her. The petrified students, Hermione among them, were restored once the Mandrake draft was completed, though the process took another week of anxious waiting. Lockhart, who had somehow involved himself in the rescue attempt and suffered a memory charm backfire, was quietly removed to St. Mungo's. And Harry found himself, once again, at the center of attention he neither wanted nor knew how to handle. "You killed a basilisk." Dumbledore's voice carried a mixture of awe and concern as they sat in his office 3 days after the chamber. A 1,000-year-old serpent, immune to most magic, capable of killing with a glance. And you destroyed it with your mother's protection. The light burned it. Harry kept his voice neutral, still processing everything that had happened. Dark magic can't survive against sacrificial love. You taught me that. I theorized it. You proved it. Dumbledore's eyes were thoughtful. The magic your mother left in you continues to evolve in ways I didn't anticipate. Each time you face darkness, it grows stronger. More responsive. More active. Is that dangerous? Everything powerful is dangerous. But this particular power seems designed to protect, not destroy. It responds to threat, amplifies in the presence of dark magic, but doesn't corrupt its user. Dumbledore paused. Your mother created something unprecedented, Harry. A living protection that grows with you, that learns and adapts. I suspect we've only seen a fraction of what it can do. Harry thought about the golden shield that had burned the basilisk. About the warmth that had sustained him through Riddle's taunts and the serpent's attacks. About the presence he sometimes felt, not his mother exactly, but something she'd left behind. A piece of her love, made manifest. The diary, he said, changing the subject. It was a piece of Voldemort's soul. A Horcrux. Dumbledore's expression shifted, surprise, then carefully controlled interest. You know that term? The Grimoire has records. Dark magic designed to anchor the soul to the physical world, preventing true death. Harry met the headmaster's eyes directly. There are more, aren't there? More Horcruxes. That's why Voldemort survived when his body was destroyed, his soul was already split, already protected. The silence stretched between them. Harry could see Dumbledore weighing options, considering how much to reveal. You've grown remarkably, Harry. In power and in understanding. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. Yes. I believe there are more Horcruxes. How many, I cannot say with certainty. But the diary's destruction proves they can be destroyed, which means Voldemort's immortality is not absolute. We need to find them. All of them. We do. And we will. Dumbledore rose, moving to the window that overlooked the grounds. But that is a task for another time. The diary is gone, the chamber is sealed, and the school is safe for now. You've earned rest, Harry. And perhaps some time to simply be a student, rather than a warrior. Harry wanted to argue, wanted to press for information about the other Horcruxes, about Voldemort's plans, about everything that still threatened the people he cared about. But exhaustion weighed on him, and he recognized the dismissal in Dumbledore's words. One more thing, Harry said as he stood to leave. Lucius Malfoy. He's the one who planted the diary on Ginny. He knew what it was, what it would do. I am aware. Dumbledore's voice carried an edge. Unfortunately, proving such things is difficult. Lucius Malfoy has powerful allies and considerable resources for avoiding consequences. So he gets away with it. For now. Dumbledore turned to face him. Justice is not always swift, Harry. But it is persistent. Lucius Malfoy will face consequences for his actions, perhaps not today, but eventually. The universe has a way of balancing scales. It wasn't enough. Harry knew it wasn't enough. But he also knew that pressing further would accomplish nothing. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Harry. For everything you've done this year. Dumbledore's smile was warm but tired. Now go. Your friends are waiting. Hermione's recovery was the highlight of the following weeks. She woke confused and frustrated, demanding to know everything that had happened while she was petrified. Harry and Ron spent hours bringing her up to speed, the chamber's discovery, the confrontation with Riddle, the basilisk's destruction, and the diary's true nature. A Horcrux, Hermione breathed, her analytical mind already racing. That explains so much. The way Riddle was able to grow stronger, to almost become physical again, he was feeding on Ginny's life force to reconstruct his fragmented soul. And there are more, Harry confirmed. Dumbledore believes Voldemort created multiple Horcruxes, hiding pieces of his soul in different objects. Then we need to find them. Research the possibilities, identify likely candidates, eventually. But not right now. Harry touched her arm gently. You just woke up from being petrified for months. The Horcrux hunt can wait until you've recovered. Hermione looked like she wanted to argue, but exhaustion won out. Fine. But over the summer, we're making a comprehensive research plan. No more flying blind into dangerous situations. Agreed. Ron appeared with a tray of food from the Great Hall, interrupting the moment. Madame Pomfrey says you can eat solid food now. I brought everything, didn't know what you'd want after months of nothing but nutrient potions. The tray was piled absurdly high. Hermione laughed, the first real laugh Harry had heard from her in what felt like forever, and the tension of the past months finally began to ease. They were together again. Whatever came next, they would face it together. The end of term brought revelations Harry hadn't anticipated. Exams were cancelled, a decision that delighted most students and horrified Hermione, and the celebration of Voldemort's second defeat filled the castle with an energy that bordered on manic. But beneath the festivities, darker currents moved. Daphne found Harry in an empty corridor the day before departure. The Covenant has taken notice, she said without preamble. Your destruction of the Horcrux made waves in circles that monitor such things. They know now that you're not just a symbol, you're actively hunting pieces of Voldemort's soul. Let them know. Harry's voice was harder than he intended. If they want to help, they can share what they know. If they want to stop me, they can try. That's exactly the kind of response that worries them. Daphne's expression was serious. The Covenant has members who would see you as an ally, Harry. But they also have members who see you as a threat, a grimoire holder who's becoming too powerful, too quickly, too publicly. What do you think? I think you're walking a very dangerous line. She glanced around, ensuring they weren't overheard. The Horcrux you destroyed, do you understand what that means? Not just for Voldemort, but for magical theory. Soul magic at that level was thought to be impossible. The fact that you could destroy it, could burn it with whatever light your mother left you, that terrifies people who study such things. Good. Maybe they'll think twice before making me their enemy. Or maybe they'll decide you need to be eliminated before you become too strong to stop. Daphne stepped closer, her voice dropping. I'm not your enemy, Harry. But I'm also not powerful enough to protect you from the forces that are taking interest. Watch yourself this summer. Trust carefully. And for Merlin's sake, don't do anything that attracts more attention than you've already gathered. She was gone before Harry could respond, slipping away with the practiced ease of someone who'd learned to navigate dangerous politics from childhood. Harry stood in the empty corridor, processing her warning. The Covenant. The Ministry. The remaining Death Eaters. The unknown forces that circled the edges of his life, watching and waiting and planning. He'd destroyed a Horcrux and killed a basilisk. He'd proven himself capable of standing against the darkest magic and emerging victorious. And in doing so, he'd painted an even larger target on his back. The summer of Harry's 12th year was different from any that had come before. The Dursleys' fear of magical retaliation had deepened into something approaching genuine terror. Vernon and Petunia avoided Harry entirely when possible, speaking to him only when absolutely necessary and then in clipped, careful tones. Dudley, who had developed an instinctive wariness after years of accidental magic incidents, now crossed the street when he saw Harry coming. Harry used the isolation productively. His training with the Grimoire intensified, focusing on the new capabilities his mother's gift had revealed. The golden light could be shaped, directed, even weaponized in ways he hadn't imagined. Shields that purified dark magic. Offensive applications that burned corruption without harming the innocent. Detection abilities that let him sense malevolent intent before it manifested. You're becoming something unprecedented, Charles observed during one session. The Potter battle magic tradition focused on combat, direct confrontation, overwhelming force, tactical superiority. But your mother's gift operates on different principles. Protection. Purification. The transformation of darkness into light. Can I combine them? Use battle magic enhanced by the protection. That's what you're already doing, instinctively. But deliberate combination, conscious integration of both traditions, that would require understanding we don't yet have. Charles paused. Your mother was researching something before she died. Notes, experiments, theoretical frameworks. If any of that survived, Dumbledore might know. Or there might be records at Godric's Hollow. Both possibilities worth exploring. But carefully. The cottage where your parents died is likely watched, by the Ministry, by Death Eater sympathizers, possibly by others with interest in the boy who lived. Harry filed the information away. Godric's Hollow. His parents' home, where everything had begun and ended. He would go there eventually, but not until he was ready to face whatever he found. Letters arrived throughout the summer, keeping Harry connected to the world beyond Privet Drive. Ron wrote about the Weasleys' summer trip to Egypt, funded by a lottery win that seemed almost too convenient. Bill, the Cursebreaker, had shown them pyramids and tombs and ancient magical artifacts. Ron's enthusiasm practically leaped off the parchment. Hermione wrote about her research, predictably, but also about her family's trip to France and her growing concern about the magical world's insularity. We're hiding from Muggles, she observed, but we're also hiding from ourselves. From our history, from our failures, from the consequences of our choices. How can we progress if we refuse to examine what we've done wrong? Neville wrote about his greenhouse experiments, describing magical plants with an expertise that impressed even the Grimoire. His confidence had grown dramatically over the past year, and Harry could hear it in every line. Susan wrote about her aunt's work at the DMLE, carefully redacted to avoid security concerns, but still revealing. The Ministry was in turmoil over the chamber events, with various factions blaming each other for failing to detect the threat. Fudge's position was weakening, and stronger personalities were maneuvering for advantage. And Daphne wrote with intelligence updates that made Harry increasingly grateful for their alliance. The Covenant has split into factions. The moderates want to approach you, offer information about the remaining Horcruxes in exchange for access to the Potter Grimoire's knowledge. The extremists want to eliminate you before you can destroy more of what they consider irreplaceable magical artifacts. Helena Vane has resurfaced. She's been gathering support for a third option, something she calls reformation from within. I don't have details, but her brother Malachar is apparently furious. Whatever she's planning, it's significant enough to threaten his control of the organization. Be careful, Harry. The pieces are moving, and you're at the center of the board whether you want to be or not. Harry appreciated the warning, but he was tired of being careful. Tired of waiting for threats to materialize, of responding to other people's moves instead of making his own. He was 12 years old, and he'd already faced Voldemort twice. He'd killed a basilisk, destroyed a Horcrux, and wielded magic that terrified people who'd been studying dark arts for decades. It was time to stop playing defense. The breakthrough came in late July. Harry was practicing the integration of his two magical traditions, Potter battle magic and his mother's protective gift, when something clicked. Not a physical sensation, but a mental shift, a new understanding that had been building for months. The magic wasn't separate. It had never been separate. His mother's gift wasn't an addition to his abilities, it was the foundation. Everything he'd learned from the Grimoire, every combat spell and defensive technique, had been building on a base of sacrificial love. The reason his magic had always been stronger than it should be, more responsive, more intuitive, it was because love amplified everything. The Grimoire taught control. His mother's gift provided power. Combined properly, they created something greater than either could achieve alone. Harry raised his wand and cast a simple stunning spell, but instead of the usual red bolt, golden-tinged light erupted from the tip. The spell hit a practiced target across the room, and the target didn't just fall. It was lifted, cushioned, set down gently as if by invisible hands. What? Harry stared at the result. I cast Stupefy. It should have knocked the target over. You cast a stunning spell infused with protective intent, Charles said slowly, his voice carrying something like awe. The spell incapacitated the target while simultaneously ensuring it wasn't harmed by the impact. Attack and protection in a single casting. Harry tried again, this time with a more aggressive spell. The Reductor Curse, normally designed to destroy solid objects, emerged as a controlled blast that pushed his target back without shattering it. The full body bind created a binding that was firm but not painful. Even the Cutting Curse, one of the more dangerous spells in his arsenal, produced wounds that sealed themselves almost immediately. This shouldn't be possible. Charles was openly amazed now. You're fundamentally altering the nature of combat magic. Making it non-lethal by default, protective even in aggression. Is that good or bad? It's unprecedented. Which means we don't know what it is yet. Charles paused. Can you turn it off? Cast without the protective influence. Harry tried. He focused on the combat training, on the harsh efficiency the Grimoire had taught, on the warrior's mindset that treated enemies as threats to be neutralized. The stunning spell came out normal. Red light, standard impact. So I can control it. Choose when to integrate the protection and when to use pure combat magic. It seems so. Which gives you extraordinary flexibility. Charles's voice turned thoughtful. In situations where you want to minimize harm, crowd control, defense of innocence, you can use the integrated magic. In situations where lethal force is necessary, I can still fight like a Potter. Harry nodded slowly. Best of both worlds. Potentially. But there's a danger here. Charles's tone grew serious. The protective magic responds to your intentions, your emotions. If you're conflicted about using force, if part of you doesn't want to hurt even an enemy, the protection might activate involuntarily. In a life-or-death situation, that hesitation could be fatal. So I need to be certain. When I choose to fight without protection, I need to mean it completely. Exactly. Your mother's gift makes you more versatile, but it also demands absolute clarity of purpose. You cannot afford doubt. Harry thought about Quirrell, burning under his hands. About Riddle, screaming as the basilisk Fong destroyed his Horcrux. About the enemies still waiting in the shadows, planning and plotting and preparing. I understand, he said. When the time comes to kill, I'll be certain. He hoped he was telling the truth. August brought 2 visitors that changed everything. The first was expected, Remus Lupin, his father's old friend, arriving at Privet Drive with a formal letter and a tired smile. Harry. I don't know if you remember me, I was a friend of your parents. I know who you are. Harry studied the man carefully. Shabby robes, prematurely gray hair, scars across his face that spoke of old violence. The marauder. The werewolf. Lupin's expression flickered with surprise. You know about that? The Grimoire has records. James Potter's school friends, Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew, Remus Lupin. 3 animagi and 1 werewolf, calling themselves the Marauders. 3 animagi. Lupin's voice sharpened. You know about that too. My father, Sirius, and Peter all became animagi to keep you company during the full moon. The Grimoire has their registration numbers, unofficial, of course, since they never registered with the ministry. Harry paused. But you didn't come here to talk about old times. No. Lupin seemed to gather himself. I've been offered the defense against the dark arts position at Hogwarts. Dumbledore asked me to introduce myself before term starts, and to check on you. He's concerned about your safety this summer. He should be more concerned about Sirius Black. The words dropped into the conversation like stones into still water. Lupin went pale. How do you know about that? Daphne Greengrass has sources in the ministry. Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban 3 weeks ago. The first person to ever do so. Harry watched Lupin's reaction carefully. He's allegedly coming to kill me, revenge for his master's defeat. But that doesn't make sense. What doesn't make sense? Any of it. Harry had spent considerable time analyzing the Sirius Black situation since learning of the escape. Black was supposedly my parents' secret keeper. He betrayed them to Voldemort, killed Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles, then laughed when the Aurors captured him. But what? But my parents trusted him absolutely. My father made him my godfather. And the Grimoire's records of his character don't match the actions he's accused of. Harry met Lupin's eyes. You knew him better than anyone. Was Sirius Black capable of betraying James and Lily Potter? Lupin was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was barely audible. I've asked myself that question every day for 12 years. And I still don't have an answer. That's not good enough. Harry's voice was harder than he intended. You were his friend. You knew him. Either he was the traitor everyone says he was, or something else happened that night. Which is it? I don't know. Lupin's composure cracked. I wasn't there. I was away on a mission for the Order, and by the time I got back, everything had already happened. Sirius was in Azkaban, Peter was dead, James and Lily were. He stopped, struggling for control. Then maybe it's time we found out the truth. Harry softened his tone slightly. Because if Sirius Black is innocent, if he's been in Azkaban for 12 years for a crime he didn't commit, then the real traitor is still out there. And they need to answer for what they did. Lupin stared at him. You sound like you've already made up your mind. I've made up my mind to find the truth. Whatever that truth is. Harry paused. When Black comes for me, and he will come, innocent or guilty, I intend to ask him directly. And I'll know if he's lying. Harry, that's incredibly dangerous. So is letting a potential innocent rot in prison while a potential traitor walks free. Harry's voice was firm. I'm not asking for permission, Professor. I'm telling you what I'm going to do. You can help me, or you can stay out of my way. But you can't stop me. Lupin looked at the 12-year-old boy standing before him, a boy who had killed a basilisk, destroyed a piece of Voldemort's soul, and now spoke of confronting an alleged mass murderer with the calm certainty of a veteran soldier. Your mother would be proud of you, he said quietly. And terrified. I know. Harry allowed himself a small smile. Will you help? I'll think about it. And I'll watch. If you're right about Sirius, if there's any chance, Lupin shook his head. I need time to process this. Fair enough. But don't take too long. If the ministry catches him before I do, we might never know the truth. The second visitor arrived that same night, after Lupin had departed. Harry was in his room, preparing for bed, when he felt the wards shift. Someone was approaching the house, someone magical, someone his passive defenses recognized as potentially threatening. He was at the window with his wand drawn before the knock came at the front door. Through the darkness, he could make out a figure on the doorstep, tall, gaunt, dressed in rags that might once have been wizard robes. Long dark hair, matted and unkempt. Eyes that seemed to burn with an intensity that was visible even from Harry's second-floor vantage point. Sirius Black had come to Little Whinging. Harry took a breath, steadied himself, and went downstairs. The Dursleys were asleep, or pretending to be, more likely cowering in their bedroom at the first sign of magical disturbance. Harry didn't bother checking on them. Whatever happened next, it wasn't their concern. He opened the front door. Hello, Godfather. Sirius Black stared at him with eyes that held 12 years of Azkaban, madness and despair and something else. Something that looked almost like hope. Harry. His voice was a rasp, broken by years of disuse. I came, I had to, I know why you came. Harry kept his wand at his side but ready. The question is whether you're here to kill me or to explain yourself. Kill you? Horror crossed Black's gaunt face. I would never, Harry, I'm your godfather. I held you the day you were born. I would die before, then explain. Because everything I've been told says you're a traitor and a murderer. Convince me otherwise. Black swayed on his feet, exhaustion and emotional overload threatening to overwhelm him. Harry caught his arm before he could fall. Inside. Quietly. My relatives are terrified of magic, and I'd rather not deal with their hysterics. He guided Black to the kitchen, sat him at the table, and poured a glass of water that the man drained in seconds. Then Harry took the seat across from him, wand still in hand, and waited. The story that emerged was fragmented, told in bursts of coherence separated by moments of disorientation. But the pieces fit together into a picture that made far more sense than the official version. Peter, Black growled, the name a curse. Peter Pettigrew was the traitor. Not me. Never me. But you were the secret keeper. I was supposed to be. But James and I talked about it, decided it was too obvious. Everyone knew I was his best friend. If Voldemort came looking for the secret, he'd come for me first. Black's hands clenched into fists. So we switched. Made Peter the secret keeper instead. He was weaker, less conspicuous. We thought he'd be safer. And nobody knew about the switch. Just James, Lily, Peter, and me. We didn't even tell Dumbledore. Black laughed bitterly. We were so clever. So careful. And Peter sold them out the moment he had the chance. What about the confrontation? The explosion that killed him and 12 muggles? Peter staged it. He was always better at magic than anyone gave him credit for. We helped him become an animagus, for Merlin's sake. When I cornered him, he screamed about how I'd betrayed James and Lily, cut off his own finger, and blew up the street. Then he transformed and escaped into the sewers while I stood there laughing like an idiot because the absurdity of it all had finally broken something in my brain. Harry processed this. The story was consistent with what he knew about the Marauders, about Peter's abilities, about the way the wizarding world had been desperate for someone to blame after the Potters' deaths. Why didn't you tell anyone this? Demand a trial, present evidence. There was no trial. Black's voice was hollow. Barty Crouch was running the DMLE during the war. He had emergency powers, could send suspected Death Eaters directly to Azkaban without trial. And I was so obviously guilty in everyone's eyes that nobody even questioned it. No trial. Harry felt cold fury building in his chest. They sent you to Azkaban without a trial. Welcome to magical Britain's justice system. Black's smile was a grimace. By the time anyone might have listened to my side, I'd been surrounded by Dementors for months. Hard to make coherent arguments when your every happy memory is being sucked out of your skull. Harry sat in silence, weighing everything he'd heard. His mother's gift stirred in his chest, not warning of danger, but confirming what his instincts had already recognized. Sirius Black was telling the truth. I believe you. The word seemed to lift a weight from Black's shoulders that Harry could almost see. But believing isn't the same as proving. Peter Pettigrew is supposed to be dead. If we're going to clear your name, we need evidence. I know where he is. Black leaned forward, intensity returning to his exhausted face. I saw him. In the newspaper, the picture of the Weasley family winning the lottery. Ron Weasley is holding a rat with a missing toe. A rat. Harry's mind made the connection instantly. Peter's animagus form. He's been hiding as a pet for 12 years. Living with a wizarding family, safe and comfortable, while I rotted in Azkaban. Black's hands shook with suppressed rage. I have to get him, Harry. Have to prove what he did. Have to make him pay. You're in no condition to do anything. Harry assessed his godfather critically. You're half-starved, probably suffering from Dementor exposure aftereffects, and the entire ministry is hunting you. You need rest, food, and a plan that doesn't involve charging into Hogwarts and attacking a student's pet. But, no buts. You came to me for a reason. Maybe because I'm your godson, maybe because you didn't know where else to go. But you're here now, which means you're my responsibility. Harry stood. There's food in the kitchen. I'll bring you some. Then you're going to sleep, there's space in the shed out back, warded against detection. And tomorrow, we're going to figure out how to prove your innocence without getting both of us killed. Black stared at him with an expression that mixed disbelief and dawning hope. You're going to help me? You're my godfather. You were my parents' best friend. If you're innocent, and I believe you are, then you deserve justice. And if Peter Pettigrew betrayed my parents, then he deserves to face consequences. Harry's voice hardened. One way or another, the truth is coming out this year. I promise you that. Black's eyes filled with tears, the first genuine emotion Harry had seen from him that wasn't rage or despair. Thank you, Harry. I don't thank me yet. We have a lot of work to do, and one wrong move could destroy both our lives. Harry paused at the kitchen door. But we'll figure it out. Together. He went to gather food, leaving Sirius Black sitting in the Dursleys' kitchen, crying silently into his hands. The game had changed. New pieces were on the board, new alliances forming, new truths emerging from old lies. And Harry Potter was no longer content to play defense. It was time to start making moves of his own. Chapter 9 and Chapter 10, The Enemy of My Enemy. September arrived with the weight of secrets. Harry boarded the Hogwarts Express with knowledge that burned in his chest: Sirius Black's innocence, Peter Pettigrew's survival, the conspiracy of silence that had let an innocent man rot in Azkaban for 12 years. He'd spent the remaining weeks of summer establishing a safe house for Sirius, communicating through carefully warded channels, and developing a plan that balanced justice against survival. The plan was simple in concept, complex in execution: expose Pettigrew, clear Sirius, and do it in a way that didn't get anyone killed by Ministry overreaction or Death Eater interference. Ron made the plan considerably more complicated. His name is Scabbers, Ron said defensively when Harry carefully raised the subject of his pet rat. He's been in our family for years. Percy had him first, then me. He's just an ordinary rat. Rats don't live that long, Ron. Harry kept his voice gentle but firm. Ordinary rats live maybe 3 years. Scabbers has been with your family for over a decade. So he's a magical rat. Some pets live longer, he's missing a toe. Harry watched Ron's face carefully. The same toe Peter Pettigrew supposedly left behind when he died. The only piece of him they ever found. Ron went pale. What are you saying? I'm saying that the rat in your pocket might be an animagus. A wizard who betrayed my parents and framed an innocent man for murder. Harry paused, letting the words sink in. I'm not accusing you of anything, Ron. You couldn't have known. But I need you to help me prove it. The conversation that followed was difficult. Ron's loyalty warred with his horror at the possibility that he'd been sleeping in the same room as a murderer for years. But in the end, friendship won out. What do you need me to do? Keep acting normal. Don't let Scabbers know anything's changed. When the time is right, we'll expose him, but we need witnesses. People who can verify what we're claiming. Harry's mind was already working through logistics. Dumbledore. Lupin. Maybe Amelia Bones, if Susan can arrange it. People with the authority to make this stick. And if it doesn't work? If Scabbers, if Peter escapes again? Then we hunt him down and drag him back. Harry's voice carried an edge that made Ron flinch slightly. He's not getting away this time. I promise you that. The train pulled into Hogsmeade Station as evening fell, and Harry felt the familiar magic of Hogwarts washing over him. 3rd year. New challenges, new opportunities, new dangers. And somewhere in the castle, a rat that had no idea its time was running out. The first weeks of term established new patterns. Professor Lupin's defense against the dark arts classes were a revelation after years of incompetent or hostile instructors. He taught with the calm authority of someone who understood dark creatures from personal experience, and his practical demonstrations gave students actual useful skills. Harry appreciated the quality of instruction, but he appreciated something else more. Lupin was watching him. Assessing. Trying to reconcile the 12-year-old in his class with the warrior who had spoken so confidently about confronting Sirius Black. Their conversations after class became a regular occurrence. "You've improved significantly since last year," Lupin observed during one such session. "Your defensive spell work is years beyond your classmates. Where did you learn these techniques?" "Practice." Harry kept his voice neutral. "I had a lot of time to study over the summers. This isn't textbook learning. These are combat techniques, the kind taught to aurors, not students." Lupin's eyes were sharp. "Someone trained you, Harry." "Who?" Harry considered how much to reveal. Lupin was an ally, potentially a crucial one, but trust had to be earned through demonstrated loyalty, not merely offered freely. "My family has resources that most people don't know about. I've been using them." The Potter Grimoire. Lupin's voice was barely above a whisper. "I thought it was destroyed when your parents died." "You know about it?" "James told me, once. Said it was the Potter family's greatest treasure, 1,000 years of magical knowledge, passed down through the bloodline." Lupin shook his head slowly. "He was going to teach you from it. When you were old enough. He had such plans for you, Harry." The grief in Lupin's voice was genuine. Harry felt his mother's gift stir in response, not warning of danger, but acknowledging shared loss. "He didn't get the chance. But the grimoire found me anyway." Harry met Lupin's eyes. "I've been training since I was 7. Combat magic, defensive techniques, magical theory, everything my ancestors knew, I'm learning." 7 years old. Lupin sat down heavily. "You've been preparing for war since you were 7. I've been preparing to survive. The war found me whether I wanted it or not." Harry paused. "But I'd rather have allies than fight alone. That's why I'm telling you this. Because I need people I can trust, and my father trusted you. What do you need from me?" "Help with Sirius. Help with what's coming. And," Harry hesitated, then continued, "help understanding what I'm becoming. The grimoire teaches combat, but there's other magic in me. Something my mother left. Something that doesn't fit the patterns." Lupin's expression shifted to interest. "Your mother's protection. Dumbledore mentioned it, but he's never explained exactly how it works. Neither has anyone else. The grimoire has no record of magic like this. Dumbledore theorizes but doesn't know for certain." Harry raised his hand, letting a hint of golden light flicker around his fingers. "It grows stronger every time I face darkness. It responds to love, to protection, to the desire to keep people safe. But I don't fully understand it, and that makes it dangerous. May I?" Lupin reached toward Harry's glowing hand, stopping short of actual contact. "I'd like to examine it, if you'll allow." Harry nodded, and Lupin's wand traced careful patterns in the air, diagnostic spells, analysis magic that the grimoire had taught Harry to recognize. "Extraordinary." Lupin's voice was hushed. "It's not just protection. It's living magic, Harry. A piece of your mother, encoded in your very being. It thinks. It feels. It wants to protect you. I know. I can sense her sometimes. Not her exactly, but the love she left behind. No wonder Voldemort couldn't touch you." Lupin lowered his wand. "This magic is the antithesis of everything he represents. Dark magic feeds on death, on fear, on the absence of love. Your mother created something that radiates love, constantly, actively, as a fundamental part of who you are. Can you help me understand it better? Control it more effectively? I can try. My expertise is in dark creatures, not light magic, but the principles might apply. Lupin smiled, the first genuine smile Harry had seen from him. Your mother was always better at this than the rest of us. Innovative, creative, willing to try things that nobody else had thought of. It doesn't surprise me at all that she invented entirely new magic to save her son. Thank you, Professor. Remus. When we're alone, call me Remus. His smile faded into something more serious. Your father was my brother in all but blood. Helping his son is the least I can do to honor his memory. The alliance was forged. Another piece falling into place. October brought the confrontation Harry had been planning. The setup required careful coordination. Susan had arranged for her Aunt Amelia to visit Hogwarts on routine inspection, a cover that gave them a high-ranking ministry official with the authority to act on what they revealed. Dumbledore had been informed of Harry's suspicions, and while he hadn't confirmed or denied them, his tacit support was evident in the way he'd arranged for the headmaster's office to be available that evening. Ron had done his part flawlessly, pretending normalcy while his pet rat remained oblivious to the trap closing around him. The moment came after dinner, in the Gryffindor common room. Scabbers has been acting strange, Ron announced loudly enough for everyone to hear. I think he might be sick. Maybe I should take him to see Professor Lupin, he knows about magical creatures. The rat in Ron's pocket stirred nervously. Harry, watching from across the room, saw the first sign of awareness, a twitch that was too deliberate, too calculated, for an ordinary animal. Peter Pettigrew knew something was wrong. They walked to Lupin's office together, Ron carrying Scabbers, Harry and Hermione flanking him, Neville bringing up the rear. The hallway outside was suspiciously empty, thanks to Dumbledore's quiet intervention. Lupin opened his door before they knocked. Come in, quickly. The office was crowded. Amelia Bones sat in one chair, her monocle glinting with barely concealed intensity. Dumbledore stood by the window, his expression unreadable. McGonagall had insisted on being present, her lips pressed thin with disapproval at whatever was about to happen. And in the corner, under an invisibility cloak that Harry had provided, Sirius Black waited. Now then, Amelia said briskly. Mr. Potter claims you have evidence relevant to the Black case. This had better be extraordinary, given the resources I've diverted to be here. It is. Harry stepped forward, keeping his voice calm despite his racing heart. Ron, put Scabbers on the desk please. Ron complied, holding the rat firmly despite its increasingly frantic squirming. This rat has been in the Weasley family for 12 years, Harry continued. Far longer than any ordinary rat should live. He's missing a toe on his front paw, specifically, the toe that was supposedly the only piece of Peter Pettigrew recovered after his death. Pettigrew is dead, Amelia said flatly. Killed by Sirius Black. There were witnesses. There was an explosion and a finger. No body was ever found. Harry met her eyes. And the witnesses only saw what they expected to see, a confrontation ending in Peter's apparent death. You're suggesting Pettigrew faked his death? That he's been hiding as a rat for over a decade? Amelia's skepticism was evident. That's absurd. Is it? Peter Pettigrew was an unregistered animagus. He could transform into a rat, a fact known to 3 people, James Potter, Sirius Black, and Remus Lupin. Harry gestured to the werewolf. Professor Lupin can confirm this. All eyes turned to Remus, who nodded slowly. It's true. Peter, Sirius, and James all became animagi in their 5th year. They did it to keep me company during my transformations. Even if that's true, how can you prove this rat is Pettigrew? Simple. Harry raised his wand. The animagus reversal spell. If this is just an ordinary rat, nothing will happen. But if it's a wizard in disguise? He didn't complete the thought. He didn't need to. Do it, Amelia commanded. Harry cast the spell. Blue light enveloped Scabbers, and the rat began to change, growing, stretching, transforming in a process that took perhaps 3 seconds but seemed to last forever. When it was done, a man stood on the desk. Peter Pettigrew was shorter than Harry had expected, with watery eyes and a pointed face that still held hints of the rat he'd been hiding as. His clothes were ragged, his hair thin and unkempt, and his left hand was missing a finger. Peter. Remus's voice was ice and fire combined. You're alive. Remus. My old friend. Pettigrew's voice was high and wheedling. Thank goodness, I've been hiding, you see, hiding from Sirius. He wanted to kill me, he would have, liar. Sirius emerged from beneath the invisibility cloak, and Pettigrew screamed. Sirius. He'll kill me. He's come to. Silence. Amelia's command cut through the chaos. Black, stay where you are. Pettigrew, you are under arrest for suspected involvement in the deaths of James and Lily Potter. You will be questioned under Veritaserum and your testimony recorded for official proceedings. You can't, I didn't, it wasn't me. Pettigrew's eyes darted frantically around the room, searching for escape. It was Sirius. He was the secret keeper. He's the one who, we switched, Sirius growled. At the last minute, we switched. And you sold them out the instant you had the chance. I had no choice. The Dark Lord, you don't know what he was like, what he would have done, you had every choice. Harry's voice cut through the argument like a blade. You chose to betray my parents. You chose to frame Sirius. You chose to hide like a coward while an innocent man suffered for your crimes. He stepped forward, and Pettigrew flinched back from whatever he saw in Harry's eyes. There's no hiding anymore, Peter. No running. No excuses. The truth is coming out, and everyone is going to know exactly what you did. Pettigrew's face crumpled. Please, Harry, your father was my friend, he would have wanted, my father is dead because of you. Harry's voice was cold as Arctic wind. Don't you dare speak his name. The arrest proceeded efficiently after that. Pettigrew was bound and silenced, then transported to the ministry under heavy guard. Sirius was taken into protective custody, still technically a fugitive, but with enough reasonable doubt now that immediate execution was off the table. The trial was set for November. The weeks between arrest and trial were a whirlwind of preparation and politics. Harry found himself at the center of media attention he'd always tried to avoid. The Daily Prophet ran stories about the Potter heirs discovery and the wrongful imprisonment scandal that gripped magical Britain. Factions in the ministry scrambled to assign blame for the original miscarriage of justice while simultaneously taking credit for the eventual correction. Sirius remained in ministry custody, but his conditions improved dramatically once Pettigrew's testimony under Veritaserum confirmed every aspect of his story. The rat had broken completely under questioning, confessing to the betrayal, the murder of the 12 Muggles, and the deception that had let him live as a pet for over a decade. You did it, Harry. Ron's voice carried wonder as they sat in the common room the night before the trial. You actually cleared his name. The trial hasn't happened yet. Anything could go wrong. But it won't. Everyone knows the truth now. Pettigrew confessed. Sirius is innocent. Ron shook his head. I still can't believe I was sleeping in the same room as that monster. For years. You couldn't have known. Nobody could. You figured it out. I had information most people didn't. And I had people helping me. Harry looked around the common room at his gathered friends, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Susan, all of whom had contributed to the plan in various ways. None of this would have worked alone. Still. Hermione's voice was thoughtful. You're changing things, Harry. Not just solving problems, but actually changing how the magical world works. Exposing injustice, forcing accountability. She paused. Some people aren't going to like that. Some people weren't going to like me anyway. Harry thought about the Covenant, about the Death Eater sympathizers, about all the forces that circled his life looking for weakness. At least now I'm choosing which enemies to make, rather than having them choose me. The trial was held in the Wisingamot chamber, a massive circular room that impressed through sheer scale. Harry sat in the visitors' gallery with his friends, watching as the highest court in magical Britain prepared to correct a 12-year-old injustice. Sirius looked better than he had in August, still gaunt, but no longer skeletal. His eyes had lost some of their haunted quality, replaced by a focused intensity that Harry recognized. Hope. His godfather was allowing himself to hope. The proceedings moved quickly once they began. Pettigrew's Veritaserum testimony was entered into evidence. Character witnesses, including Remus, Dumbledore, and several Order of the Phoenix veterans, spoke to Sirius's loyalty during the war. Ministry officials squirmed as their predecessors' failures were laid bare for all to see. The verdict, when it came, was unanimous. The Wisingamot finds Sirius Orion Black not guilty of all charges. Chief Warlock Dumbledore's voice rang through the chamber. We furthermore acknowledge that a grave miscarriage of justice occurred, and we extend our deepest apologies to Mr. Black for his wrongful imprisonment. The gallery erupted. Harry felt tears prick his eyes as Sirius looked up at him, a genuine smile breaking across his face for the first time in perhaps 13 years. We did it. Ron's voice cracked with emotion. Harry, we actually did it. Not we. Harry shook his head, but he was smiling too. All of us. Together. After the trial, in a private room set aside by Dumbledore, Harry finally had a chance to speak with his godfather properly. I don't know how to thank you. Sirius's voice was rough. You believed me when nobody else would have. You risked everything to prove my innocence. Your family. The word came out easily, naturally. That's what family does. Your father used to say that. Sirius's eyes were bright. He was the same way, loyal to the bone, willing to do anything for the people he loved. He paused. I failed him, Harry. I wasn't there when he needed me most. I let Peter get close, let him, you made a mistake. You trusted the wrong person. Harry cut him off gently. But you didn't betray anyone. Peter made his choices. He's the one who's responsible. I should have known. Should have seen, should have, could have, would have. Harry shook his head. It doesn't matter now. What matters is what we do going forward. He met Sirius's eyes squarely. I want to know my godfather. I want you to tell me about my parents, the real them, not the legends. I want, his voice caught unexpectedly. I want family, he finished quietly. Real family. And you're all I have left. Sirius moved before Harry could react, pulling him into a hug that was fierce and desperate and full of years of missed chances. You have me, Sirius whispered. From now on, you have me. Whatever you need, whatever happens, I'm here. I promise. Harry let himself be held, let himself feel the simple comfort of being wanted by someone who loved him without condition or agenda. His mother's gift pulsed warmly in his chest, recognizing connection, celebrating the bond being formed. Family. After all these years, he finally had family. The aftermath of the trial rippled through the magical world in ways Harry was still learning to navigate. Sirius was awarded substantial compensation for his wrongful imprisonment, enough to restore the Black family fortune and then some. More importantly, he was granted full custody of Harry, effective immediately upon the completion of certain legal formalities. I'm getting you out of that house, Sirius said fiercely during their first meeting after the trial. You should never have been there in the first place. Lily would have. He stopped, visibly controlling himself. The Dursleys will never hurt you again. They've been too scared to hurt me for years. But I appreciate the sentiment. You shouldn't have to rely on their fear. Sirius's voice was hard. You should have grown up with people who loved you. With me, if the world had been fair. Since it wasn't, he paused. I'm going to spend the rest of my life making it up to you. Whatever you need. Whatever you want. I'm here. What I need is for you to take care of yourself first. Harry studied his godfather critically. You spent 12 years being tortured by dementors. That doesn't just go away because you've been cleared. I'm fine. You're not. And pretending otherwise doesn't help anyone. Harry's voice softened. Get help, Sirius. Recover properly. Then we can talk about custody and living arrangements and everything else. Sirius looked like he wanted to argue, but something in Harry's expression stopped him. When did you grow up so much? When I had to. Harry smiled slightly. Take your time. I'm not going anywhere, and neither are you. We have the rest of our lives to be a family. The tears in Sirius's eyes said more than words could. The rest of the school year passed in a blur of adjustments and new normals. Pettigrew's trial was short and brutal. He received a life sentence in Azkaban, the same fate he'd helped condemn an innocent man to suffer. The irony was not lost on anyone. Lupin continued teaching defense, his reputation enhanced rather than damaged by his role in the Pettigrew affair. The revelation of his lycanthropy, which Harry had expected to destroy his career, instead generated sympathy when contextualized alongside his wartime service and personal tragedy. Public opinion is a strange thing, Hermione observed. A month ago, most people would have demanded his resignation just for being a werewolf. Now they're calling him a hero. People like simple narratives, Harry replied. Good guys and bad guys. Remus helped catch a traitor, so he's a good guy. The details don't matter as much as the story. That's cynical. It's realistic. And it's something we can use. Harry's mind was already working through implications. If public opinion can be shaped by stories, then we need to make sure we're the ones telling them. The Covenant made contact in December. Helena Vane appeared in Hogsmeade during a scheduled visit, approaching Harry and the three broomsticks with the casual confidence of someone who'd been planning this meeting for months. You've been busy, Mr. Potter. Her voice was low, pitched for privacy despite the noise of the crowded pub. Destroying Horcruxes. Exposing conspiracies. Becoming exactly the kind of threat my brother warned about. Is that why you're here? To threaten me on his behalf. I'm here because the Covenant is fracturing, and I need allies. Helena's expression was carefully neutral, but Harry could see tension beneath the surface. Malakar's faction wants to eliminate you before you become too powerful. My faction wants to work with you. And there are others who haven't decided yet. What? Nothing, yet. Just listen. Helena leaned closer. The Horcruxes you've been destroying, the diary was one of several. The Covenant has been tracking Voldemort's soul magic for decades. We know the locations of at least 2 others. Harry's attention sharpened. Tell me. Not yet. This information is my bargaining chip, proof that cooperation benefits you as well as us. Helena's smile was thin. But I can tell you that Voldemort created 6 Horcruxes, possibly 7. You've destroyed 1. 5 or 6 remain. And until they're all gone, he can never truly die. Why would the Covenant care about Voldemort's immortality? Because his existence threatens everything we're trying to build. The Covenant wants to reform magical society, share knowledge, break down the barriers between bloodlines, create a world where magic serves everyone rather than just the powerful few. Voldemort's return would mean war, destruction, or return to the dark ages of magical conflict. So we have a common enemy. We have compatible interests. That's not the same thing. Helena stood. Think about what I've said. When you're ready to talk seriously, about the Horcruxes, about the Covenant's true goals, about what we could accomplish together, contact me." She left before Harry could respond, disappearing into the Hogsmeade crowd with practiced ease. Harry sat alone, processing the implications. 6 or 7 Horcruxes. The Covenant knew their locations, or at least claimed to. Working with them meant risking exposure of the Grimoire, potentially giving his enemies insight into his capabilities. But if they could help him destroy Voldemort permanently. The game had grown more complex. New pieces, new alliances, new possibilities. And Harry was finally starting to see the shape of the board. Christmas at Grimmauld Place, Sirius's family home, recently reclaimed, was the strangest holiday of Harry's life. The house was grim and unwelcoming, full of dark artifacts and the remnants of Sirius's pure-blood supremacist family. But Sirius had thrown himself into making it livable, and the effort showed in small touches throughout. "It'll never be cozy," Sirius admitted, surveying the decorated parlor with a critical eye. "But it's home. Or it will be, eventually. It's perfect." Harry meant it. The house's darkness didn't matter, what mattered was the presence of someone who wanted him there. They spent the holiday talking. About James and Lily, about the Marauders, about the war and its aftermath. Sirius shared memories that made Harry laugh and cry and understand his parents as real people rather than distant legends. "Your mother," Sirius said one evening, firelight playing across his still gaunt features, "was the most terrifying person I ever met. Not because she was cruel or violent, she wasn't. But because she saw through every pretense, every mask, every lie we told ourselves. She had this way of looking at you that made you want to be better, just so you wouldn't disappoint her. The Grimoire doesn't have much about her. She wasn't a Potter by blood. No, but she was a Potter in every way that mattered. James used to say she was the best of them, all the courage and loyalty without the arrogance that plagued the bloodline." Sirius smiled. "She didn't need 1,000 years of family magic. She created her own. The protection she left in me. More than that. The way she approached magic, creative, innovative, willing to try things that established wizards said were impossible. She didn't just follow paths, she made new ones." Harry thought about his mother's gift, about the golden light that had become such an integral part of who he was. "I want to understand her magic," he said quietly. "Not just use it, but truly understand it. Where it came from. How she created it. Why it works the way it does. There might be records." Lily kept detailed notes on everything she researched. Sirius's expression grew thoughtful. Most were probably destroyed when the cottage fell, but she had friends. Colleagues from her studies. Someone might have copies. "Do you know who?" "A few names. I can reach out, make inquiries." Sirius paused. "But Harry, some of those people went into hiding after the war. If they don't want to be found, then we'll respect their privacy. But it's worth trying." Harry met his godfather's eyes. "Whatever my mother knew, whatever she discovered, I need that knowledge. Not just for myself, but for everyone. The magic she created could change everything." Sirius nodded slowly. "Then we'll find it. Together." The word had never sounded so right. Third year ended with Harry feeling stronger and more settled than he'd ever been. He had family now, real family, in Sirius. He had allies across the wizarding world, from his friends at Hogwarts to the Covenant factions that saw cooperation as preferable to conflict. He had knowledge of the Horcruxes, a roadmap to Voldemort's destruction that he was only beginning to explore. And he had himself. 13 years old, trained in combat magic and protective light, tested against basilisks and dark lords and the endless machinations of a world that wanted to use him. The train pulled away from Hogsmeade Station, carrying him toward a summer of planning and preparation. The game was far from over. But for the first time, Harry felt like he was playing to win. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11, lines drawn the summer before fourth year began with a letter that changed everything. Harry was at Grimmauld Place, finally settled into the room Sirius had prepared for him, when the owl arrived. Not a school owl or a ministry bird, but a sleek black creature with eyes that seemed too intelligent for an animal. The letter bore no sender's name. Just 3 lines in elegant script: the cup lies in a vault of the faithful. The locket drowns in a cave of the desperate. The ring waits in a house of the forsaken. Helena Vane's promised information. 3 Horcruxes, 3 locations, 3 pieces of Voldemort's shattered soul waiting to be destroyed. Harry stared at the cryptic clues, his mind already working through possibilities. A vault of the faithful, Gringotts, perhaps. A believer's private collection. The cave and the house were harder to parse without more context. What's that? Sirius appeared in the doorway, 2 cups of tea floating behind him. His recovery over the past months had been remarkable: regular meals, proper sleep, and the simple joy of freedom had restored much of what Azkaban had taken. Information. About Voldemort's Horcruxes. Harry showed him the letter. Someone in the Covenant has decided to help. Sirius read the clues twice, his expression darkening. A vault of the faithful. That sounds like Bellatrix. Your cousin. My insane, fanatically devoted cousin. She worshipped Voldemort like a god, would have done anything for him. Sirius's voice carried old pain. If he trusted anyone with a piece of his soul, it would be her. And she has a vault at Gringotts, inherited from the Lestrange family. Can we access it? Not legally. Gringotts' security is legendary, and the Lestrange vault would have blood wards, curse protections, probably a dragon or 2 guarding the deepest levels. Sirius shook his head. Breaking into Gringotts is supposed to be impossible. Supposed to be. Harry filed the information away. What about the other clues? A cave of the desperate, a house of the forsaken. I don't know. But, Sirius hesitated. There was a story, years ago. About Voldemort before he became the Dark Lord. When he was still Tom Riddle, working at Borgin and Burke's. He visited an old woman, Hepzibah Smith, who owned artifacts that had belonged to the Hogwarts founders. Founders' artifacts. A cup that belonged to Helga Hufflepuff. A locket that belonged to Salazar Slytherin. Sirius's eyes met Harry's. Smith died shortly after Riddle's visit. The artifacts disappeared. And then Riddle vanished for years, only to return as Lord Voldemort. The pieces clicked together. He turned the Founder's artifacts into Horcruxes. The cup and the locket, 2 of the items on the list. It would fit his ego. Voldemort always believed he was Slytherin's true heir, the greatest wizard since the Founders themselves. Using their belongings as soul containers would appeal to his sense of destiny. And the ring? The House of the Forsaken? I don't know. But if the pattern holds, it might be connected to another founder. Or to Riddle's own past. Sirius set down his tea. Harry, this is dangerous information. If you go after these Horcruxes, I have to. You know I do. Harry's voice was calm but firm. Voldemort can't die while they exist. Every day they survive is another day he could return. Another day people are at risk. You're 14. I was 11 when I faced him the first time. 12 when I killed his basilisk and destroyed his diary. Harry smiled slightly. Age stopped being relevant a long time ago. Sirius studied him for a long moment, this boy who was so like James and Lily combined, who had been forged by tragedy into something harder and sharper than any child should be. Then we do this together, he said finally. No more lone heroics. Whatever you're planning, I'm part of it. That's what I was hoping you'd say. The research consumed most of July. Harry enlisted everyone he trusted, Hermione for her relentless analytical mind, Ron for his surprising strategic insights, Sirius for his knowledge of old pure-blood families and their secrets. Remus visited regularly, contributing his own expertise on dark artifacts and their destruction. They made progress on 2 of the 3 clues relatively quickly. The Lestrange vault is definitely the cup, Hermione confirmed after weeks of research. Historical records show Hepzibah Smith owned Hufflepuff's cup, and it disappeared around the same time she died. If Riddle took it and gave it to Bellatrix for safekeeping, then we need a way into Gringotts. Harry turned to Sirius. You said it's impossible. But there must be weaknesses. Every system has them. Goblins don't think like wizards. Their security is designed around principles we don't fully understand. Sirius rubbed his temple. But, there might be a way. The Black family had dealings with certain goblin factions, unofficial channels, favors owed. I could make inquiries. Do it. Carefully. The locket's location was more troubling. A cave of the desperate, Remus murmured, studying the clue. There's a story, old, possibly apocryphal, about Tom Riddle's childhood. He grew up in a Muggle orphanage, and there was an incident involving a cave by the sea. Other children were hurt. Riddle was never formally blamed, but... where? I don't know exactly. The orphanage was in London, but they took trips to the coast. Devon, Cornwall, somewhere in that area. Remus shook his head. Finding the specific cave would require more investigation. Then we investigate. Harry's mind was already planning. If Riddle hid a Horcrux somewhere from his childhood, somewhere meaningful to him, there might be records. The orphanage, local news from that period, anything that mentions an unusual incident. I can handle that, Hermione said. My parents have contacts in London. I can research Muggle records without raising magical suspicions. The ring remained a mystery. House of the Forsaken could mean almost anything, an abandoned building, a condemned property, somewhere associated with loss or abandonment. Without more context, they were guessing blind. We focus on what we can find, Harry decided. The cup and the locket first. The ring will reveal itself eventually. August brought an unexpected complication, the Quidditch World Cup. The tournament was being held in Britain for the first time in decades, and the Ministry had pulled out all stops to make it a showcase event. Sirius had secured tickets through his restored Black family connections, and Harry found himself attending alongside the Weasleys, Hermione, and what felt like half the magical world. The match itself was spectacular, Ireland versus Bulgaria, 2 hours of aerial combat that ended with an unlikely victory and Victor Krumm's legendary Wronski feint. Harry watched with genuine enjoyment, momentarily forgetting the weight of Horcruxes and coming wars. Then the Death Eaters attacked. The first sign was screaming from the campsite below. Harry was on his feet immediately, wand in hand, scanning the chaos for threats. Dark figures in masks and robes were marching through the tent city, terrorizing Muggles and setting fires with casual cruelty. Get everyone to safety, Harry ordered, already moving toward the stairs. Ron, Hermione, protect the younger kids. Sirius, I'm with you. His godfather's face was grim. This isn't random violence. Someone's sending a message. They descended into pandemonium. Ministry officials ran in every direction, some fighting back, others fleeing. The air crackled with spell fire as the Death Eaters advanced, their laughter mixing with the screams of their victims. Harry's training took over. He moved through the chaos like a scalpel, disabling masked figures with precise, efficient magic that left them bound and helpless without causing permanent damage. His mother's gift pulsed warmth through his spells, ensuring that even his combat magic was tempered by protection. Sirius fought at his side, older and rougher but no less effective. Whatever Azkaban had taken from him, it hadn't touched his dueling instincts. There. Sirius pointed at a cluster of Death Eaters surrounding a Muggle family. We need to, something streaked across the sky. Green light, pulsing with malevolent energy, forming a shape that made Harry's blood run cold. The Dark Mark. Voldemort's symbol, blazing against the stars. The Death Eaters scattered immediately, disapparating before the Ministry could organize a response. Within minutes, the attackers had vanished, leaving behind only destruction and the terrible green skull that dominated the night sky. Harry stood in the aftermath, breathing hard, his mind racing through implications. "That wasn't a random attack," he said quietly. "That was a statement. Voldemort's followers, reminding the world they still exist." Sirius's voice was bitter. "Reminding everyone that the Dark Lord's defeat was temporary. They're preparing for his return." Harry watched the dark marks slowly fade. "They know something's coming. Something soon." The events at the World Cup dominated the news for weeks, but Harry's focus remained on the Horcruxes. Sirius's inquiries had borne fruit. A goblin named Griphook, currently in disgrace with Gringotts for unspecified reasons, was willing to discuss unofficial arrangements. The meeting was set for late August, in a location so warded against surveillance that even the Ministry's best detectors would register nothing. "You want to break into a Gringotts vault?" Griphook's voice was flat, his dark eyes betraying no emotion. "Do you have any idea what that would require?" "I know it's difficult. I also know you have reasons to want it to happen." Harry met the goblin's gaze directly. "You're not helping us out of goodwill. What do you want in exchange?" A flicker of respect crossed Griphook's face. "Straight to business. I appreciate that. I don't have time for games." "No, I suppose you don't." Griphook leaned forward. "The Sword of Gryffindor. It was made by goblins, given to Godric Gryffindor as a loan. By goblin law, it should have returned to us when he died. Instead, wizards kept it, passed it down as an heirloom, displayed it like a trophy. You want the sword. I want what's rightfully ours." Griphook's voice carried centuries of resentment. "Deliver the Sword of Gryffindor to the Goblin Nation, and I will help you enter the Lestrange Vault. I'll guide you past the security measures, disable the traps, even create a distraction if needed." Harry considered the offer. The Sword of Gryffindor was a powerful artifact, one that might be useful in destroying Horcruxes, given its ability to absorb properties of things it encountered. Giving it up was a significant sacrifice. But the cup had to be destroyed. Voldemort's immortality couldn't be allowed to continue. "The sword is at Hogwarts. I'll need time to arrange its removal. The offer stands until Halloween. After that, my circumstances may change." Griphook rose. "Contact me when you're ready to proceed." The goblin left, and Sirius exhaled heavily. "He's not trustworthy. You know that. I know he has his own agenda. But our interests align for now." Harry's mind was already working through logistics. Getting the sword from Hogwarts won't be easy. Dumbledore keeps it in his office. "You're going to steal from Dumbledore?" "I'm going to borrow an artifact that arguably doesn't belong to him anyway." Harry smiled slightly. The goblin perspective has a certain logic. The sword was made by their people, why should humans keep it forever? "You're starting to sound like a politician." "I'm starting to sound like someone who understands how the world actually works." Harry stood. "Start planning the vault approach. I'll handle the sword." September brought fourth year and an announcement that sent shockwaves through Hogwarts. "The Triwizard Tournament is being revived," Dumbledore declared at the welcome feast. "Hogwarts will host champions from Beauxbatons Academy and Durmstrang Institute in a series of magical contests designed to test courage, intelligence, and magical ability." The Great Hall erupted with excitement. A tournament, here, with foreign schools and legendary challenges. Students immediately began speculating about who might be chosen, what the tasks might involve, whether they themselves stood a chance. Harry listened with growing unease. "An age line will prevent anyone under 17 from entering," Dumbledore continued. "The Goblet of Fire will select one champion from each school, the Goblet of Fire." Hermione's voice was low. "That's ancient magic, Harry. Binding contracts, magical obligations. Whoever selected has to compete, regardless of circumstances." And I'm conveniently here, at the center of attention, when Death Eaters just reminded everyone they're still active. Harry's jaw tightened. This isn't coincidence. You think someone's going to try to enter your name? I think someone's going to try to use this tournament against me. The attacks at the World Cup, the Dark Mark, now this, it's all connected. Building towards something. What do? We prepare. We watch. And when they make their move, we're ready. The weeks before the champion selection were tense but uneventful. Harry used the time productively, continuing his Horcrux research while also advancing his training with Remus and maintaining his academic performance. The foreign students, Beauxbatons elegant and French, Durmstrang stern and northern, provided interesting diversions and new potential allies. Victor Crumb, the famous Quidditch player, turned out to be shy and thoughtful rather than arrogant. Harry found him studying in the library one evening and struck up a conversation about flying that evolved into something resembling friendship. Fleur Delacour, the Beauxbatons' favorite, was less approachable. Her Vila heritage made most people either fawn or flinch, but she recognized something in Harry that made her curious. You are not like the others, she observed during a chance encounter by the lake. They see me and see only the Vila. You see something else. I see someone who's probably tired of being judged by what she is rather than who she is. Harry shrugged. I know the feeling. Her smile was the first genuine expression he'd seen from her. Perhaps we have more in common than I thought, Harry Potter. Halloween arrived with the weight of anticipation. The Great Hall was packed for the champion selection, students and faculty alike watching as Dumbledore activated the Goblet of Fire. Blue flames danced and flickered, the ancient magic processing the names of those who had submitted themselves for judgment. The champion for Durmstrang is Victor Crumb. Cheers as the Bulgarian seeker rose to accept his selection. The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour. More applause as the silver-haired witch glided toward the anteroom. The champion for Hogwarts is Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table exploded with celebration. Cedric, golden and handsome, accepted the honor with humble grace. Dumbledore was about to speak, to conclude the ceremony and dismiss the students, when the goblet flared again. Red flames this time, angry and wrong. A fourth piece of parchment shot from the fire, spiraling upward before floating down to the headmaster's outstretched hand. The silence was absolute. Harry Potter. Harry didn't move. Couldn't move. The words echoed through the hall like a death sentence, and he felt every eye in the room turn toward him with expressions ranging from disbelief to accusation. Harry Potter. Dumbledore's voice was sharp now. Please come forward. I didn't enter my name. Harry's voice was steady despite the chaos in his chest. Someone else did this. Nevertheless, the goblet has spoken. You are bound by magical contract to compete. Whispers exploded through the hall, anger, confusion, the immediate assumption that Harry had cheated somehow, found a way past the age line to claim glory for himself. Harry walked to the front of the hall, his mind racing through possibilities. Someone had entered his name. Someone wanted him in this tournament. And given everything he knew about Death Eater activity, about Voldemort's remaining Horcruxes, about the forces circling ever closer, this was a trap. And he had just walked into it. The aftermath was predictable chaos. Harry was interrogated by Crouch, examined by experts, questioned by a dozen different authorities. None of them believed he hadn't entered his own name, despite his protests and the logical impossibilities of a fourth-year bypassing Dumbledore's age line. Only a few people stood by him unconditionally. I know you didn't do this. Hermione's voice was fierce. You've been planning Horcrux missions all summer. Why would you waste time on a tournament? Someone wants me dead. Harry paced his dorm room, burning off anxious energy. Someone with enough access to the goblet to corrupt its selection process. Someone who knows that the tournament tasks are dangerous enough to kill me without anyone being blamed. The Death Eaters at the World Cup were sending a message. And this is the follow-up. Harry stopped pacing. But they've made a mistake. What mistake? They think I'm still the same Harry Potter who stumbled through first year. They don't know what I've become. His smile was cold. If they want me in this tournament, fine. I'll compete. I'll win. And when they make their final move, we'll be ready. We'll be ready. The first task loomed like a thunderhead on the horizon. Harry threw himself into preparation, studying every recorded Triwizard tournament for patterns and challenges. The tasks traditionally tested courage, wisdom, and sacrifice, but the specific obstacles changed with each iteration. Dragons. Charlie Weasley, visiting from Romania, had slipped Harry the crucial information. They've got 4 nesting mothers. You'll have to get past them somehow, probably retrieve something they're guarding. Dragons. Fire-breathing, spell-resistant, notoriously aggressive magical creatures. Standard combat magic won't work, Harry mused, reviewing Grimoire records on dragon encounters. Their hides deflect most spells. I'd need something clever. What about your other magic? Hermione asked carefully. The protection your mother gave you? It's defensive. It might shield me from fire, but it won't help me get past the dragon. Harry frowned. Unless. Unless what? Unless I don't try to fight the dragon at all. It's a nesting mother, it's protecting eggs. What if I could make it feel like I'm not a threat? Like I'm trying to protect something too? The idea was crazy. Dragons weren't known for their emotional sensitivity or willingness to negotiate with humans. But Harry's magic wasn't ordinary magic. And he'd learned long ago that conventional rules rarely applied to him. The morning of the first task, Harry stood at the entrance to the arena and felt the crowd's energy wash over him like a wave. They expected him to fail. Most of them, anyway. The Whispers had painted him as a cheat, an attention seeker, a fraud who would be exposed by the tournament's challenges. They were about to be disappointed. Potter. You're up. Harry walked into the arena. The Hungarian horntail was everything the legends promised and worse, 15 meters of black scales, yellow eyes, spiked tail that cracked against the ground like a whip. It spotted Harry immediately and roared, flames erupting from its maw in a display of aggression that made the crowd gasp. Harry didn't run. Didn't raise his wand. Didn't do anything that would signal threat or challenge. Instead, he reached for his mother's gift. The golden warmth rose at his call, stronger than it had ever been. He let it flow outward, not as a shield or weapon, but as a communication, a broadcast of intent that spoke in the language of feeling rather than words. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm not here to hurt your eggs. I just need the golden one. Please. The dragon hesitated. Harry walked forward, slowly, his hands visible and empty. The horntail's head tracked his movement, eyes narrowing with suspicion rather than rage. I know you're protecting your babies. That's what mothers do. My mother died protecting me. I understand. Another step. Another pulse of protective warmth, radiating outward like ripples in a pond. I won't hurt them. I promise. Just let me take the fake one, and I'll leave. The dragon made a sound, not a roar, but something softer. Almost questioning. Harry reached the nest. His hand closed around the golden egg. And then, very slowly, he backed away. The horntail watched him go. It didn't attack. Didn't even threaten. Just watched, with something in its ancient eyes that might have been respect. Harry exited the arena to absolute silence. Then the crowd exploded. The scoring was complicated. Some judges praised his unconventional approach, others criticized his lack of visible magical skill, but Harry didn't care about points. He'd survived the first task. More importantly, he'd proven something to himself. His mother's magic could do more than protect. It could communicate. It could bridge gaps between creatures that had no common language. It could change the rules entirely. That was incredible. Hermione practically tackled him after the task. You talked to a dragon. An actual dragon. How? My mother's gift. It's not just protection, it's connection. Love as a universal language. Harry was still processing the implications himself. I don't fully understand it yet. But whatever she created, it goes beyond anything I imagined. Have you told Dumbledore? No. And I'm not going to. Harry's expression hardened. Someone in this school, or connected to it, entered my name in that goblet. Until I know who, I can't trust anyone with information about what I can do. The investigation continued alongside tournament preparation. Harry's prime suspect was obvious. Whoever had infiltrated Hogwarts deeply enough to corrupt the goblet had to have extensive access. That meant staff, or someone impersonating staff. Mad-Eye Moody, the new defense professor, was the most likely candidate. He'd been hired just before the tournament announcement, and his paranoid behavior, while consistent with his legendary reputation, provided perfect cover for suspicious activities. But Harry couldn't prove anything. And without proof, confrontation would only alert his enemies. We play the long game, he told his inner circle, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Susan, and Daphne, who had traveled to Hogwarts under family business pretenses. Let them think their plan is working. When they make their final move, we'll be positioned to stop them. And if the final move kills you? Daphne's voice was sharp. The tournament tasks are getting more dangerous. The second one involves the lake, underwater challenges against creatures you can't negotiate with. I'll manage. I always do. Your confidence is inspiring and terrifying in equal measure. Harry smiled. I learned from the best. The Yule Ball provided an unexpected respite from tension. Harry attended with Parvati Patil, a friend rather than a romantic interest, which suited them both. The night was a swirl of music and color and the simple pleasure of teenagers pretending the world wasn't dangerous. He danced with Parvati, then with Hermione, whose transformation for the evening had shocked everyone, then with Susan, then, surprisingly, with Fleur. You continue to impress me, Harry Potter. Her accent made his name almost musical. The dragon task was, not what anyone expected. I'm full of surprises. So I see. She studied him with those ancient Vila eyes. There is something about you. Something different. Not just the fame or the skill. Something deeper. My mother left me a gift. I'm still learning what it means. A mother's love is the most powerful magic there is. Fleur's voice softened. My grandmother, she was full Vila. She told me stories of sacrifices made for love, bonds that transcended death. Your mother sounds like someone she would have admired. I wish I'd had a chance to know her. In a way, you do. Every time you use her gift, she lives through you. Fleur smiled. Keep surprising people, Harry. The world needs more surprises. The second task came on a frozen February morning. Harry plunged into the Black Lake with gillyweed borrowed from Neville's greenhouse stores, his body transforming for underwater survival. The task was to rescue someone precious. Hermione had been taken, placed in magical stasis at the bottom of the lake. He swam through darkness and cold, past Grindylows and other creatures that shied away from the golden warmth he radiated. The Merepeople watched with ancient eyes as he passed their village, heading for the central plaza where the hostages waited. Hermione floated in a column of enchanted water, eyes closed, breathing magically sustained. Ron was there too, Victor Crumb's hostage. A young girl for Fleur. And Cho Chang for Cedric. Harry freed Hermione first, then hesitated. Fleur hadn't arrived. Her sister was still trapped. The rules said one hostage. The smart move was to take Hermione and surface. But, she's just a child. Someone's little sister. I can't leave her. He freed Gabrielle Delacour and brought both girls to the surface, arriving last among the champions but earning points for outstanding moral fiber. Fleur kissed him on both cheeks, tears streaming down her face. You saved her. You didn't have to, but you saved her. I couldn't leave her. I know. That's why. She stopped, shook her head. You are remarkable, Harry Potter. I won't forget this. The third task approached like a storm. Harry had pieced together enough to know the maze would be the culmination of whatever plan his enemies had set in motion. The Triwizard Cup waited at the center, and whoever had entered his name wanted him to reach it. It's a trap, Hermione insisted for the 100th time. The cup could be a portkey, or cursed, or, I know. And I'll be ready. Harry checked his supplies one final time. But I can't just not compete. The magical contract would kill me. The only way through is forward. Then we'll be watching. Sirius has positioned himself outside the maze. Remus is with the judges. If anything happens, you'll know immediately. I'll send a signal if I'm in trouble. Harry hugged her tightly. Thank you. For everything. The maze was nightmare-given form. Hedges that shifted and moved, creatures lurking in dead ends, spells that disoriented and deceived. Harry navigated through instinct and training, his golden light revealing paths that would have been invisible otherwise. He found Cedric along the way, helped him escape a massive spider, and they proceeded together toward the center. There it is. Cedric pointed at the Triwizard Cup, gleaming on a pedestal at the heart of the maze. We made it. Together. Harry met his eyes. We take it together. Hogwarts victory either way. Cedric nodded, and they reached for the cup simultaneously. The world twisted. They landed in a graveyard. Harry knew instantly where they were, not because he recognized the place, but because of what he felt. Dark magic, concentrated and ancient, saturating the very earth beneath their feet. Kill the spare. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Harry shoved Cedric aside as green light erupted from the darkness, the killing curse, missing by centimeters. Run! Harry screamed, already moving, already casting. Cedric, run! But there was nowhere to run. Dark figures emerged from the shadows, Death Eaters in full regalia, surrounding them with wands raised. And in the center of the graveyard, beside an enormous cauldron, a small figure that might have been a man held a bundle that squirmed with terrible intent. Bind him. The cold voice cut through the chaos. Bring him to me. Harry fought. Fought with everything he had, every spell the Grimoire had taught him, every technique his training had honed. But there were too many, and his desperate attempt to reach Cedric failed as chains of light wrapped around his limbs. He was dragged to the cauldron, forced to watch as Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew, escaped from Azkaban through Death Eater assistance, performed a ritual of darkest magic. Bone of the Father. Flesh of the Servant. Blood of the Enemy. Pettigrew's blade cut Harry's arm, and drops of crimson fell into the cauldron. Then Lord Voldemort rose from the flames, reborn in a body of pale flesh and red eyes, his terrible presence filling the graveyard with despair. At last. His voice was a whisper that carried like thunder. Harry Potter. We meet again. Harry hung in his chains, blood dripping from his wound, and felt something stir in his chest. Not fear. Not despair. Warmth. His mother's gift, awakening in the presence of the darkness it was created to oppose. You wanted me here, Harry said, his voice steady despite everything. You planned this from the beginning. Clever boy. Voldemort glided closer, his snake-like face twisting with satisfaction. I needed your blood for the ritual. Your mother's protection, incorporated into my new body. Now nothing can stop me, not even the ancient magic that has protected you for so long. You think her protection was just in my blood? Voldemort's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Harry smiled. And the golden light erupted. It exploded from his chest, his hands, his eyes, not the subtle glow he usually controlled, but a tsunami of pure protective magic that burned against everything dark in the graveyard. Death Eaters screamed, their marks searing with agony. Voldemort himself staggered back, his new body convulsing as the light touched him. Harry's chains shattered. He was on his feet, moving, grabbing Cedric's unconscious form with one hand and summoning the Triwizard Cup with the other. "Kill him!" Voldemort's shriek echoed through the night. Spells rained down, but the golden light deflected them, absorbed them, transformed their dark intent into harmless warmth. Harry's fingers closed around the cup. The portkey activated. They materialized at Hogwarts to chaos and screaming, but Harry barely noticed. His message was simple, delivered to Dumbledore in words that changed everything: he's back. Voldemort is back. The war had begun. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12, The Headmaster's Gambit. The hours after the graveyard were a blur of interrogation and disbelief. Harry sat in Dumbledore's office, his arm bandaged, his body exhausted, and told the story 3 times, to Dumbledore alone, then to McGonagall and Snape, then to Amelia Bones, who had been summoned from the Ministry with unprecedented urgency. Cedric was alive, barely. The killing curse had missed him by centimeters thanks to Harry's desperate shove, and he lay in the hospital wing recovering from magical shock. "You're certain it was Voldemort?" Amelia's voice was carefully neutral, but Harry could see the fear beneath her professional composure. "Not an illusion, not a deception, it was him. I felt him. The same presence that possessed Quirrell, the same darkness that infected the diary." Harry met her eyes squarely. "He used my blood in the ritual. He has a body now. And he's not going to wait quietly while we debate whether he's really back. The Ministry won't accept this easily. Fudge has spent years insisting the threat was over. Then Fudge is going to get people killed." Harry's voice hardened. "I don't care about politics, Madam Bones. I care about stopping a dark wizard before he murders his way through everyone I love." The silence stretched between them. Then Amelia nodded slowly. "Tell me everything. Every detail you can remember about the graveyard, the ritual, the Death Eaters present. If we're going to fight this war, we need intelligence." Harry told her. Names of Death Eaters he'd recognized: Lucius Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, Nott, Avery, McNair. The ritual components and their significance. Voldemort's speech about his return and his plans. And he told her about the light. "Your mother's protection manifested physically." Dumbledore leaned forward, his eyes sharp with interest. "You weaponized it against them?" "It wasn't really a weapon. More like a rejection. The magic recognized dark intent and refused to let it touch me." Harry flexed his bandaged arm. "But it drained me. I've never pushed it that hard before. If the portkey hadn't been close, you would have been overwhelmed." Dumbledore's voice was grave. "Harry, what you did tonight was extraordinary. But it also revealed capabilities that Voldemort now knows you possess. He'll plan accordingly." "Good. Let him plan. Let him think about what I can do." Harry's smile was cold. "The more time he spends worrying about me, the less time he has to hurt innocent people." The public response to Voldemort's return split along predictable lines. Fudge, desperate to preserve his political position, denied everything. The Daily Prophet, heavily influenced by Ministry pressure, ran stories painting Harry as an attention-seeking liar, traumatized by the tournament and inventing tales to explain his erratic behavior. But others believed. The Old Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore's secret resistance group from the First War, began reassembling. Sirius threw open Grimmauld Place as headquarters, its ancient wards providing security against Death Eater surveillance. Veterans who had fought Voldemort before emerged from retirement, ready to fight again. And Harry found himself at the center of it all. "You're too young for this." Molly Weasley's voice shook with maternal fury during one order meeting. "You're 14 years old. You should be worrying about exams and Quidditch, not, Mrs. Weasley. Harry's voice was gentle but firm. I stopped being too young the night Voldemort killed my parents. Everything since then has been preparation for what's coming. But, he's right, Molly. Sirius cut in, his voice heavy. I wish he wasn't. I wish we could give him the childhood he deserves. But we can't. The only choice is whether we help him or get out of his way. The tension in the room was palpable. Harry could feel the conflict, adults who wanted to protect him warring with the recognition that he was beyond their protection. I don't need you to shelter me, Harry said quietly. I need you to trust me. To work with me, not around me. We're fighting the same enemy. We should be fighting together. Dumbledore spoke from the head of the table. Harry is correct. His capabilities exceed those of most adult wizards, and his knowledge of Voldemort's current state is unmatched. Excluding him from our councils would be both disrespectful and strategically foolish. Then we include him. Amelia Bones, attending as a secret ally despite her ministry position, nodded sharply. Full access to intelligence, full participation in planning. If he's old enough to face the Dark Lord, he's old enough to help us stop him. The motion passed. Harry was now officially part of the war effort. The summer before 5th year was consumed by 2 parallel missions, preparing for Voldemort's inevitable offensive, and continuing the hunt for Horcruxes. Sirius's goblin contacts had finally produced results. Griphook was ready to fulfill his end of the bargain, all Harry needed was the Sword of Gryffindor. Breaking into Dumbledore's office isn't exactly simple, Ron observed during a planning session at Grimmauld Place. The man has wards on top of wards. And he's always there. Except when he's not. Harry had been studying Dumbledore's patterns for months. He leaves the castle for order business, Wizengamot sessions, meetings we don't know about. During those absences, the office is protected by automated defenses, not the headmaster himself. You think you can bypass those? I think I have to try. The cup in Bellatrix's vault is a confirmed Horcrux. Every day it survives is another day Voldemort can't truly die. What about telling Dumbledore? Asking for his help? Harry hesitated. This was the question he'd been avoiding for months. I trust Dumbledore's intentions, he said slowly. I believe he wants Voldemort dead as much as we do. But I don't trust his methods. He's spent decades playing a long game, manipulating events to reach outcomes he considers optimal. If I tell him about the Horcruxes, he might decide the timing isn't right, or that I should wait, or that he needs to handle it himself. And you don't want to wait. People are dying, Hermione. Every day Voldemort operates freely, people die. I can't justify waiting for political convenience or strategic alignment. Harry's jaw tightened. If Dumbledore finds out and tries to stop me, I'll deal with that then. But I won't let fear of his disapproval prevent me from doing what needs to be done. The Gringotts operation was scheduled for August. Harry slipped into Dumbledore's office during a Wizengamot session, using the invisibility cloak and techniques the Grimoire had taught him for bypassing magical security. The office's defenses were formidable, but they were designed to stop intruders, not someone carrying Potter blood and wielding magic that radiated protective intent. The Sword of Gryffindor hung in a case behind Dumbledore's desk, gleaming silver in the candlelight. Harry reached for it, and the office's wards responded. Not with attack, but with recognition. The magic seemed to examine him, assess his intentions, weigh his purpose. Harry let his mother's gift flow outward, let it communicate what words couldn't. I need this to destroy evil. I need this to finish what my mother started. The wards hesitated. Then, slowly, they parted. Harry took the sword. He left a note in its place, written in the Grimoire's ancient cipher that only a Potter could read, borrowed for a purpose my parents would have understood. Will return when the work is done. Dumbledore would know who had taken it. But by the time he figured out where Harry had gone, the cup would already be destroyed. The Gringotts' infiltration was the most dangerous thing Harry had ever attempted. Griphook led them through service tunnels and maintenance passages, past checkpoints where goblin guards looked the other way in exchange for debts cancelled or favors promised. The deeper they went, the more oppressive the magic became, layers of security designed to destroy anyone who didn't belong. The Lestrange Vault is ahead. Griphook's voice was barely audible. Beyond this point, the defenses become lethal. I'm ready. Harry advanced alone, leaving Ron and Hermione at a safe distance with instructions to flee if he didn't return within an hour. The tunnel opened into a vast cavern, and there, the dragon. It was enormous, pale and scarred, its wings torn from years of confinement. Chains bound it to the cavern floor, and its eyes were clouded with cataracts. It had been blinded. Tortured into submission by generations of goblin handlers who couldn't control it any other way. Harry felt his mother's gift stir with something that wasn't quite anger, but close. Hello. The dragon's head swung toward him, nostrils flaring. It couldn't see him, but it could sense him, feel the magic radiating from his presence. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here for something in that vault. When I'm done, I'll set you free. The dragon made a sound, low, questioning. Harry stepped closer, letting the golden warmth flow outward. Someone hurt you. Made you this way. I'm sorry. But I can help, if you'll let me. He reached up and touched the dragon's scarred snout. The connection was immediate and overwhelming. Years of pain, of captivity, of rage turned inward for lack of outlet. The dragon had given up hope long ago, resigned to endless darkness and the periodic torment of its handlers. Harry poured healing into that connection. Not physical healing, he didn't have that capability, but something else. Hope. Compassion. The promise that suffering wasn't eternal. The dragon's chains creaked as it shifted. Then, slowly, it moved aside, clearing the path to the vault. Thank you. I'll be back soon. The Lestrange Vault was a hoarder's paradise of dark artifacts and cursed gold. Harry navigated carefully, avoiding items that radiated malevolent intent, until he found what he was looking for. Hufflepuff's cup sat on a high shelf, gleaming golden, pulsing with the unmistakable signature of Voldemort's soul magic. Harry drew the sword of Gryffindor. The cup seemed to sense its danger. Dark energy swirled around it, forming shapes, faces of people Harry loved, voices whispering that he was making a mistake, that destroying the cup would kill part of himself. He ignored the illusions and struck. Basilisk venom, absorbed into the sword during his second-year battle, met Horcrux's magic. The cup screamed, a high, terrible sound that was both metal and something more, and then it collapsed, crumbling to dust as the fragment of soul within was destroyed. 2 down. 4 or 5 to go. The escape was complicated by alarms that triggered the moment the cup was destroyed. Harry ran through collapsing tunnels as Gringotts security mobilized, reaching the dragon's cavern with seconds to spare. We need to go. Now. The dragon didn't hesitate. It surged upward, breaking chains that had held it for decades, and Harry leaped onto its back as it crashed through the cavern ceiling. They emerged into daylight, the first natural light the dragon had seen in years, and for a moment, Harry felt the creature's pure, uncomplicated joy. Then they were flying, soaring over London, a wizard and a dragon leaving chaos in their wake. Harry directed the dragon toward the countryside, toward open spaces where it could land safely and begin its new life. When they finally touched down in a Welsh valley, miles from any human habitation, the dragon turned to look at him with those clouded eyes. Thank you, Harry sent. For trusting me. For helping me. The dragon made a sound that might have been acknowledgement. Then it spread its wings and flew, not toward captivity, but toward freedom. Harry watched it go, feeling something settle in his chest. 1 Horcrux destroyed. 1 creature liberated. Not a bad day's work. The fallout from Gringotts was significant but manageable. The goblins were furious, a successful vault breach was unprecedented in their history, but Harry's Return of the Sword of Gryffindor, modified to include the cup's destruction as part of the loan, tempered their rage into something closer to grudging respect. "You kept your word," Griphook observed during their final meeting. "That's rare among wizards. I try to be someone my parents would have been proud of. Breaking promises wasn't their style." "No. From what I've heard, it wasn't." Griphook's dark eyes held something that might have been approval. "If you ever need goblin assistance again, Harry Potter, you may find us more receptive than most wizards would expect." Dumbledore's reaction was more complicated. "You broke into my office. Stole an artifact of considerable historical significance. Used it to destroy a piece of Voldemort's soul that I had been carefully tracking." The headmaster's voice was mild, but his eyes held storms. "Yes. Without consulting me. Without seeking guidance or permission. Without considering that I might have information that would have changed your approach. With respect, sir, you've had years to destroy Horcruxes. You knew about them, knew what they were, knew that Voldemort couldn't die while they existed. And you did nothing. I was waiting, for what? For the perfect moment? For all the pieces to align." Harry's voice sharpened. "People are dying, Professor. Every day we wait is another day Voldemort kills and tortures and destroys. I'm not willing to trade innocent lives for strategic convenience." The silence between them was heavy with years of manipulation and mistrust. "You sound like your mother," Dumbledore finally said. "Good. She was right about most things. She was. Including things I only understood after she was gone." Dumbledore sighed, and suddenly he looked every one of his considerable years. "I have made mistakes, Harry. Many of them. I have treated you as a piece on a board rather than a person with agency and insight. For that, I apologize." Harry waited. "But I have also been protecting you. Working toward your victory in ways you couldn't see. The Horcruxes, yes, I knew about them. I have been researching their locations, their vulnerabilities, the safest methods of destruction. My timeline was longer than yours, but it was not in action. Then share what you know. Help me finish this." "That is exactly what I intend to do." Dumbledore rose and moved to a cabinet behind his desk. "I have identified 6 Horcruxes with reasonable certainty, and I believe there may be a 7th. You have destroyed 2, the diary and the cup. The locket and the ring remain, along with 2 others I have only recently confirmed." "What are they?" Dumbledore withdrew a pensieve and several vials of silvery memory. "Perhaps it's time I showed you everything." The memories Dumbledore shared changed Harry's understanding of the enemy he faced. Tom Riddle's childhood in the orphanage, already showing signs of the darkness to come. His arrival at Hogwarts, his seduction of teachers and manipulation of peers. His obsession with his heritage, with Slytherin's legacy, with the concept of immortality. And his creation of the Horcruxes. The ring belonged to Voldemort's grandfather, Marvolo Gaunt, descended from Slytherin himself. It's hidden in the remains of the Gaunt family home, in a village called Little Hangleton. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. "I discovered its location months ago, but the protections are formidable. Any attempt to retrieve it would likely prove fatal. Then we find another way. There may not be another way. Some traps are designed to kill regardless of approach." Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. "I had planned to retrieve the ring myself, accepting the consequences. But your actions with the cup suggest another possibility. My mother's magic." "Precisely. Your protection has proven capable of things no other magic can accomplish. If anyone can survive the ring's defenses, it would be you." Harry thought about the golden light that had saved him in the graveyard. About the connection he'd formed with the dragon. About all the ways his mother's gift had grown and evolved beyond anything he'd expected. "I'll do it. But not alone. I want you there, your knowledge, your power, whatever backup we can arrange." "Of course. And afterward, we addressed the other Horcruxes. No more secrets, no more separate operations. We work together or we don't work at all. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Agreed. It seems my era of playing chess with lives is ending. Perhaps it's time I learned to play as part of a team. Better late than never. The alliance between Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore, an alliance of equals, not manipulation, was finally forged. And the hunt for the remaining Horcruxes entered its final phase. The Gaunt Shack was worse than Harry had imagined. The building itself had collapsed decades ago, leaving only foundations and the suggestion of walls. But the magic surrounding it was thick and malevolent, layers of protection that screamed warnings against approach. The ring is buried beneath the floor, Dumbledore said quietly. I can sense it from here. The defenses are considerable. Then let's see what we're dealing with. Harry stepped forward, letting his mother's gift expand outward. The golden light touched the first layer of protection and pain. Not physical pain, but something worse. Grief. Loss. The memory of everyone he'd failed to save, everyone who had died because he wasn't fast enough or strong enough or smart enough. Your parents died for nothing. Cedric nearly died because of you. Everyone you love will suffer because you weren't good enough. Harry recognized the attack for what it was, psychological warfare, dark magic designed to break him through guilt rather than injury. He pushed through it, anchoring himself in truth. My parents died for love. Their sacrifice saved me, and I'll honor it by finishing what they started. The first layer crumbled. The second was worse, illusions of Voldemort triumphant, of friends tortured, of a world consumed by darkness. Harry faced them with the calm certainty that the future wasn't written yet. This is what might happen if I fail. But I won't fail. Not today. Layer after layer fell. Harry advanced through the defenses like a surgeon cutting through diseased tissue, his mother's light purifying each trap as he encountered it. Finally, he reached the stone beneath which the ring was hidden. Harry, wait, Dumbledore's voice was urgent. There's something else. A curse on the ring itself. If you touch it, I feel it. Harry could sense the final protection, a killing curse, woven into the metal, designed to destroy anyone who tried to wear or destroy the Horcrux. But I think I can handle it. He reached down and grasped the ring. The curse struck like lightning, dark energy pouring into Harry's body, seeking vital organs, trying to stop his heart and destroy his mind. His mother's gift met it head-on. Golden light erupted from every pore, battling the curse for control of his body. Harry felt himself being torn between forces, life and death, love and hate, protection and destruction. Then, with a cry that was half scream and half prayer, he channeled everything he had into a single pulse of power. The curse shattered. The ring crumbled, its Horcrux destroyed by the same combination of basilisk venom and sacrificial love that had killed the cup. Harry collapsed, gasping, but alive. Extraordinary. Dumbledore's voice was hushed. Harry, that curse should have killed you instantly. No known magic could have survived it. No known magic. Harry pushed himself upright, his entire body trembling with exhaustion. My mother created something new. Something that doesn't follow the old rules. Yes. She did. Dumbledore helped him stand. 3 Horcruxes destroyed. 3 or 4 remaining. We're winning, Harry. We're not winning until he's dead. No. But we're closer than we've ever been. Harry looked at the ruins of the Gaunt Shack, at the dust that had been a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Closer. But so much further still to go. And the Dark Lord wasn't going to wait quietly while they hunted his remaining anchors to immortality. The war was about to escalate. Chapter 12 and Chapter 13, Into the Dark 5th year began under the shadow of war. The Ministry, still denying Voldemort's return, had installed Dolores Umbridge as defense against the dark arts professor, a poisonous toad of a woman whose primary purpose was to suppress any talk of the Dark Lord's resurrection and bring Hogwarts under Ministry control. Harry recognized the political maneuver for what it was. Fudge, terrified of losing power, was trying to control the narrative by controlling the school. He decided to let it play out. "You're not going to fight her?" Hermione asked, incredulous, after their first disastrous defense class, which had consisted entirely of reading from a Ministry-approved textbook with no practical instruction whatsoever. "Not directly. Not yet." Harry's mind was working through implications. Umbridge is a symptom, not the disease. Fighting her openly just gives Fudge an excuse to expel me or worse. Better to let her think she's winning while we prepare for what's actually coming. Which is war. Real war, not this political theater. Voldemort isn't waiting for the Ministry to acknowledge him, he's building forces, recruiting allies, planning attacks. When he moves, the Ministry's denial will collapse overnight. Until then, we focus on what matters. What mattered was the remaining Horcruxes. Harry's research had identified likely candidates for 2 of the remaining soul containers. The locket, Slytherin's locket, according to Dumbledore's memories, was hidden in a cave connected to Voldemort's orphanage childhood. The location matched Helena Vane's cryptic message, "The locket drowns in a cave of the desperate." The other confirmed Horcrux was more troubling. Nagini, Voldemort's snake familiar, was a living vessel for a piece of his soul. Destroying her would require getting close to Voldemort himself, a prospect that wasn't feasible until the other Horcruxes were eliminated. That left 2 unknowns. Dumbledore suspected one was hidden at Hogwarts itself, possibly an artifact connected to Rowena Ravenclaw. The final Horcrux, if it existed, remained a mystery. "We tackle the locket first," Harry decided during a strategy session with his inner circle. The cave location is confirmed, and retrieving it doesn't require confronting Voldemort directly. "When?" Ron asked. "Christmas break. The castle will be nearly empty, and I can slip away without attracting attention." "You're not going alone," Hermione said firmly. "No. Dumbledore has agreed to accompany me. Between his knowledge and my particular abilities, we should be able to handle whatever protections Voldemort left." "Should be. Nothing in war is certain. But I'm not going to let uncertainty stop me from acting." The months between September and December were a careful balance of survival and preparation. Umbridge's regime grew increasingly oppressive, educational decrees restricting student activities, inquisitorial squads empowered to punish dissent, detentions that left students scarred. Harry watched it all with cold patience, gathering evidence for the inevitable reckoning. He also built something new, Dumbledore's Army. The name was partly ironic, partly defiant, a secret group of students who wanted to actually learn defense, meeting in the room of requirement to practice spells and techniques that Umbridge's curriculum deliberately omitted. Harry taught them everything he could without revealing his full capabilities. Basic combat magic, defensive techniques, the fundamentals of dueling. Nothing that would expose the Grimoire's existence, but enough to give them a fighting chance when the war arrived at Hogwarts gates. "You're good at this," Neville observed after one session, his confidence miles beyond the terrified boy Harry had met on the Hogwarts Express years ago. "Teaching, I mean. Making people believe they can do things they thought were impossible. I'm just showing them what I've learned. The belief is already there, it just needs permission to emerge." "That's exactly what I mean. You give people permission to be more than they thought they were." Neville paused. "Is that what your mother's magic does? Give you permission?" Harry considered the question. "Maybe. She gave me permission to survive when I should have died. Permission to fight back when I was supposed to be helpless. Permission to love when the world wanted me to hate." He smiled slightly. "Her gift isn't really magic, in the traditional sense. It's more like an inheritance of belief. The certainty that love is stronger than darkness, made manifest. That's beautiful. It's also terrifying. Because if I'm wrong, If love isn't actually stronger, then everything I am is built on a lie. You're not wrong. Neville's voice was quiet but fierce. I've seen what you can do. I've seen the light. It's real, Harry. Whatever else happens, that's real. The DA grew throughout the autumn, 20 members, then 30, then 50 students from all 4 houses who were willing to risk Umbridge's wrath for a chance to learn actual defense. Harry watched them transform from frightened children into something that resembled soldiers, and felt both proud and guilty. They shouldn't have to become soldiers. None of them should. But the world didn't care what should be. It only responded to what was. December brought the confrontation Harry had been dreading. Not with Umbridge or the Ministry, that particular explosion was still building pressure. This was something more personal. He was leaving the room of requirement after a DA session when he found Draco Malfoy waiting in the corridor. The Slytherin had changed since first year. The arrogant sneer had been replaced by something more complex: fear, confusion, the look of someone whose certainties were crumbling faster than they could rebuild. Potter. We need to talk. So talk. Draco glanced around nervously. Not here. Somewhere private. They found an empty classroom, warded it against eavesdropping, and faced each other across dusty desks. My father was at the graveyard, Draco said without preamble. When the Dark Lord returned. He was one of the Death Eaters you saw. I know. I gave his name to the Aurors. They can't touch him. He has too much influence, too many allies in the Ministry. Draco's voice was bitter. But the Dark Lord can touch us. All of us. My mother, my father, me, we're hostages to his will now. If my father fails him, if I fail him. What does Voldemort want from you? Draco flinched at the name but forced himself to continue. He wants me to do something. Inside Hogwarts. Something that will prove my loyalty and my family's usefulness. Harry felt cold certainty settle in his chest. What kind of something? I don't know yet. He hasn't given the specific order, just made it clear that the order is coming and that failure isn't an option. Draco's composure cracked. I don't want to do this, Potter. Whatever it is, I don't want to be part of his nightmare. But I don't know how to escape. You could turn. Give us information, work against him from the inside, and watch my mother die. Because that's what would happen. The Dark Lord doesn't forgive betrayal. He makes examples. Draco's voice shook. I've seen what he does to people who disappoint him. I can't, I won't, then what do you want from me? The question hung between them. Draco's answer, when it came, was barely audible. I want to know if there's another way. A third option that doesn't involve serving him or watching everyone I love be tortured to death. He met Harry's eyes. You're the one who keeps finding impossible solutions. You talked to a dragon. You destroyed his soul pieces. If anyone can find another way. Harry studied the boy in front of him, his rival, his enemy, and now perhaps something else. A victim of circumstances he hadn't chosen, trapped between forces he couldn't control. I don't have easy answers, Draco. The situation you're in, there's no clean escape. I know. But there might be options you haven't considered. Protections that could shield your family. Alliances that could give you leverage. Harry paused. Tell me everything you know about what Voldemort is planning. Not just your assignment, everything. And I'll do what I can to help you find a way out. You'd help me? After everything? You're not my enemy, Draco. You're just someone who's been caught in the same war that's been hunting me since I was a baby. Harry extended his hand. Maybe it's time we stopped fighting each other and started fighting the actual enemy. Draco stared at the offered hand for a long moment. Then, slowly, he took it. Thank you, Potter. I don't know if this will work. But thank you for trying. Don't thank me yet. We've got a lot of work to do. The alliance with Draco provided crucial intelligence about Death Eater operations. Through him, Harry learned that Voldemort had placed agents throughout the Ministry, that attacks were being planned against key resistance figures, and that something significant was hidden in the Department of Mysteries, something Voldemort desperately wanted to retrieve. A prophecy, Draco reported during one covert meeting. Something about you and the Dark Lord. He's obsessed with it, talks about it constantly, sends people to try to retrieve it. But the protections are strong. Only the people the prophecy is about can remove it from the shelf. Me and Voldemort. Just you, actually. The Dark Lord can't enter the Ministry without exposing his return. He needs you to retrieve it for him. Harry filed this information away. A prophecy about him and Voldemort, locked in the Department of Mysteries. Something that might explain why the Dark Lord had targeted him specifically, why his mother's protection worked the way it did. He wanted to know what it said. But he wasn't stupid enough to walk into an obvious trap. The Christmas holidays arrived with unexpected urgency. Harry and Dumbledore had planned their expedition to the cave carefully, but events accelerated when Harry received a vision through his Scar connection, Voldemort, furious about something, ordering increased security around his remaining Horcruxes. He knows we're hunting them, Harry told Dumbledore. The cup's destruction, the ring, he's figured out what we're doing. If we don't move quickly, he'll relocate the locket somewhere we'll never find it. Then we move tonight. They apparat to the coastal cliffs where the cave was hidden, the winter sea crashing against rocks far below. The entrance was invisible to normal sight, concealed by magic that had endured for decades. I can feel it, Harry said, extending his senses. The darkness. Whatever's in there, it's been waiting for a long time. Tom Riddle was always theatrical, Dumbledore observed. He created this place when he was barely more than a student, a demonstration of his power, a challenge to anyone who might follow him. Then let's show him what his challenges are worth. The entrance required blood, Harry gave it willingly, his mother's gift purifying the dark magic the moment it touched him. Beyond was a passage that led to an underground lake, black water stretching to a distant island where a faint glow marked their destination. The boat will only carry one wizard at a time, Dumbledore noted. And the lake is full of inferi, corpses animated by dark magic. If we disturb the water, then we don't disturb it. I'll cross first, retrieve the locket, and return. You provide backup from here. Harry, I should be the one, your magic is broader than mine, but my protection is stronger. If something goes wrong, I'm more likely to survive it. Harry stepped into the boat. Trust me, Professor. I've done this before. The crossing was nightmare slow. Harry felt the inferi beneath the surface, hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, waiting for the signal to rise. His mother's gift pulsed steadily, warning them away without provoking attack. The island held a basin filled with glowing green liquid. At the bottom, barely visible, lay a heavy gold locket marked with the serpentine S of Slytherin. Harry understood immediately what was required. The potion couldn't be emptied, couldn't be vanished, couldn't be bypassed by any magic he could sense. It had to be drunk. This is going to hurt, he murmured. And he began to drink. The visions came immediately. His parents, dying. Not the sanitized version he'd been told, but the full horror, his father's defiance crumbling under the killing curse, his mother's desperate pleas, the flash of green light that should have ended everything. You failed them. They died for you, and you weren't worth it. Harry drank. Hermione, petrified. Colin Creevey, small and still. Cedric, nearly murdered because of Harry's fame. Everyone who gets close to you suffers. You're poison. You destroy everything you touch. Harry drank. Sirius, gaunt and broken by Azkaban. The years of torture, the injustice, the life stolen because Harry couldn't save him. You're not a hero. You're a curse. Everyone would be better off if you died that night. Harry drank. And through it all, his mother's gift burned in his chest, not fighting the visions, but witnessing them. Acknowledging the pain without letting it define him. Yes, I've lost people. Yes, I've made mistakes. Yes, my existence has caused suffering. But I've also saved lives. Made connections. Brought light into darkness. I am not defined by what I've lost. I am defined by what I choose to protect. The final swallow of potion burned like fire, but Harry's hand closed around the locket, and he pulled it free. Then the inferi rose. The lake erupted with corpses, pale, waterlogged, reaching for him with grasping hands. Harry summoned his mother's light, not as a weapon but as a barrier, golden radiance pushing back the dead, refusing to let their darkness touch him. Harry! Dumbledore's voice carried across the water. The boat. Harry ran, jumped, felt the small vessel lurch beneath him as he pushed off from the island. Inferi hands grabbed the sides, trying to pull him under, but the light burned them away. He reached the shore, Dumbledore's magic sweeping the remaining creatures back into the depths. They stood together, breathing hard, the locket clutched in Harry's hand. "Did you?" Dumbledore started. "I got it." Harry opened his hand, revealing the heavy gold pendant. "Now we just need to," he stopped. Something was wrong. The locket felt different from the cup and the ring, similar dark signature, but somehow weaker. Less substantial. Harry opened the locket with a hissed Parseltongue command. Inside was a note. "To the Dark Lord, I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more." Rab Harry stared at the note, his exhaustion and pain momentarily forgotten. Someone found it before us. Someone stole the real Horcrux. Rab. Dumbledore's voice was thoughtful. Regulus Arcturus Black. Sirius's brother. He was a Death Eater who turned against Voldemort and vanished shortly before the end of the First War. Everyone assumed Voldemort had killed him, but if this note is genuine, then he died trying to destroy a Horcrux. And the real locket might still be out there somewhere. Harry felt frustration and hope warring in his chest. We need to find it. Trace what Regulus did, where he went, what happened to the locket after he took it. Sirius might know. Family history, connections, anything that could point us in the right direction. Harry looked at the fake locket, then at the cave that had nearly killed him. They'd come so far. Risked so much. And the prize had slipped through their fingers decades before they'd even started looking. But the note also meant something else. Someone else had discovered Voldemort's secret. Someone else had fought back, even knowing it would cost them their life. Harry wasn't alone in this war. He'd never been alone. And he would finish what Regulus Black had started. The hunt continued. The return to Hogwarts brought immediate complications. Umbridge had discovered Dumbledore's army, betrayed by a member who had been coerced through her family, and the backlash was swift. Dumbledore took the blame, fleeing the castle to avoid arrest. Umbridge was installed as headmistress. And Harry found himself leading a resistance movement he'd never expected to command. "We can't just let her win," Ron argued during an emergency meeting in the Room of Requirement. "Everything we've built, everyone we've trained, we're not letting her win. We're adapting." Harry had spent the hours since Dumbledore's departure planning. The DA goes underground. We meet in smaller groups, random locations, nothing that can be traced back to a central organization. Umbridge thinks she's won, but all she's done is make us harder to find. What about Dumbledore? He's continuing his work from outside. We'll coordinate through secure channels. Harry paused. But we need to move faster on the Horcruxes. Voldemort knows we're hunting them, the Ministry's denial won't last much longer, and when everything explodes, I need to be ready. The search for Regulus's locket led to an unexpected discovery. Sirius, reviewing his brother's history, found references to the Black family house elf, Creature, a creature who had served Regulus faithfully and might know what had happened to the locket. Creature was initially hostile, decades of hatred for blood traders and half-bloods making him resistant to questions. But when Harry mentioned Regulus's sacrifice, something changed. Master Regulus was good, Creature whispered, tears streaming down his ancient face. Master Regulus gave Creature the locket and told him to destroy it. But Creature couldn't. Creature tried everything, fire, blades, magic, but the locket wouldn't break. Where is it now? Creature still has it. Creature has been keeping it safe, waiting for someone who could finish what Master Regulus started. The locket was at Grimoire Place. Had been there all along, hidden in Creature's den, protected by an elf's loyalty to a dead master. Harry destroyed it that same night, the Sword of Gryffindor finally completing Regulus Black's mission. 4 Horcruxes down. Nagini and the unknown Ravenclaw artifact remained. Possibly one more, if Dumbledore's suspicions were correct. The end was approaching. June brought the battle of the Department of Mysteries. Voldemort's trap finally sprung, not against Harry directly, but against those he loved. A vision of Sirius being tortured, carefully planted through the scar connection, designed to draw Harry into the Ministry where Death Eaters waited. Harry knew it was a trap. His occlumency was strong enough to recognize the vision's artificial nature. He went anyway. Because the prophecy existed. Because understanding why Voldemort had targeted him might provide the key to final victory. Because sometimes the only way through a trap was straight through the middle. He didn't go alone. Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, Ginny, the core of the DA, the friends who refused to let him face danger without them. The Department of Mysteries was a maze of impossible spaces and classified research. They found the Hall of Prophecy, found the sphere with Harry's name, found the Death Eaters waiting in ambush. The battle was chaos. Harry's training made him formidable, but even formidable wasn't enough against a dozen experienced killers. His friends fought bravely, Neville especially, standing firm against opponents twice his age, but they were outmatched. Then the order arrived. Sirius, Lupin, Tonks, Moody, Kingsley, the veterans of the First War, answering a distress call that Harry had managed to send before entering the Ministry. The battle shifted, Death Eaters falling back against coordinated resistance. And then Bellatrix Lestrange's curse caught Sirius in the chest. Time seemed to stop as Harry watched his godfather fall toward a stone archway that pulsed with ancient magic, the veil, the barrier between life and death, claiming those who passed through it. No. Harry's mother's gift erupted without conscious thought, golden light surging toward Sirius, trying to catch him, protect him, pull him back. The light touched Sirius at the moment he touched the veil. And instead of passing through, Sirius stopped. Suspended between worlds, held by a force that refused to let death claim him. Hold on. Harry was running, pushing through curses and chaos, reaching for his godfather's outstretched hand. His mother's gift was screaming, not designed for this, not meant to fight death itself, but refusing to accept that limitation. Love didn't care what was supposed to be possible. Love only knew that Sirius couldn't die, wouldn't die, not while Harry had power to prevent it. Harry's hand closed around Sirius's wrist. He pulled. The world inverted. The veil's magic fought against Harry's light, death warring with love for possession of a soul that both claimed. For an endless moment, Harry felt himself stretched between them, part of him in the living world, part of him in whatever lay beyond. Then something gave. Sirius fell forward, out of the veil, gasping and shuddering but alive. Harry collapsed beside him, his entire body trembling with the aftermath of whatever he'd just done. Harry, Sirius's voice was a croak. What, how, I don't know. Harry forced himself upright. But you're not dying today. Not ever, if I have anything to say about it. The battle around them was ending. Death Eaters were fleeing, captured, or dead. Ministry officials were arriving, witnesses who could no longer deny that Voldemort had returned. And standing at the entrance to the Hall of Prophecy, his red eyes blazing with fury, was the Dark Lord himself. Harry Potter. Voldemort's voice carried across the chamber like winter wind. You continue to exceed expectations. But no more. He raised his wand, and Harry felt the curse coming, not the killing curse, but something else. Something designed to bypass his protection, to destroy him in ways that love couldn't prevent. Harry met it with everything he had. Golden light versus darkest magic. Love versus hate. The combined inheritance of Lily Potter's sacrifice against the accumulated evil of Tom Riddle's existence. The collision shook the department to its foundations. Harry poured himself into the connection, not just his power, but his self. Every memory of love, every moment of connection, every reason he had to fight and survive and protect. His parents. Sirius. Ron and Hermione. Everyone who had ever mattered. This is what you don't understand, he sent through the clash of power. This is what you could never understand. I'm not fighting for myself. I'm fighting for everyone I love. And that makes me stronger than you will ever be. Voldemort's magic faltered. For one impossible moment, Harry pushed back, drove the Dark Lord's power backward, pressed against his defenses with light that burned where it touched. Then Voldemort broke contact and fled, operating away before the full force of Harry's attack could land. Harry collapsed, utterly spent, surrounded by allies who had witnessed something that would reshape their understanding of what was possible. The battle of the Department of Mysteries was over. But the war was far from finished. Chapter 13 and Chapter 14, What Lily Left Behind. The summer after 5th year was transformation given form. Harry sat in the room of requirement, which had become his sanctuary, a space that shifted to meet his needs, and tried to understand what he had become. The battle at the ministry had changed something fundamental. Not just in how others saw him, but in how his magic responded to his will. His mother's gift had evolved again. You pulled Sirius from the veil. Dumbledore's voice was hushed with something approaching awe. They sat across from each other, the headmaster having returned to Hogwarts after Fudge's spectacular downfall and the ministry's grudging acceptance of Voldemort's return. That should have been impossible. The veil is absolute, a boundary that no magic has ever crossed. My magic didn't care about impossible. Harry flexed his fingers, watching the faint golden shimmer that now seemed permanent beneath his skin. It only cared about Sirius. Love magic at its purest form. Your mother theorized about this, in notes I've only recently discovered. Dumbledore withdrew a worn journal from his robes. She believed that sacrificial love could transcend any limitation, even death itself, if the emotion was strong enough and the intent was pure. She was right. She was. But she also warned of dangers. Dumbledore opened the journal to a marked page. Listen to what she wrote, the power grows with each use, but so does the cost. Love that saves can also consume. The one who wields this magic must never forget that they are still human, still mortal, still capable of being lost in the light they create. Harry absorbed this. She thought it could overwhelm me. She thought the magic could become so strong that the person using it loses themselves in it. That you could become so focused on protecting others that you forget to protect yourself. Dumbledore met his eyes squarely. She wanted you to live, Harry. Not just survive, not just fight, live. Whatever battles lie ahead, whatever sacrifices may be required, never forget that your life has value beyond its utility as a weapon. I'll try to remember that. See that you do. Dumbledore closed the journal. Now, we have work to complete. 2 Horcruxes remain, Nagini and the suspected artifact at Hogwarts. I believe I've located the latter. Harry leaned forward. Where? The room of requirement itself. Or rather, a version of it that manifests as a repository for hidden things. Students have used it for centuries to conceal items they wished no one to find. Tom Riddle would have discovered it during his time here, and it would have appealed to his vanity to hide a piece of his soul in the very castle where he first learned magic. What artifact? Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. Lost for centuries, supposedly destroyed, but I believe Riddle found it and turned it into his fifth Horcrux. Dumbledore rose. Shall we hunt? The room of hidden things was chaos-given architecture. Mountains of discarded furniture, broken instruments, forgotten treasures and worthless junk accumulated over centuries of Hogwarts students hiding things they shouldn't have. Harry and Dumbledore moved through the maze carefully, senses extended for the telltale signature of Horcrux magic. There. Harry pointed toward a distant corner where something pulsed with familiar darkness. I can feel it. They navigated the labyrinth until they reached a cabinet stacked with debris. On top, barely visible beneath a tarnished tiara, the diadem of Ravenclaw gleamed with malevolent intelligence. Careful. Dumbledore's voice was tense. The ring's defenses were almost lethal. This may be worse. Harry reached for the diadem with his mother's gift fully engaged, golden light wrapping around his hand like a glove, ready to purify whatever traps Voldemort had laid. The Horcrux screamed. Not with sound, but with magic, a psychic assault that tried to tear through Harry's defenses and destroy his mind. Visions erupted, Voldemort triumphant, Harry's friends dead, the wizarding world burned and enslaved. Harry had faced this before. Worse than this. You have no power over me, he sent through the connection. I am protected by love you cannot understand. I am strengthened by sacrifices you cannot comprehend. And I am going to destroy you. The sword of Gryffindor, drawn from the expanded pocket where he kept it, sliced through the diadem in a single stroke. The Horcrux died with a shriek that echoed through the room of hidden things. 5 down. Only Nagini remained. Extraordinary. Dumbledore examined the destroyed diadem with scholarly interest. 5 Horcruxes, created over decades, each protected by formidable magic, and you've destroyed them in less than 2 years. We've destroyed them. I couldn't have done any of this alone. True. But the final confrontation, facing Voldemort himself, killing Nagini while he defends her, that cannot be a group effort. Dumbledore's expression was grave. You understand what this means. I have to face him directly. One-on-one, with everything on the line. Yes. And there's something else, something I've delayed telling you because I wasn't certain until now. Dumbledore paused, clearly gathering himself. The prophecy. You need to know its full contents. Harry had been waiting for this. Tell me. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other for neither can live while the other survives. The words settled into Harry's understanding like stones dropping into still water. Power the Dark Lord knows not, he murmured. My mother's gift. Yes. Voldemort heard part of this prophecy, enough to target you specifically, but he never learned about the power that would be his undoing. He created his own destroyer by attacking you that night. And either must die at the hand of the other. That's why he keeps coming for me. That's why this can't end until one of us kills the other. I'm sorry, Harry. I wish I could offer another interpretation, another way. But the magic of prophecy is absolute. This conflict can only end one way. Harry absorbed this for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, he smiled. Good. Dumbledore blinked. Good. I've been preparing for this since I was 7 years old. Every lesson, every battle, every sacrifice, all of it leading to this moment. Knowing there's no other way, that I have to face him. Harry's voice hardened with certainty. It clarifies things. Removes doubt. There's only one path forward, and I intend to walk it. You're not afraid. I'm terrified. But fear doesn't stop me from doing what needs to be done. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. My mother faced Voldemort knowing she would die. My father held off Death Eaters knowing he was outmatched. Fear is just the price of courage. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he bowed his head, a gesture of respect that Harry had never seen from him before. Your parents would be proud beyond measure. As am I. Sixth year passed in a blur of preparation and escalating conflict. Voldemort's forces moved openly now, attacks on Muggle and magical targets alike, the Ministry barely holding together under Rufus Scrimgeour's leadership, fear spreading through the wizarding world like a plague. Harry trained obsessively, pushing his magic to limits he hadn't known existed. His mother's gift grew stronger with each use, responding to his emotional state with increasing sensitivity. He could heal now, not just protect, but actively restore damaged tissue and purify dark curses. He could communicate with magical creatures across species barriers. He could sense malevolent intent from hundreds of meters away. And he could fight. Merlin, could he fight? The DA had evolved from a study group into a genuine resistance force, with cells throughout Britain coordinating attacks on Death Eater operations. Harry led from the front when possible, his presence on the battlefield worth a dozen ordinary soldiers. But even as he prepared for war, he pursued peace where possible. Draco Malfoy's intelligence had prevented several massacres. The alliance between them had deepened into something resembling genuine friendship, born of shared danger and mutual respect. Draco's assignment from Voldemort, to kill Dumbledore, had been quietly redirected, the Malfoy family placed under order protection in exchange for continued information. I never thought I'd be on this side, Draco admitted during one meeting. Fighting against everything my family stood for. You're not fighting against your family. You're fighting for them, for a world where they can survive without serving a monster. Harry paused. That takes more courage than following orders ever did. Is that what you tell yourself? When you're about to face him? I tell myself that I'm fighting for everyone I love. That whatever happens, at least I tried. Harry smiled grimly. And I tell myself that I'm going to win. Because the alternative isn't acceptable. The final confrontation came on a night in late June. Voldemort attacked Hogwarts directly, his full force, every Death Eater and dark creature he commanded, launched against the castle in a desperate bid to kill Harry before the last Horcrux could be destroyed. The Battle of Hogwarts was apocalyptic. Harry fought through chaos and fire, his golden light blazing against the darkness that threatened to consume everything. Beside him fought his friends, his allies, everyone who had chosen to stand against evil regardless of the cost. Ron, steady and fierce, covering Harry's back with a tactical genius that had finally found its purpose. Hermione, brilliant and lethal, her magic precise as a scalpel. Neville, unrecognizable from the frightened boy he'd once been, leading students in defense of their home. Sirius and Remus, fighting together as they had in the First War. The Order. The DA. Professors and students and house elves and centaurs. Everyone who refused to let darkness win. And cutting through the battle like a scythe through wheat, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the chosen one, the weapon forged by tragedy and love. He found Nagini in the Forbidden Forest, guarded by Voldemort's inner circle. The snake was the last anchor, the final barrier to the Dark Lord's mortality. Harry struck with everything he had. The battle was brief and terrible. Death Eaters fell before his light, unable to stand against magic that burned their dark marks and shattered their curses. Nagini tried to flee, but Harry was faster, the sword of Gryffindor descending in an arc that severed the great snake's head and destroyed the final Horcrux. The screech that erupted from the castle told Harry that Voldemort had felt it. They were both mortal now. Harry walked through the forest toward the Dark Lord. He found Voldemort in the Great Hall, surrounded by the bodies of fallen fighters from both sides. The Dark Wizard looked diminished somehow, still terrifying, still powerful, but no longer invincible. Harry Potter. Voldemort's voice carried the weight of decades of obsession. At last. The boy who has been such a persistent thorn in my side. Tom Riddle. Harry's voice was steady. The man who murdered my parents. The monster who has terrorized the world. It ends tonight. You think you can kill me? I am Lord Voldemort. You have nothing. Harry's golden light began to rise, filling the great hall with warmth that made the watching survivors gasp. Your Horcruxes are destroyed. Your followers are broken. Your ideology is ash. All you have left is yourself, and that's never been enough. I am the greatest wizard who ever lived. You're a scared child who never learned how to love. And that's why you're going to lose. Voldemort attacked with fury born of decades of hatred, the killing curse, the darkest magic in existence, streaking toward Harry with lethal precision. Harry met it with love. His mother's gift erupted in full force, not as a shield but as a weapon, golden light that wrapped around the green curse and transformed it. The death magic dissolved, converted by sacrificial love into something harmless. Impossible, Voldemort whispered. My mother gave her life to protect me from you. Her love became magic that you cannot comprehend, cannot counter, cannot overcome. Harry raised his wand. And now that love is going to end you. He didn't cast a curse. He didn't need to. Harry simply opened himself, let his mother's gift flow outward without restraint, without limit, without the careful control he'd always maintained. The golden light became a tsunami that engulfed the great hall, that touched every person present, that washed over Lord Voldemort like the judgment of heaven itself. The Dark Lord burned. Not with fire, but with love, the one force his broken soul couldn't withstand. Every dark ritual, every murdered innocent, every act of evil he'd committed came back to him as the light forced him to feel what he'd done to others. Tom Riddle screamed as he experienced, for the first and last time, the full weight of his sins. And then he died. Not with drama or defiance. Just a final, shuddering breath as the corrupted body collapsed and the twisted soul was finally, irrevocably destroyed. Harry stood in the silence that followed, surrounded by light and love and the aftermath of victory. It was over. The Dark Lord was dead. And Harry Potter, who had been fighting since before he could remember, finally allowed himself to believe that he might actually live to see tomorrow. The golden light faded. Harry's knees buckled, and he would have fallen if strong arms hadn't caught him. Easy, Sirius's voice said. I've got you. Is it? Harry's voice was barely a whisper. He's gone. Really gone this time. Sirius's voice cracked. You did it, Harry. You won. Harry looked at the space where Voldemort had stood. Nothing remained, not even ash. The love that had destroyed him had been thorough. It's over, Harry said, and finally let himself believe it. Around him, the great hall erupted in celebration, cheers and tears and the release of years of terror. His friends reached him first, Ron and Hermione wrapping him in embraces that felt like coming home. You absolute madman, Hermione sobbed. You brilliant, terrifying, wonderful madman. I had help. You had us. And we had you. Ron's voice was rough with emotion. That's what family does. Family. Harry looked at the people surrounding him, not just Ron and Hermione, but Neville and Luna and Ginny, Susan and Daphne, Sirius and Remus, the entire Order and DA. People who had fought beside him, believed in him, refused to let him face darkness alone. Thank you, he said quietly. All of you. For everything. The celebration continued around them, but Harry was already thinking about what came next. A world without Voldemort. A future that wasn't defined by prophecy or war. A life he could actually live. His mother's gift pulsed warmly in his chest, and for the first time, it didn't feel like a weapon. It felt like a promise. The promise that love, in the end, was always stronger than hate. The promise that light, no matter how dark the night, would always return. The promise that Harry Potter, against all odds, had finally come home. Chapter 14 and Chapter 15, The first year's end the world after Voldemort was strange and bright and terrifying in its possibilities. Harry stood at the window of Grimmauld Place, watching the summer sun paint London in shades of gold and amber. 3 weeks had passed since the Battle of Hogwarts. 3 weeks of funerals and celebrations, of ministry reorganization and public acclaim, of 1,000 voices telling him what a hero he was. He didn't feel like a hero. He felt tired. "You're brooding again." Sirius appeared at his shoulder, 2 cups of tea floating behind him. "That's the 3rd time today. I'm keeping count. I'm not brooding. I'm thinking. When you think with that expression, it's brooding." Sirius handed him a cup. "Talk to me." Harry was quiet for a long moment, gathering thoughts that had been swirling since the battle ended. "I've been fighting since I was 7 years old," he finally said. "The Grimoire, the training, the constant preparation for a war I knew was coming. And now it's over. Voldemort's dead, his followers are scattered, the prophecy is fulfilled." He turned to face his godfather. "I don't know who I am without the fight." Sirius's expression softened with understanding. "That's the hardest part of war, not the fighting, but the stopping. Finding out who you are when survival isn't the only thing that matters." "How did you do it?" "After the First War. I didn't have to. The war ended, and then I was in Azkaban 12 hours later." Sirius's voice carried old pain. "I never got the chance to find out who I was in peacetime. James didn't either, he died before we could figure out what came next. But now we have time. Now we have all the time in the world." Sirius set down his tea and gripped Harry's shoulder. "You don't have to figure everything out today, Harry. You don't have to know who you are without the war. You just have to be willing to find out. And if I don't like what I find, then you change it. That's the beautiful thing about peace, you get to choose. Not react, not survive, but actually choose who you want to become." Sirius smiled. "Your parents would have told you the same thing. They were looking forward to raising you in a world without Voldemort, watching you grow into whoever you wanted to be. I wish I could have known them. Really known them, not just through memories and stories. They're still with you. In your magic, in your choices, in the way you love the people around you." Sirius's voice grew thick. "Lily's gift isn't just protection, Harry. It's her love, her hope, her belief in you. Every time you use it, she's there." Harry felt the warmth in his chest pulse in response, as if confirming Sirius's words. "Thank you," he said quietly. "For being here. For surviving. Thank you for pulling me back from the veil. I'm rather fond of being alive." They stood together in comfortable silence, watching the sun climb higher over a world that was finally, truly at peace. The visitors began arriving that afternoon. First came Ron and Hermione, who had become inseparable in the weeks since the battle. Their relationship had shifted into something neither of them would name yet, but Harry could see it in the way they looked at each other, a connection that went beyond friendship. "The ministry's a disaster," Hermione reported, settling into her usual chair in the library. "Kingsley's trying to reform everything at once, and the old guard is fighting him every step of the way. I've been helping draft new legislation on house elf rights, werewolf protections, the entire basis of how magical creatures are treated." "She hasn't slept in 3 days, Ron interjected. "I've been counting. Sleep is for people who aren't trying to rebuild a society from the ground up." Harry smiled at their familiar dynamic. "How can I help?" "By not disappearing into some remote cottage and leaving the rest of us to handle everything." Hermione's voice was sharp, but her eyes were worried. "There's been talk, Harry. People saying you're going to retreat from public life, become a recluse like Dumbledore was at your age." "Dumbledore was never a recluse." "No, but he was distant. Separate. He spent so much time playing chess with the world that he forgot how to be part of it." Hermione leaned forward. "I don't want that for you. None of us do. Harry thought about the headmaster, who had died peacefully in his sleep 2 weeks after the battle, his body finally giving out after over a century of life. Dumbledore had left behind a legacy of manipulation and sacrifice, of ends justifying means, of treating people as pieces on a board. "I'm not going to be Dumbledore," Harry said slowly. "But I'm also not going to be a public figure who shows up at every function and makes speeches about hope and courage. I need something in between. What does that look like? I don't know yet. That's what I'm trying to figure out." Neville arrived next, accompanied by Luna Lovegood, whose dreamy demeanor had become something like serenity since the battle. "The castle is being rebuilt," Neville reported. "McGonagall's overseeing everything, she's been named permanent headmistress. There's talk of adding new protections, new wards, making sure nothing like this can ever happen again. Will it work? Nothing's certain. But the Founder's magic is being integrated with modern protective enchantments. The castle will be stronger than ever." "And you?" Harry asked. "What are you planning to do?" Neville's face lit up. "Professor Sprout is retiring after the reconstruction. She's recommended me as her replacement." "Neville, that's incredible. I start as an apprentice next year, then take over full duties when she's ready to step down. I'll be teaching herbology at Hogwarts." Neville shook his head in wonder. "If you'd told me 5 years ago that this is where I'd end up, I would have believed it," Harry said honestly. "You've always had this in you. It just needed time to grow." Luna spoke for the first time. "The Raxperts around you are clearer than they've ever been, Harry. You're not confused anymore, you're just learning to see possibilities instead of threats. Is that a good thing? It's a wonderful thing. Confusion is for people who think they know how the world works. Possibility is for people who are ready to discover something new." Harry wasn't sure he understood, but he appreciated the sentiment. Susan Bones came in the early evening, bringing news from the ministry that was more practical than Hermione's policy discussions. "Amelia wants to talk to you," she said. "Officially, about your role in the post-war period. She's been fielding requests from half the magical governments in the world. Everyone wants to meet the wizard who killed Voldemort. I'm not interested in being a celebrity. That's what I told her. But there are opportunities here, Harry. Real ones. The political landscape is completely reshuffled, old alliances are broken, new ones are forming. You could have influence over how the wizarding world rebuilds. You sound like you've been thinking about this." "I've been thinking about everything." Susan's expression was serious. "The war taught me that good intentions aren't enough. If we want a better world, we have to actually build it. That means getting involved in the messy business of politics and policy. And you want me to get involved too? I want you to consider it. You have more credibility than anyone alive, people will listen to you in ways they won't listen to ministry officials or activists or even war heroes. That's power, Harry. The question is what you do with it." Harry thought about this long after Susan left. Power. Influence. The ability to shape the future. He'd spent his whole life being shaped by forces beyond his control, prophecy, destiny, other people's choices. Now, for the first time, he had the opportunity to do the shaping. The question was whether he wanted to. Daphne Greengrass arrived last, after dark. She moved through Grimmauld Place like she belonged there, her usual Slytherin composure softened by something Harry had rarely seen from her, genuine warmth. "The Covenant has fractured completely," she reported, settling into a chair across from Harry in the library. "Helena Vane is leading the moderate faction, they're proposing actual reforms, sharing of magical knowledge through legitimate channels rather than theft and murder. And Malachar? Dead. He tried to seize control during the confusion after the battle, and Helena stopped him." Daphne's voice was carefully neutral. "She killed her own brother to prevent him from restarting the war in a different form. That's not an easy choice." "No. But she made it anyway." Daphne met Harry's eyes. She wants to meet with you. Properly this time, not cryptic messages and shadows. She thinks you might be the key to making the reforms actually work. Why me? Because you're living proof that family magic can be used for good. The Potter Grimoire gave you the tools to defeat Voldemort, and you used those tools to protect, not to dominate. That's the example she wants to build on. Harry considered this. The Covenant had been a threat for years, their philosophy a twisted reflection of legitimate concerns about magical inequality. If Helena Vane could redirect that energy toward actual reform. Set up the meeting, he said. But on my terms. Neutral ground, full transparency, witnesses we both trust. I'll arrange it. Daphne paused at the door. Harry, for what it's worth, I think you're handling this well. The power, the attention, the pressure to be everything to everyone. Most people would have cracked by now. Who says I haven't cracked? You're still standing. Still thinking clearly. Still trying to do the right thing. Her smile was rare and genuine. That's not cracking. That's growing. The meeting with Helena Vane took place a week later, in a neutral conference room at Gringotts, the goblins serving as guarantors of safe conduct for both parties. Helena looked older than Harry remembered, the weight of her brother's death visible in the shadows under her eyes. But her voice was steady as she laid out her proposal. The Covenant's original purpose was to prevent magical knowledge from being hoarded by a few families while the rest of the wizarding world struggled with inferior techniques. That purpose was corrupted, turned into violence and theft, but the underlying concern remains valid. You want to reform how magical education works, Harry said. I want to create alternatives. The Hogwarts model assumes that 7 years of generalist education is sufficient for everyone, that family magic is private, that advanced techniques should be guarded by old bloodlines. But what if there were other options? Academies focused on specific disciplines, apprenticeship programs that crossed family lines, public repositories of magical knowledge that anyone could access. The old families would never accept that. Some wouldn't. Others might, if they saw a benefit for themselves. And the new generation, the students who fought in your DA, who learned that magical skill matters more than blood, they're ready for something different. Harry thought about the grimoire, about the 1,000 years of Potter knowledge that had shaped him into a warrior. That knowledge had saved lives, had helped defeat Voldemort, had given Harry capabilities beyond what any normal wizard could achieve. Should it be shared? Could it be? The Potter Grimoire isn't something I can just copy and distribute, he said slowly. It's alive, in a sense. Connected to the family bloodline, responsive to Potter magic in ways that wouldn't translate to others. I understand. But you could share the principles, the techniques, the underlying theory. You could train others the way the Grimoire trained you, not to give them your power, but to help them develop their own. You're asking me to become a teacher. I'm asking you to become an example. To show that family magic can be used for everyone's benefit, not just one bloodline's advantage. Helena leaned forward. The world is watching you, Harry Potter. They're waiting to see what you do with your victory. If you retreat into privacy, they'll assume the old ways are the only ways. But if you step forward, if you demonstrate that change is possible, then maybe change actually happens. Yes. Harry was quiet for a long time, considering. The grimoire had made him what he was, but what he was had always been in service of something larger. His parents' sacrifice, his friends' loyalty, the hope of a world without Voldemort. Now that hope was reality. The question was what to build on top of it. I'll need time, he finally said. To think about this properly, to consult with people I trust. But I'm not saying no. That's all I ask. Helena rose to leave. Thank you for hearing me out, Harry. Whatever you decide, thank you for that much. The summer ended with a gathering at the Burrow. Everyone Harry cared about had come, the Weasleys, Hermione, Sirius, Remus, the core of the DA, even some of the professors who had fought in the battle. The air was warm with the scent of Mrs. Weasley's cooking and the sound of people who had survived impossible odds celebrating their survival. Harry stood at the edge of the festivities, watching his found family with something like peace. "You're thinking again." Hermione appeared at his elbow. "Should I be worried?" "Not thinking. Just appreciating." He gestured at the crowd. "A year ago, I wasn't sure any of us would make it. Now look at everyone. Alive. Together. Happy. We fought hard for this. We did. And I think I'm ready to stop fighting." Harry turned to face her. "Not forever. Not completely. But I want to try being something other than a warrior for a while. See who I am when survival isn't the only goal." "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to take Helena Vane's proposal seriously. Start small, maybe a training program for students who want advanced instruction, techniques the Grimoire taught me that others could learn. See if it's possible to share what I know without compromising what makes it powerful. That could change everything. Maybe. Or maybe it fails completely and I end up doing something else entirely." Harry smiled. "That's kind of the point. I don't have to have all the answers anymore. I just have to be willing to try." Hermione's eyes were bright with something that might have been tears. "Your mother would be so proud of you." "I know." Harry felt the warmth in his chest pulse in agreement. "She's always been proud of me. I just had to learn to hear it." Ron appeared with drinks, and the three of them stood together in comfortable silence, watching their friends and family celebrate a future they'd almost died to create. Later that night, Harry climbed to the roof of the burrow and sat alone under the stars. He thought about everything that had led to this moment: the cupboard under the stairs, the Grimoire's discovery, the endless training and battles and sacrifices. He thought about his parents, who had died so he could live. About his friends, who had fought so he could win. About his godfather, who he'd pulled back from death itself through the sheer force of love. And he thought about his mother. Her gift pulsed in his chest, warm and constant, a presence that had guided him through everything. He reached for it now, not to draw power but simply to connect. "I did it," he sent into the warmth. "I finished what you started." The response wasn't words, it was never words, but he felt it anyway. Pride. Love. Joy. The sense of a mother's embrace, preserved across death itself. "I'm going to be okay," Harry continued. "I'm going to live the life you wanted for me. Not just survive, actually live." The warmth intensified, and for just a moment, Harry could have sworn he felt a hand touch his cheek. Then the moment passed, and he was alone again, but not lonely. Never truly lonely, not with his mother's love woven into his very soul. Harry Potter looked up at the stars and smiled. The war was over. The future was uncertain. And for the first time in his life, that uncertainty felt like freedom. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new questions, new opportunities to discover who he was becoming. But tonight, he was simply grateful to be alive. To have family that loved him. To carry his mother's gift, her protection, her eternal hope that he would find happiness. "Thank you," he whispered to the stars, to his parents, to everyone who had brought him to this moment. "For everything." The wind stirred gently, carrying the sounds of celebration from below. Harry sat on the roof of the burrow, wrapped in golden warmth and the promise of days to come, and let himself believe that the best was yet ahead. The first year had ended. But for Harry Potter, warrior, protector, the boy who lived, life was only just beginning. In the chamber beneath Privet Drive, the Potter family grimoire glowed softly in the darkness. Its pages were full now, fuller than they had been in generations, filled with new knowledge and techniques and the unprecedented magic that Harry had created through his mother's gift. The combined wisdom of 1,000 years, updated for a new age. And on the final page, in handwriting that somehow managed to look like both James's confident scrawl and Lily's elegant script, new words had appeared. The Potter line continues. the legacy grows. And love, as always, endures. The grimoire pulsed once, twice, then fell still, waiting, as it always waited, for the next generation to discover its secrets. Some things, after all, were worth preserving. Some knowledge was worth passing on. And some loves, against all odds, truly did last forever.